So yeah, really, really nice and fantastic spin. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello, welcome to Hobby Maker. I'm Sherilyn Lavery. Lovely to be here with you today, Monday morning. Well, Monday afternoon now, actually.
Yeah,
You forget.
afternoon now.
Did the early show. And no, Laura really doesn't think it feels like a Monday. I'm just eyeing up the balloons behind us over there that were for yesterday's show that I forgot to take a couple of them home.
Oh, you're going to take some home?
Try and remember today, get them helium balloons. Purple is obviously the best colour for a balloon that I can see just there. Now, we have got an absolutely fabulous show lined up for you. So I'm here up until 5 o'clock. I presume it's Dave coming up at 5 o'clock after that. We are kicking off with AALL Create. We've got a jam-packed show, I have to say as well. We've got some, loads of amazing brand new bits, but we've also got some super bits that are going to the lowest prices ever as well. So have a look forward, because everything is going to be there on the website on pre-order. It's well worth shopping ahead on this show without a doubt. We've then got Craig joining us from Crafter's Companion. We've got some love bits coming up. We've also got a die selection on that he's hand chosen, which is at a super price for your nesting dies. Then Sizzix, Pete's here. He's going to be joining us in the 3rd hour. Now, we are going to just pop a couple of bits from that show onto pre-order for you as well, because we have, and I know you've been waiting a long time for this, we have got the Stamp and Spin. It's back in stock, Sharon.
We have been waiting, haven't we?
November was when we last had it on. You're going to like this as well, right, Sharon? It's going today to the lowest price ever. So we're moving from the price it's been at before. There's going to be 2 ways to get it. We have either got it just on its own, if you just want the Stamp and Spin, lowest price ever it's going to go to, or we have the chance for you to get the bundle, which is your Stamp and Spin, but also your Stamp and Stencil tool as well. And again, this is then going to be the lowest price you have ever seen anything like that at as well. So it's there, shop ahead, shop ahead, shop ahead. As soon as it's gone, it's gone. We're not able to make any more or bring any more in, and then again it could be a few months until we get to see it. We then have Old Maid New coming up with us in my final hour as well. Another fantastic show, very limited on some of the stamping blocks, and we've got lots of brand new bits coming up for you to make journals. So it is going to be a fabulous show until 5. I'm not sure what will happen after that, if I'm really honest with you. I know people will be back, but have a little look, and there might be a menu later on to be able to see what Dave's doing.
I'm back at 5, I know that.
You're back at 5, well there we go. We know what the 5 o'clock show is, and obviously it'll be everybody coming back for extra shows, just not sure exactly what time. Now, let's talk about this show, because this is absolutely fabulous. Now, we have got the memory decks coming up today.
This is such a fun thing. I love it. It's MDF. And the beauty of it is that you can either use it, some of them are coming unstuck, because I will show you how to put these together, and it's a good idea to put some glue. We've literally just pulled these out the box.
We have.
Now, you're going to get the MDF to create this box. I will show you how to put it together. It literally just slots together. And you've got little poles inside, which enable you to add in all these lovely little memory decks cards. Now, we've got dies to create these.
Perfect.
Ton of different shapes for them. Now, you can create almost like home decor pieces. I personally, when I think of memory decks, I like to think of them in a more practical way. I would be using these for creating swatches for my
When you said that, I
paints.
thought, what a good idea to actually have something like that.
Because my brain goes more to, well, what would I want on hand that I can flip through? Paint swatches, ink swatches. Also, particularly for AALL Create, I have a notebook at home where when I get like a misty image or whatever, if I'm using Copic markers, I will quite often stamp one in my notebook and write down what colours I've used, so I can refer back to it. So something like this would be really cool for that, with all the Janet Klein characters. You could write on the back what markers you've used, what pencils you've used, so that you can refer back to it. So I personally would probably use it in a more practical way like that. But they are great.
But then I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, what a lovely thing if you use it in a personal way to like gift, right? Say like to a grandparent or a mum, and you've put like your favourite photographs or something on, use the dies, and you know there's a lot of different things you could do. You could do it as like your favourite holidays. It's just fabulous the way that with that die you actually get to hold all of those up.
And it can be for anything. Another thing would be recipes. Would be
that'd be
that's something
really
you would like to flick through,
Popping it in the kitchen, and you've got that just there. So if I just spin it up, you can see just there what we mean by the working. So you've got these two, as you can see, kind of lines just there. And then with that die, if I pull this one out, then you can just see how it's actually created the shape for this.
They've all got the little holes and they just slot on.
Pop on there, can't you? And then create it in any way that you want with this, which is absolutely super. And it's $14.99. I mean, it's a
great
fabulous
value
shaped box anyway,
for something that's made from sturdy MDF. And you can decorate these how you want. You can paint them.
Yeah.
You can put your patterned papers on them. They're great fun to decorate. And of course, if you are creating a work of art as such, you're going to want to tie the colours in like this one. They've gone with these lovely greens, and then of course they've carried that through. I mean, look at this. I love this one with the little eyes all coloured. So this one all ties in together. We've got the alphabet dies on the show. All the little bits and bobs that you can see to decorate this, we've got on the show. So you've got endless options.
Exactly. Shall I
let
you get ready so that we can actually see how they are to put them together? Because I think you'll be looking at this and maybe thinking, MDF, have I done it before? Have I not done it before? Can I do this? You absolutely can. Sharon said to me earlier just how easy it actually is to pop this together, which is absolutely brilliant. So you've got all your bits, because obviously it will come initially with the MDF flat packed there to everything.
Yes, comes in a little box with inspiration on. Now, as always with AALL Create, on the back of the box, there's a QR code which will take you straight to the inspiration. It also shows you on the packaging for the MDF memory decks, it shows you the die sets so far, and I'm saying that with a little hint because there's more coming. This is the die so far that we've got to go with this. So you've got loads of options in terms of the different sort of pages. All of these die sets also include little extra bits as well, but we'll run through those shortly. So you're going to tip all your bits out, and this is what you're going to have. Now, it could not be easier to put this together because it literally slots in. So you've got all these little notches on all the way round, and you just sort of line them up, pop them in. Now, what I would do is pop them all in, so you've kind of got the feel for it. If you are going to paint this, I would assemble it first.
Paint it afterwards.
And paint it afterwards, because you don't want any extra thickness on it, because you want these to fit nice and snugly. So you can see this is all it takes to put it together. You just line these up. And what I would do, once you've done that, undo them one by one and go in with a bit of glue. Because you will find, and as we're finding with some of the samples we've got on the counter, if you don't glue them, they can sort of unpop.
With it being MDF.
Particularly, I mean, I always have been in a box and travelled all the way up from London, so it's not surprising. But you will find them a bit more secure if you pop a bit of glue. Now, the other thing to mention, I've painted mine, but if you want to use patterned paper on it, what I would do is before you assemble it or before you glue it, use this as a template. Draw around it on the back of your paper and then cut just slightly inside. So that your papers, obviously, because this is quite an awkward shape to have to work out. So if you're going to put paper on them, use this as a template, draw around first. The other tips I can give you for assembling are, once you've got it all together, glue it. And then for painting, I used acrylic paint. I'll show you the one that I've started. I haven't quite finished this one. I went straight in with my acrylic paint. I didn't put any gesso on first. I didn't feel it needed priming. I went in with a Creative Expressions acrylic paint for the green. And then what I did after that is I took a bit of sea sponge and I sponged over some blue, which was a distress paint. So acrylic paints are good for these. Cadence would give you a really good coverage. Sizzix acrylic paints are really good. So painting it is a good option. And I'm going to show you how I did the rest of this in a second. So we've got the box all together. And then for the memory decks, for the sort of poles that your memory decks is going to fit on, you've got two pieces that will go either end. When you look at these, you'll notice the corners rounded on one side. That would be the top. So bear that in mind as you're sort of putting them together. And all you're going to do is pop these through like so. It might take a bit of wiggling to get them in because they're quite snug. Pop those in each end. And then these are going to fit so nice and snug. push them in so that they're flush. And then do the same the other end, and just make sure that you've got the rounded ends to the top. Again, if you're going to paint this one, I would assemble it first and then paint it. I didn't paint mine because I just feel once you've got your cards in, you can't really see this. This is almost like the workings. So you're going to put that either end, and then it fits really snugly. You can take it in and out once it's in, because it just fits in perfectly.
So actually, if you wanted it just as a display box and you wanted to have
yes, if you didn't want to put
like that,
if you didn't want to put that in, you can.
It's a really good size, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. And if you're painting it, I wouldn't bother painting these ends because they're going to go up against the back panel.
Yeah.
So that is how simple it is to put together. So you can see it's just seconds.
Really easy, isn't it?
But yeah, once you've put it all together, I would take one panel off at a time and then just run some glue along the joins.
Yeah, to make sure it's actually staying
just to make sure it stays in place. And I would do these as well, like so. Any sort of PVA glue will do. And you'll find that just stops it undoing itself.
Yeah, which is perfect, which is what you want. You want that strength there, don't you?
Yeah.
So £14.99, that is to get that Memory Decks card holder box. In terms as well of sort of like a Memory Decks box, so you could kind of put in as many as you wanted, I'm thinking, that could fit, you know.
Yes, I mean, if you think about
space, isn't there?
you're going to get a lot. I mean, I've got 3 done here.
Yes.
And that's taken up literally no space.
Barely any space,
I would say you're probably going to get 25 or so.
So would you almost just enjoy sort of building that up, like you said, with your with your different things or the different dies that you can get to go with this?
Yes, and I think it's a nice way to display, you know, if you're a collector maybe of Miss D, you might want to have one of each of the Miss D so you can flip through them and look at them all, remind yourself what you've got. It's handy for that. I'll show you what, because my first thought was swatches.
Yeah, of course.
And I'm giving you a little sneak peek here actually, because I've got a Sizzix show on Friday.
Okay.
And it's got these stamps.
Yeah.
49 and market stamps that are like little swatches. So I thought, so I just grabbed one of my ink cube sets, which are Concord and Ninth ink pads, and I thought I would like to have something like this where I could see all my colours stamped.
Yeah, definitely.
Flip through, and you could do it for all of the brands of ink pads you've got.
Of course you could. Yeah.
So from a practical point of view, something like that would be fun because it's nice. You've got, you know, the dies give you all these lovely little decorative elements. It's not something really plain, but yeah, great to have all the different options for the different pages.
And then the fact that you can personalise them to whatever you want them to be as well.
Yeah, you can colour them, you can do whatever you want. So it would be a lovely gift if you did one full of all the different images.
Absolutely. So let's come across the dies that go with this as well, because as you can see displayed here, we have a huge amount of dies that work with this, which is brilliant. And a lot of them sort of are personalised to certain bits. A lot come with additional dies as well, so you might get more of your foliage, for example, or extra bits that we can see, of course, with this as well. So it is a great opportunity to be able to take advantage of that. Now, so we've got all of those that are available. So they're there on the web if you want to shop ahead with them. Let me just take these so I can actually show you. Let's come across this one first. So we have got 19 dies within this set. Now this is your star bolted sentiments that you've got within this. You've got your hello, your hugs, your thank you, your I love you. Now you can see all of them do have that shape, of course, that we've got just there that you can see. But then they all come, don't they, with extra additional elements depending on which packet actually.
Yes, yeah, they've all got different extras in there and a real variety of different shapes for the page itself.
Yeah.
So you're definitely going to want to collect these.
Yes.
And I believe there's more coming. So
I bet. So you're kind of starting off doing this, and then suddenly you're going to be building.
And if you think about the fact that, you know, you're probably, you know, this is just me off the top of my head guessing that you're going to get maybe 25 pages in here. It's great that you've got different options because you don't want all the pages looking the same, do you?
No, exactly. And I think that's the thing. I just wanted to open the first one just to be able to show you kind of how this comes packaged, because you can see you have those large dies that come. You can see at the bottom, of course, just there that you have got the shape that you need, of course, to work in these boxes. But then you've got all those extras that you can work with this, without this, the thank yous, the hugs. You've got all those extra little kind of embellishments. You've also got those frames that we can see. So it's jam-packed with how much you get.
It really is.
With this, but also to use the extra elements without
the extra elements you're going to use outside of this, obviously, because you've got lots of decorative elements. In that one, you've got some nice little sentiment strips, which I think would be lovely on a card, because you've got hello, you've got thank you. So yes, the extras, you're just adding to your collection of things to play with, really, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. And we are doing discounts on these. So first time we've seen them here on Hobby Maker, £12.99 for you to be able to get that one. Now, the Floral Parade, that was one I think I spotted, which has that gorgeous kind of floral edging that we can see with this. But again, 5 additional dies, so it does mean you're getting the foliage as well.
Yeah, you've got extra foliage as well, which is great for using on cards. The theme will tie in with so many of the different stamp sets as well, because it's always great to have, die cuts to go with your stamps.
Absolutely.
And I love the sort of floral top to that, because when you think about it in the memory decks, it's going to look really pretty as you flick through.
It's beautiful, isn't it? And don't forget, on the back of all of these, you have got your QR codes if you want more inspiration,
yes,
tutorials,
it will
ideas.
take you. Yes, AALL Create are all about inspiration. There is a wealth of inspiration. The design team are amazing. Big shout out to them, by the way, because the samples that we've got today are lovely. There's an AALL Create Fanatics page on Facebook. If you go and join that, you'll see all of these samples. And Janet's regularly posting video tutorials, so is Abs.
Brilliant.
So there's a lot, you're not on your own when you get these home, that's for sure.
Yeah, which is brilliant. And I just thought I'd just show you that, because you can see sort of roughly what you can do if you have like a floral kind of finish one, and how it might look as well. So £15.99 for you to be able to get that. There's a huge amount, so I am whipping through them. There is still availability. It's just that I want you to have the opportunity with all of them. Now, we have got this one as well, which again, completely different to what we've seen. So this is your Penned with Love that you've got. And I love that you've got almost the ruler, you've got those hearts, you've got the little paper clips.
Yes, and again, so many uses beyond the memory decks, because those little paper clips, the little bulldog clip, really cute little add-ons for all sorts of things.
Definitely.
And I love those pen nibs.
Yeah, I do. It's really, really lovely, isn't it, to be able to see that. So this one, again, is going to have a deal price on. So if you would like to get that, we are going to go straight down on this. £12.99. So new to us, and yet deal price straight in with that one. Now, this next one is the one I sort of give you a little hint of a moment ago when I was saying about how the florals can actually look. So you can see that one actually translating into what we can see just there.
Yeah, the little flowers are lovely add-ons.
They are. If you pop it out, you can see the shape, and you can see everything.
They're great for creating the scene with your stamped characters, because it's nice to have a bit of 3D, isn't it? So to go with your stamped images, if you can add in some 3D flowers, that's really fun.
Yeah, exactly, without a doubt. So really, really beautiful. So that one there, £15.99, 6 dies in it. Now, what we've got here is we've got 5 dies. This is your tear it out. So is this one a bit different? Is this to kind of almost dress them up?
Yes, this one kind of gives you the nice edging. Let me find mine and I'll open it up and show you.
Okay, lovely.
Because it, again, not limited to this, but you have got a die in here that creates the little holes at the bottom of the memory decks.
Right.
So that does mean that if you wanted to perhaps use other things you've got and turn them in, so they'll fit in the memory decks.
Yeah.
You've got the slot pieces, basically.
Okay.
But if I open these up, you can see. Let's find that one. They're going to give you all sorts of decorative edges, really. But this one here cuts that.
See.
So you could put that on the bottom of any card that would fit in the box, and it will put in the holes for you. So really useful, that one.
Yeah,
so this is I would highly recommend getting this set if you're going for any of the others, because this will enable you to put other things in your memory decks.
Definitely. So you've got that one there, and again at £15.99 for you to be able to jump in and take that. Now, we're going even lower. Oh, yeah, let's. Why not? Instead, £12.99. We don't have many of this one left, though. Quite a lot of you have already jumped in and noticed that one. Now, this next one huge die where we get in this house that we can see here. I mean, how cool is that? And I'm thinking as well, if you wanted to use this and not have it as one, in the memory decks, you could
just chop the bottom off.
Couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. This one's a great scene builder, though, because if you're adding any of your characters in front of this, You know, some of the lovely Janet Klein little girls are like little princesses, so it could
they'd
be like
look great,
a fairy
wouldn't they?
castle.
Yeah.
You could go spooky, and this could be a sort of spooky Halloween house. But it's great to have some, you know, a proper scene going on in the background.
It is. Yeah, and it always could be castle, it could be anything that you wanted, and the different colours turn it into a totally different thing as well, don't they?
We've got one somewhere.
Which is fantastic. Yeah, I was thinking this one was one that I've got just here, but I'm not sure if it is the same one, to be honest with you. That's been, oh, that's nice. That one that I'm just seeing there. That one will be coming up in a minute. I'm like flicking through these, and I'm just like, oh, I like that one. Oh, I like that one.
Get distracted. Yeah. Oh, here we are. Here's one with the
that,
house.
don't you?
There's one in here. Let me pop this one out and show you. So this one has got a lovely spooky house. So, you know, you don't have to add tons of stuff on the front of them. That one looks like it's been cut from patterned paper and then just a little bit of ink splatters and some stamping. But it's a really nice shape. It's nice to have the variety when you flick through your memory decks to have all the different shapes.
Definitely, really, really is. Now, the next one, we've got a Christmas theme one. So, you know, thinking ahead now for Christmas that we've got there. Lovely, of course, to have the trees as well. Once again, the scenes, you've got the snowflakes. You can see an example of how part of that has been used here. I mean, that just looks beautiful.
Isn't it pretty with the glitter cardstock? Yeah, again, really pretty. It's going to work with lots of your different stamped images as well.
Definitely.
But I love the different tops to these because that's what you see when you're flipping through.
Exactly, it's the top thing that you see, and then you think, yeah, I love that. Let's sort of then have a look at what we've actually got and the scenes that have been built. So that one, again, a superb price of £12.99. Now we've also got your galactic edges. So we've got your 11 dies in this. This is a huge die set where you are getting all of those edgeables that we can actually see to be able to finish off each of these, or to add them as border strips to any of your other projects or anything like that.
Yes, I used the star actually on that little ink swatch, and that these don't cut at the bottom, so they are edgeable dies. So you could put this, I've cut that across there, but you could sort of cut into the top of any of your
anywhere that you
plain
wanted.
squares, and it gives you that lovely cutout. You can paper piece back in the stars, etc. So really fun to, you know, if you're perhaps using that other die that does the holes for you, these are great for creating your own shapes.
It is, isn't it? You've got these sort of bubbles that you can see there as well that we've got. You know, there's loads and loads of different shapes that are actually within this one, which is fabulous. Yeah, exactly. You could just put it into anything that you wanted, just as Sharon said. So there's lots of different ones. We're talking about 11 different dies within that one. This next one I love, right? Now this is your speech bubbles. This is your like, oh wow, and everything like that.
It is, isn't it?
That is so fun to add again to these projects, but to any project also.
Really is. And you've got that lovely sort of patterned edge to your memory decks page. And you'll recognise this, it sort of ties in with a lot of the nested die shapes that we've already seen from AALL Create.
Yeah.
So this kind of mirrors that, but it's a really nice striking way to frame your stamped images, your die cuts, because it gives you that lovely detail. And then you've got that lovely stitch detail on the little frame.
Lovely,
then you've got your speech bubbles, and you've got a couple of words there as well, which
yeah,
really
they're
fun.
just fun, aren't they? Really, really fun. So that's a great one. We've also got spring sprouts. We've been talking about spring today, saying a bit of a sunnier day this morning, so you're kind of feeling like, oh, we're edging forwards. This is 7 of your dies that we can see within this. Lovely, of course, to be able to have the shape, but also to have all of those sort of extra foliage, the flowers.
I love the foliage on this one. I would consider this one a must-have, because if you look at the memory decks page, it's just got stitch detail and that quite subtle sort of scalloped edge. I think this one's quite a plain one, which is quite nice. So you could decorate this really, you could
put anything
however you want. Yeah, and I think those dies with the foliage are really pretty.
Yes, I think so as well. We've then got your neighbour woods that we've got. So a lovely little play on words here, and you can see obviously with your memory decks you've got that great edging where you've got the buildings, the trees, all the scenes, but then you get in all of the extra house dies as well.
Yes, this is a really fun one. And again, it takes you beyond the memory decks, because I think those houses would be great for just creating a little scene on a card front. front. They'd be great for Christmas cards, great for new home cards.
Yeah.
But then for the memory decks, it's just really fun to have the border at the top that matches.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's just absolutely lovely.
Isn't that
and
sweet?
Obviously, depending on what colour you decide to actually cut them out, again, you're going to change that scene. And
you can change the look completely. Yeah, that one's really nice with them being a black silhouette. But you know, if you want to go Christmassy, you could do them from glitter cards. So
you could,
yeah,
absolutely.
really fun.
So again, down to £12.99 on that one. Now wait until you see the picket border, because this is the way to create that fence that we can see with this as well. One die, big, bold die, and of course you've got that wood grain detail, haven't you?
Yes, you've got the embossed detail in it. So really, you just need to cut this one from a brown cardstock, and you've got quite a nice realistic fence. Think to the dies that have got all that lovely foliage. You could create a lovely background.
Yes. And again, if you wanted to take that bottom bit off and actually make this in your scenes for your cards,
yes, perfect for a background on a card if you just chop the bottom piece off.
Definitely, yeah.
But it's the perfect backdrop for a lot of the stamps as well. If you think of the Miss D ones, we've got a couple on the show where she's like farming D. This would be great.
That
for that.
nature's inspiration bundle, which is significantly lower than it's ever been today as well. Just to give you a heads up if you want to go and get it. That would work with this.
That would work with it. It's a nice
butterflies.
I think this is one you're going to get a lot of use out of.
Definitely, without a doubt, absolutely gorgeous. One more set, which is your Sunshine Splendor that we have as well, and this is your rainbows.
This one's beautiful.
It's stunning, isn't it? And then all the extras. I mean, 9 extra dies there, from your sunshine to your stars to your flowers. You know, you get your bows. There's so much.
This is really pretty. And you've got little clouds there. I love the rainbows. Of course, you can colour those in individually if you want. Yeah. But they do look lovely in the memory decks, because that's what you see is the rainbow at the top. And it's a lovely backdrop for a lot of the stamped images.
I'd agree completely. And that one, $15.99. So there's a really, really big selection. But remember, the majority of those do come, of course, with the kind of main die, which is that memory decks die. Some of them don't. They're kind of border strips and everything like that. And then they come with the extra dies to go with them. So if we look back at, say, this one, for example, there's loads of different samples that we can look through. Initially, you create this memory decks box. This is just £14.99 to get this. We saw how quickly it took for Sharon to be able to put this box together. Decorate it all the way round. It's sturdy, it's thick MDF, it's great quality. You then, of course, get your dies, which will enable these to slot into those 2 rows and fit perfectly, so that suddenly you can be flicking through, you can be building whatever you'd like, whether it is swatches, whether it's your favourite characters, your Mrs. D, whether it's that you're wanting to do, you know, photos that you have at home, and then add those embellishments. It's up to you. You can personalise this absolutely perfectly. Now, I want to give a heads up that we've got loads of other bits as well coming in the show at the most incredible prices. The stamp deals, you've already spotted some of them. The prices are going to be really, really silly. So please do shop ahead with them, because we don't have massive quantities, but we are just going to do another part to the demo that we're going to see here with this, and then we'll be coming to all of those deals right after this.
Yes, I thought I'd show you an idea for decorating.
Okay, that's great.
So because of time, I did the painting at home, and I've actually done half of my memory decks box. So I've done 2 sides. I've done one long side and one end, and I thought we'll do the other half. So what I've done, just to recap, is I've taken my plain box. I've painted it with a couple of coats of just a nice acrylic paint. This is a Creative Expressions one. Any acrylic paint will do. And then what I did, because I wanted a bit more of an effect than a flat colour, I've sponged on some distress paint in speckled egg, just with a natural sponge, just literally dabbed it on. And it's given me this lovely sort of effect. Now, I thought the edges could do with something. So what I've done, the next thing I did, is I took some embossing powder. So all I'm going to do, let me grab my pot of embossing powder, is go around the edge with, I've got a Versamark pen. If you've got one of the small cubes of Versamark ink pad, you could use that. But I'm basically just going to apply it to the edges, because I think it'll give it a lovely luxurious look.
Yeah, definitely.
So do one edge at a time. So I'm just going to do this front piece. Put a good coating of the clear ink on, and then dip it in your embossing powder. Now, you might want to take out your little inside pieces, because this powder will get inside, and it will be easier to have this out the way. So I'm just going to pop that out the way. And then I've got my embossing powder in a pot. So I can kind of, probably this short edge, I can just dip it in and make sure I've got a good coating on the embossing ink. And then I'm going to grab my heat tool and melt that. You could go around the edge with an acrylic, a gold acrylic paint if you wanted to, but I just think it gives it quite a nice look rather than just flat paint. Makes it look a bit posher. So I'm just going to melt that. There we go. And there, doesn't that look pretty in gold? So then I'm just going to do the same on the long edge. Give it a good thick coat with the clear ink. I do this a lot actually. I do this on the edges of journals and things as well, and it just
adds though, doesn't it?
It just neatens it up a little bit, because sometimes with MDF the edges aren't quite as smooth, and it just covers that up really. So I'm just going to make sure that's all stuck to the ink. It is quite good having this in a big pot, because it does kind of enable me to
get it to catch on
throw it at it,
exactly.
And then I can just dab it off. There we go, like so. That looks fairly covered. And then again, heat it up. I've got a bit inside there. And this will give me that lovely edge. There we go. Just follow it along and you just see it turn. Metallic embossing powder is so easy because you can really see when it turns, because it goes from being very dull to shiny. So that's all my edges done all round. There we go. That's given it a nice professional look.
Yeah,
if you wanted to, you could go around all the corners. You can do as much as you want to. Now the next thing, for decorating the sides, you've got quite a nice space to work with on these actually in terms of decorating, because you'll notice you've got the two long sides, and then at one end you've got quite a high piece. This really would be the back, because if you think about it, when you've got your cards in here, they're going to be leaning back, so you've got the higher back for them to rest on, and then the front is a shorter piece.
Right, yeah.
So I've already decorated the back, and I've used just a little bit of stamping and then some butterflies, and then along the edge I've just die cut some of the decorative dies. Now this is set 54. I don't think we've even looked at this yet, so look ahead. Rustling Retreat, this is called, and it's got these fabulous foliage. Now this is a really good set. This is another one that's a good good one to pop in your basket. They're always those little finishing touches, aren't they, the little bits of foliage. I use dies like this all the time.
But I think as well, I'm sort of looking at what you've done so far with that, and I'm thinking that could now be a trinket tray. That could have my jewellery in, that could have my coins in, that could have the keys, you know.
It could.
You don't have to have it as a memory deck box.
No,
it's
a lovely size just to have on, as you say, for like throwing your keys in or jewellery, or just as a gift box. It's a nice size.
Oh, guess what happened to me at the weekend? Right, so I went out on Friday night
with
a friend, so I took my house keys off my car keys.
Yes.
Okay? My mum and dad were staying with me because my partner was working away in Italy, and we're going to soft play. My dad comes out, closes my door, he's got my car keys. I was like, oh no, you've just closed my door, haven't you? And my house keys
still in my house.
My car keys are outside my house. It's a door that closes and locks. I'm like, what are we actually going to do? Like, we're not going to be able to get back in. My mum and dad have my spare keys. Well, they're not in Leicester. Their keys are locked out. So it was like, oh my.
No.
So yeah, I'm looking at my keys and I'm thinking, what's this weird key that I've got randomly, you know, on like my car keys. So I'm around the side of my house. I've never opened the side door because I just block it. It's like a music room in Bowie's. I've never used it. Try this key as look had it. we got in there, had to like shove the drum kit out the way and stuff, you know, to get
Because it was blocked, but oh my
But
goodness.
we got in, and Dad was about to climb through the window, like upstairs, with like some ladders. Right
Oh
across
my gosh.
So honestly, it'd be much better to keep your keys where you know that they're actually in the right place, wouldn't you?
So easily done, isn't it? Because I do the same. I keep
Awful,
my
that
car
door.
keys separate from my door keys most of the time.
And then you're just,
'Cause-
yeah,
Yeah.
potentially in a mess if you have a door like mine.
So all I'm doing, I've die cut these from a mix of cards.
Yeah,
I've done some from gold, some from
really pretty.
some nice sort of green, and this lovely sort of, it's like a kind of teal colour.
Yeah. And that's the joy of decorating. And a lot of people have bits in their stash at home that they can use as well to decorate these bits, aren't we?
And I love the fact that this really is a
Got the
blank
box.
canvas. You can tie it in with whatever you want to put in it. I wanted to
Exactly.
keep this quite simple.
Yeah, I like it.
Because really the main focus is going to be whatever you decorate your memory decks pages with.
Yeah.
But
Lovely projects, isn't it? To get
it's
sorted.
nice to, yeah.
You know what would be quite nice as well if over the year, so I've started doing, I've got like a what do you call it, like a big pot, vase, whatever you want to call it. And each week on a Sunday, I'm writing like a positive thing that's happened from the week,
that's
and putting
lovely.
it in and getting Bowie to do it as well, so that next year we'll be able to take them all out and read them.
Oh,
What
that's
I'm thinking
lovely.
with this is how lovely would it be to do like a memory decks card every month, for example, for the
Yes.
12 months, and write on the back like a positive like little thing of what's happened, and then you've got
Yeah.
like that 12 months.
To look back.
So think, you know, it's just nice ways of
That is
memories
nice
and-
because you've got quite a lot of room on there
Yeah,
to
you
write,
have loads of space.
kind of what you did in the month and all sorts like that. I like that idea.
It's just quite inspiring, I think, this project, isn't it? There's lots of
it
things to
is.
think of.
So that's my side done. I've just stuck them all down with PVA glue.
Great, okay.
And then the end, I'm going to do a little bit of stamping. I've got that lovely speckled look,
Yeah.
but I'm just going to do a tiny bit, just to have a little bit more texture.
Okay.
I'm going to bring in from the Nature Collection.
Amazing.
There's a stamp set called Berry Bliss,
Okay.
and I love this set because I really like the berries, but there's also a really cool, like a little postmark and
that's
some
lovely.
script, and it's just the perfect thing for a bit of background text. So this one is called Berry Bliss, and it's number 1248.
Yeah.
And I'm going to use brown ink rather than black because this is background and I don't want it to be too kind of in your face. So I'm going to find a brown. Here we go. I've got two different browns here actually. Let's go with the darker one. And then what I'll do is maybe some second stamping. So let's pop that on.
Yeah.
I'm using Versamark ink, Versafine ink, because it'll dry quite quickly. And what I'm going to do is just little bits here and there. And I can do just to give it some texture,
Nice.
just so there's something going on in the background. And then I've also used, and I've already coloured these, and I'll show you which set it was, the butterflies. I
Okay.
love these. So we've got Mariposa, and then Papillon. So we've got, actually it's not called Papillon, is it? It's got Papillon on it. It's called Kaleidoscopio, that one, and then
Yes.
Mariposa.
Yeah.
Got some really nice mixture of butterflies there. And I've used, I think one from each set, are they?
Oh, they're sweet, aren't they?
Yeah, that's from that set. Yeah, and that's that one. So I've used both sets.
Okay.
And I've coloured these in with pencils. I love these.
I do as well.
They're really fun. They're lovely to
Yeah.
colour as well. And we're going to pop these on.
Okay.
And then that's going to be my box all decorated and ready to start filling with my cards.
That's fabulous. So you can see that obviously then once it's put together, you can pop all of the cards, of course, into this, and you can do things exactly like what we're seeing here and create in any way you want. All of the dies that we've got on today's show are there and available. Remember, the majority of them come with that sort of base of what you would want for your card deck. So you've got obviously that cutout to pop it on, and then you get lots of extras. You get some edgeables on some of them as as well. So you're ready then to decorate and to complete your box as well, which is absolutely super, isn't it? So a brilliant opportunity to really do, you know, new craft, new hobby we're talking about as well in the new year. This could be the first time you've done something like this, and what a great way and great price to be able to do such a super project as well. That looks fab, doesn't it?
It's fab, isn't it?
Really
Top tip with the butterflies. Life is too short to try and fussy cut those antennae. So stamp those on first and then just snip them off when you're fussy cutting, because you can then just see them on there. Because cutting around those is far too much time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got my box now ready to start. I can pop that back in. Make sure the rounded corners are on the top, because they just look a little bit nicer. And then it just slides in. So you can take this in and out. I wouldn't necessarily worry about gluing this in, because it's such a snug fit that it's not going anywhere once it's in.
Exactly.
And then I'm ready to start die cutting my memory decks.
Wow, amazing. Loads of this in your basket. Make sure you are, of course, checking out on the dies to go with it. Now, the nature inspiration you have just used just there. So should we kick off with that one first? Because we've just seen you using this one. Now, I will just let you, sorry, nature's impressions. Let me let you just know that this actual kind of combination of stamp sets should be at £59.95. Now, we've had this on once before, a couple of times, I think, actually, and we've actually discounted it. So it has been discounted in the past to £53.95. Sold brilliantly. Should we go to £53.95? Because actually this is the only place this has ever been, okay? Wait to see what we are going to do on the price today. Now, have a look at how much you're getting within this, because these are absolutely gorgeous. Oh my gosh, the split pay, Sharon, has just come in on this.
Oh, brilliant.
It thinks the price is going to be £53.95. Like
it should be.
Well, yeah, that's where it's sold brilliantly, but it is not going to be today. Now, you are getting, look at those two gorgeous stamp sets that we are seeing just there. So that's the first set. We then have your Sunny Splash. Now, you have got here those, I love this, one of my favourite sets where you've got that really large sunflower.
Oh, I love that sunflower.
It's fabulous, isn't it? So you can see them there, the really, really large stamp sets that you've got. That's the second one. Rosy Days, you've got that full, in fact, I remember these. I've done the show at this price at £53.95. And I remember how well they sold. We had them gorgeous samples. It's just absolutely stunning. So we've got that one. You're then getting your tangerine wings. So if you love your butterflies, what about that large butterfly? You've got that kind of amazing mix of butterflies, that flurry of them that's moving there. Then we've got the berries that we've just seen, obviously Sharon using. This is always a firm favourite that you just use there.
Yeah, that's such a useful, just that little postmark die. I use it all the time. But I do love the berries as well, because they're fun to colour.
And it's just when you actually see what you can do. Do you want it as your memory decks cards? You could do something like that. Do you want it in larger sort of sizes? How about this? You know, there is so much you can do. You can see the stunning butterflies by using one, or the flurry. You've got, of course, the beautiful roses that we can see within this as well. We've got the different flowers, that sunflower that I absolutely love. Are you hot? Turn it down if you want to. You know, if you want to turn the studio down, if you're too hot. I can just see that Bobby is hot. It is hot in here. And I'm like, if you're too hot, I'm like, go and put some aircon on, because I don't want you to like pass out.
It's either roasting or freezing in here. There's no happy medium, is there?
Oh my, now look at what we have just gone to, okay? So this has never been at this price point before. We are now, we've not even just took a tenner off, £20 off the price. Which now means 5 sets, you are about to get this today on split pay. So we're looking at just over £17 you could pay for this today if you wanted to.
My goodness.
Take it on that split pay opportunity, which is phenomenal. That is £7 and 19p each on this one for you to be able to get. Right, we've got a big wait on the phone lines now for this, and there's so many of you there. Okay, 2 to 3 minute wait, 30% of the stock's gone already. Georgina, Janet, Giselle, Elaine, we've got Joan and Anne and Julie and Sally. As I say, this has only ever been £53.95 before. Split pay has come in because it should always be over 50. Abs has given us an amazing chance for deals today, which means all 5 of these sets, instead, you can get another £20 off the already discounted price, £25 off that full price. And on split pay, you're taking them home for less than £18 today for them all. You're talking flowers, you're talking butterflies, you're talking everything that is the most popular colour sort of looks to get, and you've got that here, which is just absolutely superb, isn't
yeah,
it?
this is a lovely collection. You know me, florals are my favourite.
Yeah,
So
I think it is with most people, isn't it?
This is a collection I use a lot because I particularly like the butterflies, and I like that one with the berries. They're my two most used.
Yeah, and I've seen you use them a lot, and I think that's the thing. I think when you see different kind of, you know, opportunities where people are using the same ones again and again, you know it's a fan favourite.
Yeah, you do always have your favourites that you keep going back to, don't you?
Yeah, 40% of the stock has gone, never before been discounted. I have been told that these are today only prices as well, so you do need to make sure that, of course, you get them while you can. We haven't got, I wish I could say we had even more stock than we do have. Once it's gone, I believe it's gone. So an amazing chance today. I do now, wow, we have, okay, half the stock's gone. I have way more of you with this in your basket than availability. So it is now down to the fastest finger first. I'll leave it with you. If there's any left, I will come to it at the end of the show. Shall we come to the butterflies? Because we have just seen Sharon using these as well, okay? Now, these are your winged creatures stamp bundle that we've got. So you've got those beautiful butterflies that, of course, we've just seen, which are absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? So you can see all 4 of those that you're getting. You're then getting that one with the papillion. You've got the flutter that we're seeing. This is brand new to us today and still going to a remarkable
And look at these
price.
with the little eyes.
Oh,
These
they're
are
so
just
fun.
so adorable.
And I love the chirp and the buzz. Look at this, which we've got just here, for example, as a lovely little sample. I open that up.
These are just
then,
so cute. I really love that.
You know, I mean, that's just what a lovely little present. Like, that's a little book kind of created for somebody, isn't it? If you wanted to do something like that, or you might want to do a little journal. It might be that you're thinking tags with these, for example. Obviously, they can go onto cards if that is what you would like to do in different sizes. You might create postcards. I mean, the samples, as you can see, are beautiful because not only have you got those stunning butterflies, but you've also got all of these extra kind of insect characters that we can see there as well. Have a little look through.
I love those little tags. I mean,
so nice, isn't it?
they're just so sweet.
Yeah, I think they're lovely little bookmarks would be nice on as well. So £23.97 is the price it should be. We are about to go quite a bit lower, okay, than this. First time ever that we've been able to bring this to you. You wouldn't expect us, therefore, to go low. Oh my gosh, okay, we've only got 25 left. Too many people have spotted it. Too many of you have spotted it. So we are taking every pound, every penny out of this. £14.38 for all of them. So that's less than a £5 per set.
That's a brilliant price.
Isn't it?
And I just think these are so fun to colour.
You're going to use this so much, aren't you?
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah. And I think
they're a lovely
you
size.
add in those onto your box as well. It just finished it off lovely.
Yeah, it did. It just gave it some character, didn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And I think as well, this is great to just add some extra embellishments, but suddenly it could be your full card and it could be any age. It could be adult, it could be child, depending on the colour
That's
you
the
use.
beauty of butterflies, I think, because they're quite universal, aren't they?
Yeah.
Depending on what colours you use, they'll work for anyone.
I'm really sorry, but we've got single figures. We've got 6 chances left, and I've got 38 of you with this in your basket. So waits on the phone lines, hold it. Fingers crossed you'll get it. Keep checking out, but yet we are into single figures. Look ahead because of the prices we are doing. Can I come across? Because the last show that I did with Abs, he introduced me to Miss D. Now, I'd never come across Miss D before. I didn't know. I've fallen in love with her, Sharon.
I am Miss D before I have my morning coffee.
Is that you? I love this. She is the best character, and we get to see her in all different ways, don't we?
Yes, there's all sorts of different themed Miss D, and we've got 4 different Miss Ds for you today.
She's just super. I've never seen this collection before, but I have been introduced to her on something else, and you can just see the clearness, obviously, of that stamp set. But we've got letting the cat out of the bag is easier than putting it back, for the love of cats as well. Then, of course, Miss D. You've got the cat. You've got the glasses to dress her up.
I love those cat's eye glasses.
I do. Second set, my superpower is helping animals. I know how to neuter.
Now, how fun is that for a card?
She's really funny. Eat the rainbow, keep it fresh. You've got farmer's market there as well. There she is. She's literally sass, isn't she?
She's really sassy, really snarky.
Is you? This is you without your coffee.
This is me.
Do I look like I rise and cry and shine?
I love that one.
Look at the chicks. Imagine putting them with the insects we just saw, for example.
Yes, but you could create a lovely scene with those. And really fun.
You really could. And again, look how amazing these samples are of what you could create. $31.96 is an absolutely brilliant, brilliant price. Are we going to do this price? No, we are not. Of course we're not. We've been very, very lucky with the deals and the prices that Abs has given us. I know as well, like Abs was saying, that people sort of, as soon as, like I've done, you fall in love with Misty and you want to collect all of her stamp sets.
I'm going to shout out Karen, actually, a lady who comes to my card class.
Okay.
I brought along some Misty one month.
Yeah.
And she now avidly collects them. She's got tons of them now.
I mean, look at that for wall art, for example, if somebody loved cats. Oh, now that's a good saving, isn't it? We're now under £20. They should be $31.98.
That's a great price. And we all know, we've all got those friends that you know would really appreciate
100%.
the humour of Misty, because it is a little bit sort of snarky.
Tongue-in-cheek, isn't it?
Yeah,
like,
a little bit sarcastic.
That means they're less than a £5 each. They're £4.70 roughly each. You've got such a mix of Misties, as you can see there, going across all of those. That phenomenal discount under £20, and if it's the first time you've been introduced to her, then what a perfect way to be introduced, and at that sort of price tag that we've actually got there.
It is, well. And you will start to collect them because you know, the good thing with AALL Create is you can always look back. I love the way they number their stamps as well, so you can
that's
kind
really
of
good,
keep a record of which ones you've got very easily.
Yeah, definitely. So that one's there at $19.18. Keep on coming through. It's just that I'm conscious of the fact I've got 10 minutes left and I want to get everything in this hour into the show. We have one other stamp bundle, then I've got some gorgeous dies that I want to bring to you as well. I've kind of saved this on purpose till last because I think this is going to be a favourite.
I think this will be a favourite because we all know a dog person or a cat person.
We do.
And these are really fun. Janet Klein's characters, I love the way that, you know, they've got the big eye. It just makes them a bit fun.
It does, doesn't
lovely
it?
to colour. You've got accessories, you've got nice sentiments with these. They are lovely.
Dogs are my favourite people. I think a lot of people would feel that, wouldn't they?
Yes. And of course you can mix and match across these. You can put the hats on the dogs or the cats. The sayings work across the board.
And you see, like, once they're actually dressed up as well with those extras.
Yes.
Just fabulous. They're so kind of modern, so creative in terms of what we can see with these as well.
They've very much got the AALL Create quirkiness,
haven't
which
they?
Just make them really fun.
Yeah. And doing it like that, you know, as a love card, you wouldn't think a wedding card, but actually it would work for weddings, it would work for anniversaries.
And just a bit different and really fun.
Isn't it? Now, £31.96, again, should be the price that we are at, okay? Should we match the last price and go under 20? I think we should.
So.
Let's do it. Down to the penny as well. So £19.18. Perfect the way you are. This one, be beautiful as well. So you've got so many amazing samples.
I love seeing the different styles. Abs has the most amazing designs.
Oh, they're brilliant, aren't
they? The samples always just make you want to get hold of these stamps and try, don't they?
Yeah, 100%. I think so. And especially at an under £20 price where suddenly you're thinking that is, again, about £4.70 per stamp set for us to be able to get those, which is absolutely superb. So massive well done on them ones. Now, we have this fabulous, and that's why I have to bring these to you, because we've got an amazing stamp set, but this is with your alphabet and your numerals that we can see there, your extra figures that we've got. So this is the Spelling Spectacular and the Vocabulary Blend bundle that we've got just here with these two.
You can't have too many alphabets, and I think the font on these is really nice. They're kind of must-have stamps. They're going to work with everything. They're going to enable you to personalise all of your projects. Of course, with the memory decks, they're quite good if you wanted to maybe put someone's name on there or initials. And you've got two different styles here that they're quite similar but different. And they work really well together. And then, we've got dies.
And we've got the dies, haven't we, to go with them as well. So so let me show you how they will come. So they will come with your die set that goes with the stamp set, won't it, as well?
Yes. And a really fun font, this one. It's kind of very modern.
It's really different.
Very playful.
Yeah.
And having the combo just means that you can either stamp directly onto your project or you can use the dies as well. So you can mix and match across the two.
Yeah.
I always say alphabets, nesting dies. you can never have too many.
Oh no,
because
I
they're your
don't think
go-tos,
so.
aren't they?
And I think especially when, you know, we look at these and you're thinking that sort of style as well, that sort of font, because it's not the kind of font we usually see.
No, it's very quirky. And of course,
Yeah.
you wouldn't want something really plain and simple with these beautiful stamped images, would you? You know, you've got the really playful, fun images, a bit quirky. You need an alphabet that matches. So
exactly.
this is just perfect for
This
them.
one's lovely how that one's been done, look. with
That's
the
lovely, isn't
embossing
it?
that you can see as well. Now, again, £36.98. That should be the price, okay, that we are at. But again, instead, let's go right down on this. Oh, it's basically half price.
Wow. That's great, because these are dies that you're going to use for years and years. You know, they're the dies that you come back to alphabet. So
yeah, exactly. So to actually have your die, 52 dies there, to have all of the stamps that, of course, we can see there as well, 48 stamps. I mean, that is absolutely unbelievable.
it's great value. These are very much your sort of everyday bread and butter.
They are, and they're big. They're big sizes, of course, that you can see.
Yeah, they're
there.
a good size.
Yeah.
They are, because you know, if you want to go into sort of journaling or decorating notebooks, you want them a little bit bigger.
Definitely, and almost a bit like you've got your brush lettering, sort of like
Yes.
in terms of the style that we're seeing on that one. So that's a half price deal. Now the other set that we've got, where you are getting the same concept, but they're very different in terms of the font. I'd say this is more of like, that's quite quirky, quite modern.
Yes,
this is more
this
like
is
every
a bit
day.
more every day. This is
Quite traditional,
more
isn't it?
simple. It's still got that sort of very much hand painted look to it.
Yeah.
Very all and create, but yeah, I feel this one's a little bit more universal.
Yes, I think that, and I think when you actually see that sort of being stamped out, for example, there you can see what we mean in terms of the difference from what you did just see before as well. £36.98, again, that should be the price, but again, we are not going to do that. Let's match the price. Let's do a half price deal. So this is where you would be expecting to get one. I mean, if you got the stamp set or you got the die set, you'd think, oh yeah, that's brilliant, but you're getting both of them.
Yes, you are. And with the dies, you've got your sort of your letter and the shadow, if you can see on the packaging there.
Yes, okay.
So you've got 50, I think it's 52 dies in that set.
Yeah, 50. Yeah, 52.
52.
Yeah, that's right. And
So
50.
you've got a lot in there for the money, and of course you've got the option then of using, if you want the letter to be quite skinny, you can use it without the shadow.
Yeah.
But of course having the shadow is quite nice if you do that in a different colour.
Definitely, and it's £18.49. That's the price that you're actually paying for both of those that we can see just there as well. So a brilliant half price deal for you to be able to get this. Now, one final deal that we can bring to you as well, which is, yeah, I mean, Laura's just at my ear, she's like, this is epic. And I'm like, yes, basically it is. It's a really big set that we're about to bring you. Now, we have got your Garden Grace within this. Should be £67.95 for all of this. 8 dies, again, very usable, being the florals.
Very usable. They're going to, you know, and when you look at the style and you look at the different elements we've had with the memory decks dies,
yes.
These are going to give you add-on elements to decorate. So
everything.
You know, I think this would be a great thing to add in if you've already gone for some of the memory decks.
So. This is one of my favourites.
I love
the
this.
petal pottery. I just think it is so beautiful. You can use one, you can use all 3 of them together.
Yes.
But it's just that hand-drawn nature, which I think just looks absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, and great for quick cards because you can cut them from, you know, white or black,
yes.
put them on an inky background, and you've got a really modern-looking card.
Exactly. We then have your flowers that we can see here as well. So
I love the style of these.
Me
I
too.
like the leaves, and I love that one in the middle where it's like a sort of seed pod.
This was what you were using a bit earlier when you were creating your box.
This is the set with the box. And I like the mix here. You know, they were perfect for decorating the side of the box because I had a nice mix of sizes there.
Definitely. And then finally, wait until you see this.
Now, you've seen this one on a lot of the finished samples for the boxes.
Isn't it?
Because this works perfectly around the edge. That one in front of you, Sherilyn, the green one, has got,
Yeah. Oh,
you can
yes.
see around the edges.
Whole, look.
So it's great for decorating the edge of your box.
So it's got the alphabet that we've just sort of brought to you there on that, and then it's got that with the decor as well. Let me show you more samples as well from that collection because there's just so much that, of course, you will be able to do with this. You can see that decor again being added just there with the edge.
It's a great sort of grounding spot, that little border, because you know, you don't want your stamped images to look like they're floating in midair. So it's just the perfect little thing to sit them on.
Yeah. And then, of course, you're getting all them extra flowers. I mean, you're getting so many dies for your money. Look at that one. Like I was saying,
that's lovely.
Next to
Been
each
paper
other.
piece back in and really pretty.
That is as well. And we are at £33.98 for you to be able to get that today. So again, a big saving that we have got on that opportunity, which is absolutely super. Do look back in terms of the stamps. I'm not sure how much availability we've got left. I know they were all very limited. Obviously, we had the Nature's Inspiration, Nature's Impression, I should say. That was by far the best price ever. It's coming on split pay as well of just over £17, but previously it's only been £53.95. Brand new pieces to us at the lowest prices as well. So look back at them and make sure you are checking out as well, because it's been super. You're back at 5? I'm
back at 5.
Lovely.
And we'll do some more demos, show you some more ideas for them.
Very exciting. So do tune back in at 5. There's so much to say. We just wanted to make sure that absolutely everything we had on the show was available. And now you know that you can use them and you can create with them. I will be back in a moment with Craig. We have got Crafter's Companion coming up for you next. We got loads of deals again coming up in that show.
Did you know Hobbymaker's sister channel, Sewing Street, is live right here every day from 8 AM to 1 PM? Join us for 5 hours of sewing, dressmaking, quilting, crochet and much more. With expert guests and presenters who demonstrate throughout the show, you'll be able to get your inspiration along with everything you need to take you on your sewing journey. Whether you're a pro or just getting started, there is something for everyone. So tune in daily and be part of our creative community right here on Sewing Street from 8 AM through to 1 PM.
At Hobbymaker, we're very proud of our postage and packaging offer, but it might not be completely clear how it works. The good news is that you only pay £4.95 no matter how many times you order or check out within 1 day. To ensure this happens, all you have to do is combine your orders. So I could order morning, noon or night, and all I would pay is £4.95 until midnight that day, as long as I remembered to combine my order each time. And that's it. Another example of shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Kickstart 2025 with Hobbymaker, your home for creativity and inspiration. This January, we're here to help you discover new skills, new techniques, and new demonstrations to fuel your crafting passion. From papercraft to mixed media, join us for exciting projects, fresh ideas, and special guest experts throughout the month. Whether you're trying something new or rediscovering an old favourite, let Hobbymaker inspire your creativity this year. New year, new hobby, only on Hobbymaker.
If you're shopping here at Hobbymaker and have a discount code to use, this is applied at the checkout via our website or app. Once you've added all your items to your basket, simply pop the code in the discount box and click Redeem. The price will automatically adjust and then you're ready to continue with checkout. Alternatively, if you're shopping with us by phone, our friendly help team will apply the discount for you. Shopping made easy with Hobbymaker.
I feel like you wanted to see that little wiggle that Craig
I
was
knew you were a way to throw me under the bus there.
It was
Chef.
nice.
I knew you were a way to do
Yeah,
that.
but it was fancy.
I was only going side to side.
It was. You also do look really smart. You've just popped a jacket on, haven't you?
Yeah,
Dressed yourself up.
going back and forwards backstage, and the amount of people that stop go, you look really smart. I was
You
like,
do.
I'm going to take that as a compliment.
Yeah,
Does that mean that I don't look smart the rest of the time?
No, it's just
I know
because-
that's not what
just
they
because
meant.
earlier you had your top
Yeah,
on.
I
Now
just
you've
put my jacket on now. I wish I
jacket on.
didn't, because it's absolutely
hard. I was
rusty.
like, Bobby was nearly dying in the last hour. I was like, go and turn the aircon on, go and get it cooler. I was like, definitely don't pass out in here. I nearly did that with Debbie. Do you remember that? Ages ago, when we first started Hobby Maker.
right.
Oh my gosh, that was a moment.
That's right.
Yeah, so I was literally with Debbie. Thank goodness that obviously these guys are so amazing at their jobs, because I'm with Debbie and I suddenly couldn't see anything. I went totally black and nobody obviously knows. You don't know what to do. So I just went down and I was just gone, right? And then I had to go off and just leave Debbie just to carry on while I went and got some like sugar and things like this.
yeah.
So, you know, it didn't matter, to be honest.
I think it was that watch, and it was kind of she just tripped up. Oh no, she's not tripped over.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was
no,
just
something
the
up.
moment. I can't see it. Anyway, it was all good. That was a long time ago.
You're all right now, though. You're fine. You feeling okay?
Well, we'll see.
We'll see.
Now, you've actually put together a bundle to kick off the show.
I have indeed.
This is a really cool bundle, these nesting dies.
They really, really are. If you know me, you know I love nesting dies. I love big dies. I love big
Yeah.
dies. And that's exactly what we've got. Now, we weren't actually necessarily going to be showing it till later on, but because
Price
I
is
put
too
it
good.
together, and because lots of you at home are already showing interest with them, we thought, let's have a look at them first of all. 'Cause it is a
Exactly.
great little set, even if I do say so myself.
I think so too. So you're kicking off with your hexagons that you've got here, an 11-piece die set. And of course, this is a shape that is so difficult to actually create perfectly yourself. So the fact that you've actually got this is going to be very, very usable and create them gorgeous shapes that we
They are
absolutely
indeed.
love. Your ovals,
The
a
ovals
must.
as well. Both of those one Shiz are cut and emboss. Now you can't just use them to cut. When we do our first
Okay.
demonstration with the Valentine's
Yeah,
theme,
yeah.
I'll run the hexagon through. Because what you've got is you've got that die edge, but you've got like a couple of millimetres
see,
of
okay.
metal. And that
Yeah.
means that you can then run it through with your embossing mat. So you get the cut on the outside edge,
Okay.
but then you get that nice deep emboss there. So it's like it's been padded. That's the best way to explain it.
Oh, it's even better than I even thought
So,
it was
yeah.
going to be. So that's the same on the ovals that you can see there as well. We then have this opportunity as well, which is your cross stitch. You've got your rectangle frames that we can see on this one as well. And it's really nice to have that difference with the little cross or the little kisses, if you want to think, kind of running down it.
It is indeed, and the reason I've put that one in there, it is one of my favourites with the actual edge frames, is as a lot of people know, if I have been unwell in the hospital with my Crohn's, I do cross-stitching when I'm in the
I
hospital.
didn't know you did that.
And this is a great one to use and frame your cross-stitching
amazing.
projects because
Yeah.
it's got the little cross-stitch all the
Okay.
way round. So I really do like that one. You don't
Yeah.
have to use it for cross-stitch,
No,
but
but
it's
it's
the
a-
three frames,
a
it's the
lovely
little
extra, isn't
X's.
it, to be able to do
And
that?
with Valentine's, it works well as
Of course
little
it does,
kisses.
definitely. Then this is one of the prettiest ones. So this is your Ferrara that we've got here. And I just love the kind of delicate nature, almost like the lace edge that you get to see.
It is really, really delicate. So many options because you can cut in to individual layers if you want to. 3 separate dies within each one.
Yeah.
And then you can then even start to team them with the next one that we're going to see as well. Is because they're all completely separate. But if you do want to mix and match, and you can
course you
do.
can.
And I actually dug this one out. This is one that I just done for fun months and months and months ago. So this is the
that's
sort of
nice.
thing. They are larger, elongated, but look at that, just really simple mats and layers.
yeah.
But this is the detail that you've
gorgeous.
got. That's just with a number dies,
Yeah,
etc.,
and that's your
etc.
Latina that
Yes.
we've got here. So that means that you are about to get both of those fancy dies that we've got. You're getting, of course, your stitched edge you've got there with, of course, your rectangles. You're also getting your ovals, which is going to be one of the most used. And, of course, you have got the hexagon as well that we can see here. So it's an absolutely brilliant mix that we can get. £72, price that we should be at.
Yes.
The reason we've kicked off the show with this is because we were talking to Craig earlier when we kind of prep our shows. And we spotted the price. So you were like, yeah, I put these together because I love them. Didn't mention the deal that you've managed to get as well. And we were just like, are you actually able to go to that price? You're like, yeah, sure. So we had to start with it, didn't we?
They are, you know, and the thing is, nesting dies, they're essential dies. We
so
always need them.
Yeah.
These have recently, certainly the oval and the hexagon, have only recently come into our range here in the UK.
Yeah.
And what you have got is you've got that ability, as I said, cut and emboss with a cracking price.
£29.18, so down to the penny, but meaning that these are £5.83 a die set now.
Yeah, for essential dies, 3 sets of essentials. You've got your frame with a cross stitch, you've got your oval, you've got your hexagon, but then even these elongated ones, and you can make them short, or you can die cut them and then cut them. So if you want them to go onto things such as 4x6, you can do that.
Yeah.
That big, large back die, so for instance, this one here, so you'll see. So either set there, Shez, that big back one, cut that, fold that in half, there's your card blank.
It's a card, isn't it? And how
Do you know what I
fancy is
mean?
that?
Because you've got that elongated length within that actual die there.
Definitely, gosh. So all of those, you are looking at better than half price to get this today. We are actually looking at you saving over £40. So you're spending £29.18. You're saving about £43 today if you want to go for them, which is a superb deal for some of the most usable dies, with them being your nesting dies, but you've got them fancy finishes on them as well, which is absolutely superb. So as we say, that price, Craig has wangled it for you for today. You've got it today, so don't miss out on it if you want to jump in and get them, because that is silly.
Shall I just very quickly show you them?
Yeah.
Well, let's do this there, because they look as though you guys are jumping in to get a hold of them.
20% gone already.
So let's take, it's going to cut as normal, Shez. So we're going to go in with our cardstock. I'm going to go in with my frosted, and I'm going to go in with my magnetic, then I'm going to go in with my top plate. Now, you'll hear me and the two Debbies say, when it comes to simple dies, try it without your magnetic shim, because it'll cut without that pressure, and this will. However, I'm going to run it through again in a moment with the embossing mat, so therefore I'm just giving it a helping hand to emboss even more. So this is the way that I like to, when you're cutting and embossing, the way that I like to think of it is flip it over, sorry, just knocked you there. And then if the die pops out, as you can see, cuts as normal, that's fine. If it pops out, just pop it back in. I can't find our raspberry, so I've gone back to our original purple embossing mat. You're going to lay that on. So, Shez, it's as if you're going to be cutting into that. Don't worry, it's fine, it's magic material. You're not going to damage it. Pop it back. And then what you do need to do, take out the magnetic shim. You don't have the magnetic and embossing mat at the same time. This is just the way that I remember how to do it, just by flipping and rotating. We're going to run that one through. So that's going to run through again, but what's going to happen with the embossing mat, that little ridged edge all the way round, the embossing mat's going to push your cardstock through that. And then what you'll see here, hopefully, we'll be able to see right round the edges. So if I go right into here, there, look at that.
That's lovely, isn't it?
Look at that. Isn't that fab? And then what you can do if you want, Shez, keep the die in place, go around with your ink pads. What that will then do, that will keep the edge nice and white. And then you've got all of that space there is going to be inky in colour. But that's what, see what I mean by like sort of padded stitched effect that it gives you.
And the same will happen with the oval, won't it? So it's exactly the same. So you'll get that effect with both of those, which are two of the newest die sets, of course, in with Crafter's Companion. But then, of course, on top, as you saw with that lovely sample of the cards, you've got these, your elongated ones, which have all of the detail, that like, beautiful kind of finish on them. And then you've got the extra of the cross-stitch rectangle frames, which you can either just leave like that and have that beautiful kind of cross-stitch look, or kisses if you want it for love, or like Craig said, you can sew through it and you can actually do your cross-stitch through it, so it's totally up to you. 40% of the stock's gone. We've got Alison, Mavis, Gaynor, Trace, we've got Karen, we've got new crafters in Suffolk, and Susan and Claire and Sue and everybody else with this in their basket. You've got to check out if you actually want to guarantee it at this price, as it is at today price, which is absolutely fabulous. I'll see if there's any left at the end of the show and I will let you know. Now, we are not far away from obviously Valentine's Day, but we know that we do love all year, don't we? It's not just Valentine's. So we can look at this as anniversaries, you know, we can look at this as weddings, we can look at this as just for your best friends as well as a just because, you know, this is not something, in my opinion, that is just Valentine's. It'd work nice for it, but I would use it for everything. Now, you are getting a brand new bundle that has been put together today. Let's kick off first looking at the charms because they're gorgeous, aren't they?
They really, really are. So what you're going to be getting is 50 of your charms.
Wow.
Now, what I want to say, what I want to stress is we will try, and the chances are you will get 25 designs and two of each.
Yep.
I just need to stress, you'll definitely get 50. It might be that one of them you'll get one design and another you'll get three.
Fine.
Just the way that they're kind of collated and put together in manufacturing and the packaging. But you will definitely get 50. But yeah, most of you will get at least two of each design. But look at that finish that you've got.
This looks like resin, doesn't it?
That's exactly what it's like, yeah. Every one of them have got the little hoop on there. So if you want to put them onto charms, if you want to put them onto necklaces, if you want to put them on earrings, you can do that. Pop them around a card. But then as well, you know, they really are strong and sturdy when it comes to it. So much so it's come off my board. I thought that would happen. The point being that it's going to then show you how strong and sturdy that these are. You know, they're not just thin, flimsy little bits of metal.
There is a very limited amount of additional stock if you want to get them on its own. I know last time that we saw these, when we launched them, they did sell out completely individually. So we don't have many at all, but it's just to let you know they're there if you want to go and get them. Now, also this bundle is going to come with 3 different types of cardstock. And wait until you see this cardstock close up, okay? Because I have to show you the red first. For the reason that I have never seen anything quite like this. It's like there's this encapsulated glitter that's kind of within this, isn't it?
And that's essentially what it is. It's incredibly fine, super fine. This means it's going to work for all your electric cutting machines, bladed machines. It's going to be absolutely fine. You do have that very light texture to it, but for it being a shedless glitter, it's still quite smooth.
Yeah, it is.
Smooth to touch there. Emboss it, die cut with it. You can still do lots of techniques. Stamp onto it and then do your gilding flakes onto it. It's a beautiful cardstock, and it's 10 sheets that you're getting.
10 sheets
A4
of that. We then have the glorious gold that we're seeing here as well, with almost that pearlized finish.
That's right. So the shedless glitter is 250 GSM.
Okay.
That is our 310
It's
GSM.
so bright, isn't it?
So bright. It's going to complement that colour we just showed with the shedless glitter. Red, A4 in size, 310 GSM. And yeah, it's a really nice kind of like old style gold.
And then the third colour is this beautiful, delicate pink that you can see here. It's very pretty, isn't it?
It really is. So that one's called Baby Pink. So also Centura Pearl, 310 GSM. And just like the other ones, and even the glitter, cut it and emboss with it as well. Use it as card blanks,
Really
luxury
nice
card blanks if you want to.
So is the 10 of each of all of
10
them?
of
So
each,
30
yes,
sheets
10 of
altogether,
each.
which is brilliant. You then get a die set with this as well. So you are going to get your love die. In fact, you get a stamp as well. So it is a stamp and die set that you got. You've got the board just here that we can see. And I just love how it has the space for the just for you or the with love.
That's right, yeah.
But you could put any of these sentiments at home, couldn't you, into that?
You can put whatever you like in there, yeah. So this originates from the split space die collection.
Okay.
So for anyone that's new, this isn't a new die, it's new within this configuration
Yeah, of course,
here. But yeah, so you've got the love heart there, you've got the top, you've got the bottom, but then you've got 2 sentiments that you can then pop in the middle just for you with love. But as you quite rightly said, Jess, anything, any sentiment stamp, any sentiment die.
You can create the space that you want because of it being in those 2 separate dies.
Exactly,
can't you,
that's it. So you've got that nice full flower. So do your stained glass window effect, do your paper piecing effect, do your gilding flakes, do techniques that Debbie was showing you last week when she was here. Can I just say, it's so good to see Debbie back.
Oh my gosh,
I've not seen her yet.
Happy. Yeah,
I have not seen her yet. I'm back here at the end of the week. I'm here Thursday, Friday.
Right.
So I'm going home for a couple of days. So I'm going back into head office because she's up at head office because I've not seen her since mid-December. So it was so, I just quickly dotted on. It was actually both of you that were on. It was so good to see Debbie back.
It
so
was. It really was.
anything that Debbie's shown you, and then Debbie Robinson will be here, I think, start of February.
Okay,
I think.
lovely,
But,
yep.
So we're all going to be here. But yeah, all these techniques that you see, when you see all the techniques that other brands do, other demonstrators do, but to have the heart, to have the stamp as well, that's it done. But then you can be as creative as you want.
Exactly, and it's just beautiful having the flowers kind of inside that stamp as well. Plus, okay, there's something else in the bundle. You're going to get your ribbons as well that are going to come with this. And I always think if you are doing like a card, a love card, whether it's for your partner, whether it's for your friend, whether it's an anniversary or wedding, you put a little bow on or something, and it just kind of gives it that little bit of extra elevation, I think.
It does, 100%, 100%. It's
Really
my
nice
favourite one.
ribbon.
It's the satin one. We
Of
were
course,
talking
we were
about
talking about
that
this
in
earlier,
Craft the
wasn't we?
Clock, weren't we?
Yep.
You know, you've got your gross grain and then you have your organza.
Yep.
Equally, both lovely, but I do like a satin ribbon
Yeah,
here.
really nice. And a lovely mix of colours, I think, there as well.
Beautiful, yeah. Really works well with that springtime feel into, of course, Valentine's and love. We'll have a look, but it's quite rightly, as you said as well, don't just think, well, I don't do Valentine's.
No,
I
no,
don't
it
send
doesn't
love cards.
Yeah.
This is for love, for a friendship, love for
Absolutely.
family member, love for wedding, an anniversary, love for a happy birthday, of course. So you're going to be able to use these for many occasions.
Definitely. And we're going to do a discount. So it should be for all of that $44.94. We are going to go straight down and take a big chunk off so you can get it for under £30. Now, the charms, which have almost sold out individually now, they're £19.99 on their own, which is a brilliant price for 50 charms of this quality. But that means for £10, you are getting 30 sheets of your cardstock in the 3 different colours. You are getting your stamp and your die set. You are getting your ribbon as well. That's all a tenner. So, I mean, you're looking at, what are you looking at? Like £2 for the stamp and die set, £2 for each of the cardstocks that we're seeing, £2 for the ribbon. You know, it is an absolutely fabulous, fabulous discount if you want to go for it this way. If you want any individuals, they're there, you can go for them.
Yeah.
But under 30, I mean, I actually didn't realise we were going to that price.
I did.
Did you?
I did, yeah.
It's obviously been updated, you know, because on my sheet it's £34.99, so I thought they were taking a tenner off. So I was like, oh, that's brilliant. Okay. But they've gone with another £5, which must have been changed from last night.
Yeah. What I want you to think as well with this collection, this is great comprehensive collection, Jez, but it's also one of those that's a breakable collection. What I mean by that is break it down.
Oh, yes.
Use the charms on their own. Use the die on
Yeah,
you.
100%.
Add the cardstock on its own.
Yeah.
It's one of those that every component is 100% usable completely on its own
100%.
with other things.
Yeah.
It's a nice compact collection that you can make your theme love cards, Valentine's card, wedding cards with these colours here.
And I just think
separate them.
when you see as well the card stocks that you're actually getting, you know, the fact that you've got those beautiful colourways, you've got that encapsulated glitter, of course, in the red, nothing else like what I've seen. It's just phenomenal. So that is there, £29.99 for everything that you're getting in this superb, superb price and configuration. Now, there's one other thing I want to come to as well that really works perfectly with this, because you are getting your 12x12 love letter paper pad. 36 sheets, 12 different designs and 3 of each. It is one of my favourite pads I've seen.
Do you know something? I completely agree with you.
I
love that vintage tone.
But the brightness of the reds, there's also kind of
it's
coming
that
through.
contrast as well against the rustic ivories with the browns and then the light tans and that kind of distress look. If you love that look, maybe you're not comfortable, or maybe you're not at a stage yet if you've started crafting, doing the distress look, doing that crackled look, crackle effect, then of course you can absolutely see that you get that effect already there within the card.
I mean, that's just looks so expensive as well, doesn't it? I think because of, like you said, that sort of vintage colouring, but with the designs of the roses that we're getting to see as well. It's beautiful. Then the hearts that we can see there as well. Really lovely. It's another one that I think as well you could actually, you know, pop this into a frame.
100%.
Put a little sentiment on it,
I mean,
and that'd be amazing.
If you do scrapbooking pages, that is sentiment, photo with a little sentiment. I always say, it's been a while since I've scrapbooked, but if you do, as much as you might hate your own handwriting, please, please, please do your own handwriting when it comes to scrapbooking. You might not like it, but then generations down the line, we're at a stage, I'm just as bad, you type things out and then you print them out. Whereas something like that, you do want to have your handwriting, and you don't need much. Send a photo, little blurb as to where it was, what it was, who it is, date or something, and then that's it.
So that is the first part of this collection, but you also then have your From the Heart paper pad as well. So you've got some, I love them both, and I love that it's not just a scaled down version of what we've seen there. It's a totally different pad, isn't it?
Well, usually you get the 6x6. I tell you what, let's show you the 12x12 because they're both exactly the same.
Exactly.
But no, they're not. Not on this occasion.
Lovely to have those central images as well. I mean, nice to have them secondary sort of backing papers if you wanted to use it as that, but lovely that you've basically got so many toppers. You could stick these if you wanted straight onto a card and you'd be ready if that's sort of what you wanted to do with this.
That's it.
Which is absolutely beautiful. On top of that, you are going to get your heart nesting dies that we can see here as well. And you can really see how you get an 11 piece in this. So starting from that large size of heart and then going right down to that teeny tiny heart, which is so lovely to have.
That's it. And these are from the family of the cut and emboss, like I showed you earlier on.
So they're going to emboss on these as well?
So they're going to emboss. You don't have to emboss. Don't think you have to. Likewise as well, you don't only just have to emboss with the Gemini. As long as your die cutting machine has got an embossing mat or a tan mat, something like that, you can do exactly what I done.
Super, that is really, really good. Now, we have got some gorgeous samples as well that we can flick through just to show you what you might want to do with these. But the price is going to go lower. So we'll give you a little countdown and then we will go lower. That's lovely, isn't it?
Really lovely card Lily's done there, just using the pads, using the opposite side with maybe a sentiment.
Yep.
But then if you're like me and love to fussy cut, you've got that ability to do the fussy cutting.
Yep.
What about things such as your
that's
template
really
libraries and that you can start to use? These are your things such as your Just to Say collection, all the different sentiments.
Yep.
We're going to then pop them in there. Another one doing a bit of fussy cutting,
nice
but
with the
turning
shaker
it
card
into
element.
shakers.
Yeah.
You can do that. Glitter around the edge, you can see that.
It just looks so expensive. I think that's
Debbie
the thing.
Robinson
Creating your
done
bags
that
if you wanted.
on 16th of November. You can go back on Hobby Makers
Really lovely.
YouTube.
And we're talking less than £30, £27.98. So we've got a discount on this as well. That is for your 12 by 12 paper pad. That is for your 6 by 6 that is completely different to your 12 by 12. And you are also getting that die set. So in essence, the 6 by 6 is completely free. So you don't even need to pay for that at all. It's coming for free to you, which is really, really super. Did you want to do a demo from
let's
collection?
do that. So what I've
Lovely.
actually done, combining our Valentine's, I'm saying Valentine's collection, it's called that, but of course you can use it out with, and then actually going in with one of the 6 by 6 papers.
Okay.
So what I've done here is I've gone in some of our red glitter cards. What I have done, just to make it a little bit quicker, Shiz, is I've put some of my double-sided adhesive sheet on the back there. Alternatively, we've got our dotty tape runners on the show. You can use them, or your tacky glue, anything like that, but purely down to speed. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go on my base plate, and because I've got my shedless glitter that has got the adhesive sheet on the back, I'm going to put in my metal shim.
Okay.
Only because the die's going through 250 GSM a card, it's going through a sticky adhesive layer, and then it's also going through a non-stick backing layer. So I want to just go through each individual layer with ease. Now, there is a very, very high chance this would cut without the metal shim.
Okay.
But what it also does is it also helps it release that little bit easier as well.
Yeah.
So let's run that one through here. And actually, you've seen, but that love heart, you may have think you need a square to cut out. But because they're two separate components, you can get away with just your scrap bits. So if you've got scraps left over, you could do that. So if we then take that out, what the double-sided adhesive sheets do, check out the Hobby Maker website. But what they do is they make them into a sticker. So it means my preference when I'm at home, as many of you guys know, is my tacky glue. And I'm not knocking the tacky glue because I will still continue to use that. But what that means is you have to go over each individual bit.
That'd be hard on that sort of intricate die, wouldn't it?
The tape runner, again, it's not a big deal, really easy. But by using the double-sided adhesive sheets, what's happening is when I peel that back and off, that full back is nice and sticky.
Brilliant.
And I'm just going to pop those little bits out here. So that's the top bit of the heart. And then we're going to, let's move that. Likewise, what you can also do, if all these bits that come out, Shiz, if they were a bit bigger, I wouldn't do it for this size here, but if they were bigger, They are stickers, because they've all got
course,
the sticker on the back. Like, if I was to take that, peel the backing off, that is a sticker. Now, this is what I mean by maybe, as much as I've got a lot of patience, I probably wouldn't necessarily do it with this size. But if it's a larger die cut,
then you definitely would.
then you would definitely would. Use it to paper piece, use it to, you know, just stick down or place into places. It's entirely up to yourself. So I'm just going to pop these little bits down. I wanted to show you how to do it with this layer because I have already done it within the pink, because I wanted to use the pink and the red together, and that is because both the 12 by 12 and the 6 by 6 have a lot of red and pinks that run side by side.
Definitely.
And sometimes, and I'm like this as well, I don't always think about putting red and pink together.
No,
but
and yet it looks
works,
really nice, doesn't it?
Works really, really well. So let's go in with some of that pink, and I've cut that down to just, well, it was 5.5 by 5.5. Okay. And of course you can cut your cardstock, but for the sake of time, I'm not going to, because what you could have done is pop your die in the middle, cut that out, so you've got these little bits here. If I pop them out, can't get, there we go, these bits. So to save on wasting, cut that out. Let's say I've cut that out, that would be waste. No one's going to see that bit you've cut out the middle there.
Very true.
So you've got that option. Or use a nesting die, cut it out. Making sure that you're not wasting, because we know, of course, you know, I'm really fortunate when it comes to any demos that we do, I get the product from Crafter's Companion.
Of course.
But it's also anything else that I want to use within my daily crafting, I buy myself. So when it comes to that, you want to make sure you're getting best value for money. And because of the strength of the cardstock, if I had got out that red layer underneath, I'm not going to notice. It's not going to make it flimsy. It's not going to make it fall. It's still got that more use.
I mean, if you want any extras of the cardstock as well, we haven't got much at all, but they're £3.99 as extras for 10 more sheets. And I think when you've not seen reds like this before, the beauty of the pink and the gold as well, fabulous at that price. They're there on the website if you want the extras.
So I've taken one of the 6 by 6, I've trimmed it down to 5 by 5. You can see the pinks running through, but there is one of the opposite sides. So how lovely does that look? Even if you were just to go like that, Shez, make it really simple with a sentiment, that's all that you need to do. But I do want this side, this opposite side. No, I never. I want the other one. Right. Bear with.
You're like,
bear
one
with.
minute, I'll swap.
That won't go to waste, but let's take, because I really do want, the reason being is my love heart that I've just cut. It's going to be, for me anyway, it's going to be a little bit too fussy and a little bit too much. So I really do want to have that kind of textured side.
Yeah, I understand.
Well, actually, this is also a really good way to show, if you do want to make this smaller, but you still want to make it symmetrical, what you can do, so this is 6 by 6. Okay. Now I want, what did I say? I wanted that 5 by 5, that one.
Sorry,
yeah. So what I'm going to do is, let's come down 1/2 inch, and then 1/2 inch, and then I'm going to do the same again, 1/2 inch and 1/2 inch. So I've made that symmetrical. So I'm not losing it, it's not offset, anything like that. So there we go, happy accident. I was able to show you how you can do that. So let's pop the tape on the right side. Let's pop this into the card, and it is impossible, should trim that a little bit more, impossible for me to do a card without any matting layers. I just can't do it.
It just looks so good,
Cannot do it. No. It helps to frame the eye. It pulls the eye into whatever it is, sentiment, topper, whether of course it's going to be maybe an embellishment. Right, let's press that down, and then that will go in there with foam pads. But let's bring in the pink. So this is the pink also in the bundle. And I've already got my double-sided adhesive sheet on the back. So let's take the red. Now usually we tend to go, well actually let's have a look. Usually we go for the darker tone to the back, but let's have a little look here. So we could go red to the top,
Yeah.
or we could go,
Both look nice,
yeah, it does.
don't they?
I think the pink on the top,
Yeah.
actually. I think the
Yeah.
I think the pink on the
Yeah,
top
lovely.
works well, doesn't it? So because I've made that into a sticker, what we can do is peel that off, and then let's do a little drop shadow.
Perfect.
And I'm going to pop that into place there. And then we can do the same here. And then it's entirely up to you the spacing that you want between the top of the heart and the bottom of the heart.
Okay.
So if I press that into place here, so we can have it further up. If
Yeah,
you've got
of
a big
course.
sentiment, we could have it further down. We can go in. What's a really good thing to point out is this, if you were to close it together, this does not make a complete heart. You notice that there?
Yes.
Because it has to take into account the spacing.
Yeah,
so if you're thinking, oh, I'll just join it
Stick it,
together and
it's
make a
not.
full heart, it
Yeah.
won't work because you have to take into account that depth.
Yeah.
And I do have a sentiment or a sentiment strip that will stamp out. I've just done it the depth of one of these. So let's pop that there. And then this is what I mean. You can still go a little bit further apart. You can go closer if you want to. So let's just stamp this one out and then finish it off. Let's bring in stamping platform. Let's go just for you. So if I pop this into here, now this is the sort of thing that would be good if we had our stamping platform,
Yeah.
but I didn't bring it.
That's
so
all right. You've got this.
let's all keep our fingers crossed. So I'm going to try not to stick my head in the way, but I'm going on my tiptoes to try and eyeball that and get that as straight as I can.
Perfect.
Let's press that one down and then let's release that. There we go.
lovely.
Happy with that. And then let's take another bit of that shedless glitter card, that's the red. And other than the mats and layers, I'm purposely keeping this really, really quite simple, Shez.
Yeah, yeah.
And what you could also do, if you wanted to, that could just be your card
Yeah, of course.
and build on the top.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It's up to you, isn't it?
Or that could just be
Yeah,
your
straight on
card
there. Yeah.
onto there. So you don't have to do all singing and dancing layers like I like to do.
But it's nice when you're getting so much in the bundle.
Well, that's it. And then you just play. So let's pop these on a foam pad here.
Okay.
And then look at your dies. Maybe you've gone for the nesting dies, and you can then start to incorporate them. So if I stick this on into place, what we could do, and I'll just use that hexagon die that we cut to show as an example.
Yeah.
What you could do is that could probably, let's go that way, you could end up using your nesting die shapes. Actually, Shez, I really quite like that.
I love that,
I
yeah.
really quite like that, actually. There we go. We can then stick that one together.
yeah.
And then that's bringing the nesting dies. We could
Yeah,
ink around the
exactly.
edges,
Yeah,
of
of
course,
course
if
we
we
could.
want to. So let's do that. So I'm just going to keep this flat.
Yeah.
The heart will keep flat. And then the sentiment, what we'll do is we'll pop that on some foam pads.
Okay.
So I'm going to pop this here again just to eyeball out, and then, because I've got that sticker on the back, let's go into there, and then let's pop this bottom one. So other than the 6x6 pad, I've used what's included within that bundle,
Yeah.
and I'm going to pop that on. And of course, you could have your sentiment or your heart closer together if you
Yeah, of
want.
course
You
you
don't
could
have to
want
have it
No.
as far apart. And then let's pop that. Let's go right into the middle. And in actual fact, yeah, there we go. I can release that. Let's come a little bit closer. So if I go there, let's see, yeah, perfect. So we've got a little bit of leeway when it comes to the adhesive sheets. Let's pop that one onto there. Shall we, will we add a charm just to the side?
I think so, definitely.
Let's do that. So remember, you definitely get 50, and there's a 99.9% 50% chance, whoops, it says, that you will get 2 of each design.
Yes, yeah.
25
Yeah.
25 designs, 2 of each. So let's have a look. Even maybe just like a little rose, just at the side there.
Yeah, it's just really
really
sweet,
nice,
isn't
just to
it? Got
finish it
something
off.
extra on.
Let's.
Oh, that's
Oh,
nice.
let's go. Oh, let's
Yeah.
do it. Red and pink. Now at home, this is where I would 100% use my tacky glue or my glue gel.
Yeah.
But what I will tell you is, and I feel like I've lost an arm today, I've come away without my craft case. My craft case is sitting in our green room back at head office, and I feel like I've lost an arm. Now, we've got everything here, but you know when you have it all packed
Yeah, I
in your
know,
own
you're just
way
used
and
to
that,
it, aren't you?
I know where everything is.
Yeah.
So I don't have my tacky glue.
Amazing. Look
But
at
then
that.
there we go.
That's gorgeous,
Think of
isn't
the
it?
colours that you can make, and you know, we changed that when it comes to the hex again. That could be the hearts if you went with the 6x6 pads
Yeah,
and the
it's
12 by
fabulous,
12.
isn't it?
But then there you go.
So do remember, of course, within this today, for just £29.99, you are getting the charms, 50 charms within this. They are £19.99 on their own. You've then got 3 different sets of your cardstock. You've got your red, you've got your beautiful pinks, you've got your gold as well there. 10 sheets of each, so 30 sheets of your cardstock. See all of those charms, of course, that we've got there that are going to come to you. This also, of course, comes with your die and your stamp set that we can see, which is absolutely beautiful, as you'd have seen Craig using with. Plus, it comes with the opportunity to be able to get your ribbons. You've got a gorgeous mix of colours, or your satin ribbon that you're getting as well. And everything that I have just mentioned is today coming home to you for £29.99. So a big, big saving on that, which is absolutely fantastic. Now, we do have another deal that I just want to talk about as well. Now, this was only just put in before the show. It's very much like a last-minute addition because we've realised that we've got some stock, so why not? So we are about to bring you 2 of the most popular pads that we have. Now, this is your luxury mixed cardstock that we're seeing here. And I love that you get the mix of the cardstock.
You get the mix. It's brilliant to have that one here. Now, some of you have maybe been familiar with this when it comes to a bigger set. But then, yeah, having the 2 different sets, we've got the silver, we've got that copper, a regal rose.
Yeah.
24 sheets, 12 of them are your shedless glitter, like we talked about. But it's a little bit more, not too coarse, but a little bit more than the red one. But then what you've got is you've got then that pearlescent when it comes to the same shade, the same colour family,
Yeah, they work
which
really
complement
well together.
really well. What I love with this one specifically, or the 2 that we're looking at, cut it in half lengthwise, fold them in half. That's then going to give you 48 6x6 card fronts.
Yes, when you
so
think
do
about
that when it comes to what we just made a minute ago, certainly with the silver.
Definitely, yeah, really good idea. So you've just seen that there where you had your regal rose gold, and then this is your sparkling silver, and you can just see the way that pearlescence is, of course, coming out of that. But again, there is your shedless glitter that we have also. So we've got both of them, and we've got both of them on a fantastic deal today. Now, they're always £19.99 each. They always sell really well at that price. People are already checking out, of course, on these already. They're sort of like part of like our staple collection that sell any show that we put them on.
This is it. This is one of those, you know, when you go to the supermarket for a food shop and you see that the tomato ketchup that's your favourite, it's on an offer.
Yeah.
It's like, well,
Why, but great.
If you're like my auntie that's already got like 4 in the cupboard, but you always need more. You always need
you
more.
do,
Because you're going to need it at some point. This for me is that sort of
Yeah, I know
cardstock
exactly
here.
what you mean. Today, instead, half price. So you can get both of them for £19.99. So it's buy one, get one completely free. That is that real luxury in terms of the cardstock. The fact that you have got that non-shed glitter, the fact that you have got the pearlescence. You've got 24 sheets in each, so 48 sheets altogether. And of course, in the 250 GSM. So it's that quality, of course, that we've actually got with them as well, isn't it?
Cut it, emboss it, your bladed cutting machines, it's going to be absolutely fine. When you break that down and you look at one of them for £10. Now, going back to what I said a minute ago, you've maybe already got a few, already at home, but it's one of those that you just pop into the cupboard there, pop it into the drawer, into your storage unit, and you know that it's there when you come back to it. We always need silver, always need silver.
Absolutely.
And then, you know, you might not always need or want a rose gold.
It's very fashionable at
but
the
it's
minute.
getting very, or it is very fashionable, isn't it? And it's nice to have it there. Plus as well, you've then got your pearlescent, and then you've got your shedless glitter. And if you want to use them together, they coordinate, or you just use them separately.
Yeah, 100%, totally agree. So they are there. Waits on the phone lines to be able to get through with this. Just bear with us. Of course there is. They're £10 each today, and on a buy one, get one free deal. Now, we also have our springtime collection that we've got here. This is brand new to us today. It does contain over 250 amazing elements, and it has got a massive discount. £99 is where it should be. We're going to go a lot lower. Should we open it up and have another look through
delve
it?
in? Yeah, we're going to delve in to the studio set here, because mine, I've been using it time and time again.
But a nice time using that.
Now, what you do get is you get a QR code on the back here, which takes you to 4 tutorial videos that I've done. It is myself, once again, that I've done these ones. Now, other than the stamps here, where you'll need a stamping block and ink pad, there is no dies or folders or anything, so you don't need a die cutting machine at all. I'm going to start down at the bottom here, because you've got all of these printed papers. These are single-sided. They're 8 by 8. They're all uncoated, and these are all designed just for this springtime collection. Look at them, whether it's the pinks, whether it's the teals, you've got your blues in there as well.
Gorgeous.
You've got 24 of them, 24 sheets, 8 by 8. That's in there. And then we're giving you 4 sheets of your construction acetate.
Acetate
so
is
we've
beautiful.
got, if I get a bit of black card here, so we've got, in actual fact, that does not show it justice. Look at
White, look at the colour
the
of
pinks.
it.
Look at that. So you've got 2 with that daisy within that foil pink, and then what you've also got are 2 within that minty teal, which is giving you all of the foliage. Look at that. Well, you're going a little bit funny. Laura was just saying her eyes were going funny there. So you've got 2 of that and 2 of the other one, so that's in there. Then what we're going to be giving you is, let's go in, because we're giving you your card blanks and the envelopes, but we're also giving you what I call the card blocks. So you've got your card blanks 4 by 6, pearlescent pink.
Yeah, nice mix of colour, isn't it?
Pearlescent white as well. As I said, you do have your envelopes. They're just smooth white. They're not a pearlescent. Then what you're going to be getting is these card blocks. We've got that one there. So that is also card blank, 6 by 6. And that's pearlescent pink and the white. And then you've got these card blocks. So these are great to do your mats and layers. So they are simple square rectangles. They're a little bit shy than 5 by 5, 4 by 6 and 6 by 6, which makes it easy to mat and layer. But you've got them already good to go should you want to do your mats and layers. They're in there. Then we've got all of these tags in here. So these are your pre-cut, laser cut tags within this one. So you're getting all of them also within that smooth pink that you've got, that you can then ink, blend, stamp. You can get creative with then. You've got that in there as well. Then we've got a little gilding flake kit. So you've got kind of like your lilac-y purple gilding flakes in there, and the sponge, and your Stay Sticky glue.
Super.
So maybe you want to try and practice gilding flakes, but maybe you don't want to spend money on a bigger collection, or even the kits that we do. That's a good way to start off. I use them within the videos. And then if you like it, if you're comfortable with it, then what you can do is go back and then purchase more. So that's in there. We've got our laser cut banners here. So you've got a couple within the white and a couple within the peach as well. So there's a few within that pack.
Beautiful.
That's there. So beautifully cut. They just pop out the edge there, and they are in there. We've then got the same when it comes to this curved edge. These are great if you want to do edgeable cards. Maybe you're a beginner, because remember, no die cut machine is needed here. If you're a beginner, stick that on the edge of your 6 by 6 card blank. That's then giving you that intricate edge, and it means then it's a nice way to get that edgeable feel and look without an actual edgeable die.
Super.
All uncoated, ink, colour, pop your pearls in there, that's in there. Funny enough, we've got a full pack, 100 of these pinky tone pearls.
Nice to have them in a mix of different sizes, I think.
3 different sizes, they're in there. 4 different sizes, in actual fact. That's in there. more of your laser cut frames,
Gorgeous.
so more within the peach tone, and then more within the white tones, uncoated once again. And these are within the actual card block, so these just pop out the edges here. So that's in there. We're then going to be giving you this full pack. So these create little
These
tulips.
are really pretty. We made some earlier, didn't we?
We did, yeah, in Crafter Clock. Really, really simple. You can form them any way you want, but the tulip head goes onto there. That goes into the middle. You could put the leaf onto there, and then the bow anywhere you want. Or because you've got a pack of these, you could put a couple of tulip heads together if you want. That's in there. Still going. We've got our baby, it's a bright baby pink satin ribbon in there. That's included. Look at all these wooden flower heads. These
Lovely,
are
they've all been cut out for you already.
All cut for you. Come along with your gems pop in the middle. Stay sticky glue with your Gildan Flakes. Produce a lot of great idea. Metallic pens, metallic ink pads. Come in there, pop your embossing powders over the top if you've got them. The great thing with this full set, giving you that full pack or full tub of the iridescent pink glitter, and then you've got all of these sentiments here. The great thing with this, if you're a beginner, great. You don't need any major tools unless you're going to use the stamps, of course. But if you're an experienced crafter, this is when you're going to bring in your dyes, bring in your folders, bring in your colouring mediums, bring in your embossing powders, whether it's from us, whether, of course, it's from Sizzix, whether it's from Creative Express, whoever it is, start to bring in everything that you've got. So great for beginners, but a nice stash builder as well for someone that just wants to build up their stash.
And the price is going to go down, so £99.99 should be a price not going to be your price today. We are talking more than 250 elements, a huge stamp set included. The fact that you've got a full gilding flake kit that you've got there. You've got acetate, you've got card blanks and envelopes. You have got your card bases, of course, as well. You have got the opportunity to be able to get that huge amount of your papers that are there as well. You know, you can just see your tulips that you could make up as well. The fact that you've got all of that lovely laser cut in terms of edgeables, in terms of apertures. There's so much. You've got your ribbon. Today, ready for this? £59.99, so £40 saving, and it's available on split pay as well for you to be able to take this home. So you can actually take it home today for £29.99. And I just think it's so lovely when they come like this. You can open it up and it's really gorgeously packaged. And then you can start crafting and being inspired.
And that's it, because it's one of those then, maybe if you're doing a craft club or craft crop for you guys stateside, whether you've got the brownies, the scouts, whether you've got your grandkids, the nieces or nephews, you want to then just have your own little set. This could be theirs, of course. You don't need dies, you don't need any cutting implement. Well, obviously, if you're going to then do mats and layers, then you'll need the cutting implements, but I know you guys will be about. Or maybe you are just thinking about gifts, maybe. I know, obviously, we're still early into January, so maybe someone's been wanting to think about starting crafting. Might not have ink pads or that. This is one of those as well. Of course, ink or stamps, you do want a really good quality ink pad. But let's just say, to start off with, you've got everything like this. Pop into a store, get an inexpensive ink pad, just for you to get that feel, just for you to then, of course, start to play, get that confidence. Then you can start to build on top of that. Get your equivalent ink pads, bring in your stamping blocks, bringing in all your other mediums and that as well. I love die cutting. It's my love. I absolutely love it. But it's also nice when you get a little kit, but you don't need anything like that whatsoever.
And it kind of just means that everybody, every level of crafter, regardless of what you've got at home, will be able to come across that as well. Now, I do also have a die set that I just want to grab and pop onto the show as well, because we've got a lovely mix of dies that we can see here. So we have got your floral rainbow that you can see here as well. You know, these die sets are going to really make your creations, I have to say, stand out as well. And I just love when, obviously, you've actually got the finished sample on the front to see what you could actually create.
Absolutely, yeah. Follow exactly what's on the packaging, change it up if you want to. And then, of course, whether it's past crafters, companion shows on YouTube, whether it's past hobby maker shows where they've been featured, go across and just get lots of ideas.
Definitely. We've then got this one, which I just adore, which is a huge, huge butterfly that you get to see. And the most amazing detail, of course, that's within it as well, if you don't want to colour or anything like that, or paper piece back in.
Every one of these are create a card dies, so they will cut into your card, or you use the outer die that will then release it out of your card, which means things like paper piece and brilliant, but then things like your illusion films as well, your Gildan flakes with your adhesive sheets, all of these things, or pop it on your card blank, run it through, one pass, add a sentiment, card's done.
Definitely. We've got this as well, where you are getting to see your aperture that's created. And it's the most beautiful aperture with all of those flowers that we've got as well. You might want to pop a little sentiment in, but it's totally up to you, because you are going to have so many kind of different ideas, I think, once you create that, of what you might want to sort of do in the centre of that.
Matte and layer dies to lift your sentiment. You've got 3 options there to create apertures for 3 different shakers if you want to. Create the whole thing as a shaker if you want to. Paper piece, there's just so many ways that you can use that one specific die set.
Exactly. Butterflies and blooms, let's bring you that one as well that you can see just here. Which again, to be able to have these sort of flowers, to be able to have those butterflies as well, I just think is gorgeous.
Really, really nice. Creating that framework all the way round.
Yeah.
So whether it's a sentiment, whether it's a photo, popping it onto a memory book or scrapbook page, and then always go along and cut again, or a 3rd time, 4th time, and then fussy cut, and then start to decoupage your create a card,
yes, that's a nice idea.
card images.
Okay.
You've got that option. Watercolour them, alcohol colour with them, bring in your water palettes, just everything that you've got at home you could be using.
And then we have your rays of light as well that's coming to you, which just brightens your day, whether you want to do it in a rainbow effect like that, whether you're thinking sunset, sunrise, anything else as well. And we've got some gorgeous samples actually from this one, haven't we, of what you might do and how different it looks for different colours.
We do, yeah. Unfortunately, I've only got samples for the ray of light there, but it does give you an idea as to different ways you can use it. Originally from what was called the Patchwork collection, because it gives you that look and feel of if you've done patchwork with your fabric. So you can start to then layer up with your block card and then your inky coloured card.
So with that stitching around the edge,
it's really nice,
really
isn't
lovely,
it? This is another one from that same set, but now it gives you a different idea of how you can use that create a card and then the little additional die cuts that pop out. And as we were talking about in Craft O'Clock, that I always go on about, just by simply changing the colour, absolutely, Laura, in my ear, changing the colour, all you need to do, you can, and I'm quite confident in saying, you can take any die and just simply changing the colour of your card or your paper, you can then make that work for any season.
Without a doubt, you can see that there. So it should be at £73.95 for all 5 of those die sets. We're going to get the price straight down because we are conscious of the time that we have left. It is a better than half price deal, £35 today. That is for all 5 of those die sets. And I think it just crosses over everything as well, because, you know, we're going into spring, we're thinking of summer. But like you showed there, think of Christmas. All occasions are going to be covered along, you know, those 5 die sets that you've got.
Definitely. You know, that ray of light one, I know we're well off of Halloween, but as you were saying, thinking in your seasons, come along with your greens and then your purples, of course. Have the little witch on a broomstick going across one of those rays if you want to. This is where you've definitely got different options there. But yeah, great set, create a card dies, got the die that will then cut into your card, or use the outer die and that will release it.
Exactly. So that is there for you at £35. And now just wanting to squeeze in just some extra bits, because we have got a full bundle here of your cardstock. Now it's a mixture of your glitter card and your Centura Pearl that we've got. And it's a really, really nice mix of colours, I have to say.
Nice. Really, when we called it Springtime Collection, it really, really is that springtime. The Shedless Glitter card you'll see is the same quality as what was in the red that you've got within the Valentine's colours. But then, as you said, mix of the baby blue of the Centura Pearl and then the Shedless Glitter.
Yep. Then, of course, you've got this as well, again, in that with the mint tones. You've got that there in your purples that we can see. But then it comes across, of course, into that Shedless Glitter that we get to experience as well. I mean, it's just divine, isn't it?
It really is. It is beautiful. Things such as the silver, even that baby blue one, and maybe an element of this gold, any of your alcohol pens, you can colour on them, and you won't lose that sparkle.
No, of course
What you'll just get is you will then get that new colour, but within that sparkle form. Each of them, 10 sheets in each. The Shedless Glitter, 250 GSM, and then the Centura Pearl, 310 GSM.
Okay, so a really, really lovely bundle that you're getting there. Now, I'm presuming, if it's 80 sheets, I'm presuming that, should there be one like this of the silver? You know how they're matching the colours? Should they?
There's a good point.
Oh.
Baby pink.
So baby pink, right. So is that the same as this?
So I think we've taken it within the big bundle.
I think we have. I think
That's
it's
what
this
it
for
is.
you. Yes. I was just noticing just that we had only got obviously 7 colours there. So let's pop that one in then. There we go. And then we know exactly what we get in. So you're getting all of those colours. Another one. I mean, an extra, which is even better, isn't it?
Even better.
Yeah.
Even better
80
there.
sheets. Look at that price as well. £23.94.
It's so good.
Oh, a third of the stock gone already with that. So 4 different colours of your shedless glitter, 4 different colours, of course, of your Centura pearl that we're seeing there as well. We're looking at under 30p a sheet, 29p a sheet.
That's brilliant.
That's
That is
really
brilliant.
good.
And this is the great thing with the colours that you've got. You've got that incredible quality that we do with the shedless glitter and the Centura pearl. So as I've been saying all throughout just this show and other shows as well, this is going to work for any branded stamps, dies, certainly if you're going with that springtime look as well. I do it when I'm just playing at home with my crafty bits and pieces and that, bringing in bits and pieces from other brands as well. I'm like it as well. We tend to stick to our favourite brands.
Yeah, of
we
course.
do that. But it's also nice just to play about. There's no reason that you can't use our card with other branded stamps and dies and vice versa and that. It's just great to, of course, extend your range.
Just want to do a really quick reminder just of what we kicked off the show with the nesting dies you've chosen, because the price on this is phenomenal. So you have got this, the cross stitch in the rectangle that we can see. You're also getting those elongated ones where you can see your Latina, you get that beautiful finished edge, gorgeous delicate nature. You are also getting your Ferrara that you can see there in a similar vein. Then you are getting your new die cutting sets that also have that emboss feature in them as well, which is your oval, as well as your hexagon as well. So 5 of these sets, they're under £30 when they should have actually been over 70. So it's just brilliant that Craig has actually selected these for you.
Yeah, and that is actually just one continuous layer there, but you could, if you want to, chop that in half if you want. You can do that. So it's a nice big size. Well, it will, I know it looks a bit deceiving, but it will fit on like an A4 cutting platform.
Yes.
Just like, will it? But yes, it will.
It will. So we are right down on those prices for you today. So well done. You're back at 6, was it?
I am back at 6 o'clock,
6
yes,
o'clock.
with Craig's crazy deals.
So if you've seen this nesting die deal, it's going to be like that throughout the whole hour. Crazy deals.
Yes, indeed.
Super low prices. So do tune in for that as well. Check out on this one. There's a bit of a wait on the phone lines for them, but we still have availability, so you'll be answered shortly. Now, I'm back in a moment. We've got Pete here from Sizzix. We have got a lot of brand new bits coming up, but we also have the Stamp and Spin back in stock, okay? We've been waiting since November for this, plus we're going to go to the lowest price ever on it. You can either get it individually, or you can go for the bundle with the stamp and stencil tool as well. It's there, it's on the website, you're already shopping ahead, so do that whilst you can. We have a good amount of stock, but like everything, once it's gone, it is gone. I'll be back in a moment with that, so see you just after the break with myself and Pete.
Did you know at Hobbymaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Registering for a Hobbymaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to the Hobbymaker website and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and away you go. Within your account settings, you can view your order history, address and card details and any items in your basket. Shopping made easy with Hobbymaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the Hobbymaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Let's get it.
Oh, hello. Now, we have been waiting for this show for months. We have been waiting for a couple of months for this because since November, we have not had a chance to see the Spin and Stamp tool. It is back, Pete. It is here. Yeah. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Do you know, I have never had it on a show.
You've never done a show with this?
No, because I have come in on the launch day, wasn't it, by the time the later shows were there? So I've seen you use it, but I've never had an opportunity to actually be able to sell it. And we have it today. I mean, we've got a good quantity, but we do know that that is the maximum stock we can have. We can't get anything else. So once it's gone, and we don't know if we will get it or when we will get it again. So
it's a nice position to be in, actually, because as soon as we get it in stock, it goes out.
Every time.
It's not ideal, I must be honest with you, but it is nice when a product is so popular like that.
Exactly.
An award-winning product.
Which I'm not surprised by at all.
Yeah.
Now, we do have, because we are going to bring you a couple of bits before we come to that, but it's there and it's on the website, okay? I just want you to know that we have two ways of getting it. So you can just go for the tool on its own, if that is what you want to do. Or, and it is the lowest price ever, is what we're going to today. Or you can go for the duo, which is where you do get your stencil and your stamp tool that comes then with the additional spin and stamp tool that we can see there. Now, if you want this particular stencil and stamp tool, we don't have any of that individually, okay? We have put everything that we possibly can into the bundle, and that is going to make the additional tool even cheaper than buying it on its own, okay? Because we have, again, got the best price on that. So both ways, it is going to be phenomenal. Now, just before we come across to that, we're going to throw this in. This is going to be on and gone, I think, within a couple of seconds because the price is silly. Now, this is your, I mean, literally, Pete's laughing. He's like, yep, it is. This is our multi-level textured embossing folder. It's your snowflakes, £10.99, normal price, great price, nothing like that today that we're going to do. And it's a beautiful one, isn't it?
It is a gorgeous one. I mean, it's one of those staples. It's an absolute classic as a background, this one. It really is.
It is, definitely, without a doubt. Something that you're going to use time and time and time again. And once it's in your collection, of course, it is yours. You've got that A6 size that we've got there. And we're not, just going to take £1 or a couple of pounds off. If you saw Jess on the shows, and we did a few basket openers with that last week, you will get the idea of the kind of price points that Sizzix are doing at the moment. So £10.99? Nope, absolutely not. Lowest ever price that we've seen this. £4.99. I mean, it's a great opportunity, isn't it?
It sure is.
You open up your baskets, you buy it, you've covered your P&P, you then can get the tool, you can get the new stamps, everything else we have on the show, and still not, 25%'s gone already.
Hardly surprised, because this is a classic. It's a 3D embossing folder. It's not just an embossing folder, it's a 3D. And it's a classic, so if you want to get ahead for Christmas, why not? But seriously, it's one of those that's going to be in your stash. It's going to come out year after year. It's never going to go out of fashion. Exactly. It's a no-brainer, this one.
Yeah, it's absolutely super. Well done. I think we've got more of you there now looking at this than availability. So it's going to be the first people, particularly if it's in your basket. We can't now guarantee it for you. We've got Violet, Elle, Alison, Gail, Michelle, Angela, Michelle from Northumberland there as well. So a couple of Michelles. Michelle in Essex. We've got Karen, Susan. We've got crafters in Norfolk, Lorraine. Lots of you coming in, multi-buying as well. What an opportunity. Better than half price for a 3D embossing folder. Well done. I'll leave it with you because that is going to sell out. Congratulations if you do manage to get it. Now let's also come across to our brand new and exclusive stamp bundle that we have. This is absolutely gorgeous, and I love that we've got all the sentiments, but then on top of that we have also got the flowers, the foliage, and this is only here. It hasn't launched anywhere else, so it is exclusive to us at the moment. 25 stamps in total, and if I do just show you the boards on this as well, it's just delightful. I mean, the sentiments are gorgeous words. The font is gorgeous as well.
It's a lovely font. It's a really cheery sort of... The sentiments are really cheery and the font is quite light-hearted as well. But you'll notice some of them are almost like they're on a slight curve. Exactly. There is a reason for that, which we will see when we come to use them with our stamp and spin.
So they've been made to perfectly go with having got that back in stock. And as soon as I saw these flowers, I was automatically thinking of the stamp and spin and thinking, these are going to stamp and work perfectly with that as well. But the detail on these as well, they look so real. They're
great. They really are. They're lovely flowers. And they're lovely if you just want to use them by yourself, if you don't have a stamp and spin, if you just have a stamp platform, or even if you use blocks. Yeah. But using the stamp and spin, making those lovely wreaths, creating patterns with them as well, because the stamp and spin is not just about the circles, it's about the patterns you can create also.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. It's really nice, isn't it, just there? So this is the only place, of course, that you can get this today. It is completely exclusive to us at the moment. They are two brand new stamp sets that we've got. £27.98 is the price it should be. But it's not your price today, of course it's not.
I'm getting used to that, are you?
I know, launch price, it's what always happens with Sizzix, isn't it? Pete never has a clue before, he doesn't get sheets, so he never knows what price
I never know, I haven't got a clue.
I love your face. That takes them to under £20, so we're talking £10 each on those. Look at the amount of flowers you get in, look at all of that foliage, look at the detail as well in that beautiful artwork, but also the actual way that you've got those gorgeous sentiments, and I just think that the font of them is beautiful, but like Pete said, it's there and ready to work with our tool that is back in stock with that lovely curvature that we're seeing.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous set, and they do work so well together. I'll show you some wonderful examples of them used together in a second. In fact, I've got a couple of frames right here, just to the left of me.
And have a look.
And that's using them to create a circular wreath, and that is using a stamp and stencil tool. Now you can colour these with whatever your go-to is, whether it's alcohol markers, coloured pencils, watercolours, distress inks, whatever it might be. But you can see that we've used the flowers and the sentiments together, and you can see quite clearly from this example how you can create that ring of text around your flowers.
Yes, yeah, definitely. And I think that's what's so clever, and I always say it, I mean, I feel like Sizzix is like engineering genius, you know, it's brilliant. And everything is thought out, you know, these are coming out to work with the tool, we know there's going to be future things coming out, and that's how it always is, which is brilliant.
We do have a lot of time on our hands.
Oh, good, because you create amazing things.
We do spend a lot of time thinking these through, you know, beforehand, because the last thing you want to do is regret afterwards that, oh, why didn't I think of that?
Exactly. So, We've just had a question in as well saying, can you make and sell with these and with Sizzix?
You can indeed, please do.
Yes, absolutely. And go wild. I mean, the fact that you can really create so many wonderful things. I mean, imagine some of those frames we saw with you, the sort of price points that you could sell something like that on for as well.
Exactly. And they're so quick as well. And I think we'll show that even though they may look spectacular, to get those results, it doesn't take a tremendous amount of skill. Just 5 minutes working with it, it's like, I got it. And when we were introducing this to an unsuspecting world, our stamp and spin tool at our trade shows last year, it's one of those products that you just stamp, you spin, you stamp again, and I got it straight away, straight away.
Let's talk about it then. Let's come
do
to
that.
it, because we're teasing that it's back in stock. It is here. Now, you can get the Stamp and Spin on its own if you want to, or you can get it in the bundles. There are two different ways to get it. I'll bring the bundle in first. Now, this is more limited because we have put everything that we possibly have into this, but we don't have any more of this colour of the stencil and stamp tool. So we've done as much as we possibly can, but once it's gone, it is gone. So talk about this, because both of these are award winners.
They are both award winners. Yes, they won the craft Oscars, if you will, at the Frankfurt show last year. And we're out there again in a couple of weeks.
So lovely.
But yes, so this is our stamping stencil and stamp tool. Now, I have to talk about this before I talk about the Stamp and Spin, because what you're getting now, you can see it has a really great base which grips, it makes it stable, doesn't move around. Then the top, this is your stamp platform. Now, it's A4. I don't know of another stamp platform that is actually A4. So if you're familiar with stamp platform, I will show you how it works later, but that is your stamping platform. This is your stencil adapter. Now, it works with layering stencils, so it has these little pegs here to which you attach your stencils, and it means you get perfect registration. And I'll bring in this so we can look at it in the overhead, and it shows how we make layer 1, 1 and 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. And these are just some of the things that we've created with some of our stencils. Now, if you shop by brand, on the Hobby Maker website, you will see some of these lovely stencils. And all of these projects were made using stencils that work with this lovely tool. And there's a combination of two, the butterfly and the flowers. So that's the stencil. So even if you're just getting it for that, to use with the stencils or to use it as a wonderful stamp platform, that is brilliant. But now, we want to talk about our Stamp and Spin. So I'll just put that back on there and bring in really what is, I think, the star of the show.
Now,
so this,
just before we come across and fully just see this, can we get the price down? Because we've got too many people coming through with this, okay?
You mean the price is coming down?
We have less than 100 chances now, okay? We've had so many of you already checking out. Now, £85.98 would be a brilliant price. Now, you've spoke about part of it. You've just spoke about that stencil and stamp tool.
Yes.
When we launched that, £59.99, okay?
Right.
It's been on at that price, right? Yeah. We have done a discounted price on that. So the last show I was on, which was last week, I had it on at £44.99.
Which is good.
Brilliant. So you'd already come on and got a £15 discount on that. So let me go to that, right? So like where I was, no, take the price straight down. But let's think of, look at this. Now, we have just gone to £59.99. That is matching the price of the tool, what we have sold for just one part at full price. That means we're getting the Stamp and Spin now for free in this bundle. If we look at the discounted price, suddenly we are saying, oh, actually, from £44.99 last week, that means you're only paying £15 for the Stamp and Spin.
Get away.
Now, this is the best price we have ever done on the Stamp and Spin, okay? A third of the stock has gone already. Talk about it. I just wanted to get the price straight down, but we are looking now at coming close to the final 50 chances with this. So we're going to have to be very, very quick, of course, if you want to get this. Go on, talk about it.
Yeah, have we? Okay. Well.
Luckily, we have some more of that on its own. It's just not within this bundle.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, should we take a look at it?
Yes, please
and
do.
talk about how it works and talk about why it's so popular, more importantly.
Exactly.
Because this is the Stamp and Spin. Now, obviously, it works in conjunction with the stencil and stamp tool, and it simply fits onto the hinge like that. Now, you'll see, to keep your project in place, we have what we call a sticky grid sheet. It's a low-tack sheet. But what it does mean is if you want to go 12 by 12, if you want to go much, much bigger, you can do that with this because there's no edges on it. So it does give you the freedom to do that. I'm going to put a whole sheet of A4 down.
Lovely.
Now, once that's down on my sit, it doesn't move about. And this is my Stamp and Spin. Now, if I want to create, let me just take this out for a second, because this shows this shows the guidelines that are on the Stamp and Spin. It's easier to show you like this than on the tool itself. So if I wanted to create a wreath this size, I know that I put my stamp there. If I wanted to create a bigger one, I put my stamp further towards the outside. But let's take a look at one of our flowers. I haven't got a clue which one I'm going to choose. Let's take one of the smaller ones, because we'll show it very soon. Well, let's take two of the smaller ones. Right, so I'll put this down like so, and then I think about the size of wreath I want. I'm gonna put it like this for a sec, so when I open it up, let's put my let's put it about there. So that's my first stamp. Of course, they are cling stamps, so they go straight down. And what I'll do is each time, to make sure it's in the center, because I'm thinking of the cameras, you see. Okay, so
great.
There's number one. Now, because it's a stamp platform as well, you're going to get perfect stamping. If it's imperfect, you simply go again because it doesn't move. Now, this is why it's called a stamp and spin. That's it. It clicks into position. We make the second stamp and we keep moving around. Now, there's a gap in between these. Let's fill that with another stamp. There's another gap as well. So we can keep building on this as we go along. So now another one has joined the party. We go around again and I'm inking. It's so user-friendly. It's so simple to get to grips with.
I mean, you can see why when you sort of unveiled this in Frankfurt last year that everybody was like, oh wow, this is just brilliant. And it's just perfect because it's so easy to do.
Because, and I think that's why people responded so well to it when we first introduced it, because it is incredibly simple. Let's take another one. Let's bring this third one in here. And maybe, I don't know, but this is the thing, you can make this up as you go along.
Of course you can.
There are no hard and fast rules. You can experiment, play around with it, get your junk mail. I'm sure you've got loads. And, you know, just take that and keep adding these stamps. You know what? You can mix and match all the sets. And, you know, we've got the stamps on the show, but think about the stamps that you have got in your stash at home. Think about, and I'm sure that I can hear the cogs turning out there in TV land. You're thinking, oh, I could use this set, I could use that set, I could use the other set. There are so many possibilities. Whatever stamp set you have, if it's a cling stamp set, then it will work with this wonderful, wonderful tool. So there you go. And we just keep going. Now that one's finished. I take that one away. And then we just keep going with this. Now,
it's how quickly it comes together as well.
I know, and you know what? I'm not taking much care.
No, you're just spinning and talking, aren't you?
I'm talking while I'm doing it, and you know how bad blokes are at multitasking.
True.
And that being said, I'm still getting results. Now I can go in. Let's take a look at one of our fabulous. So I could put sentiments in the middle. I could fill those gaps even further. I could add another flower. I could come into that again. Let's take one of these. It reads "Hello Sunshine." Now, if I'm going to put this, so using this as a guide, I can say, right, we want it about there. So we need to keep it on this circle. So that, and they are designed to fit on the different guide circles. But again, as I say, play around with it, get comfortable with it, understand how it works, why it works, and where it works.
It's so good having that guide on there as well, because you're not just sort of guessing. You know you're going to get it in that perfect centre, so it's not going to ruin what you've already stamped.
That's right, and that's why I think, I must be perfectly honest, there are similar systems and tools, but this one, I think it is the most, it's the easiest to use, it is the most intuitive. And once you've seen it work once, it's obvious how it all comes together. So we're creating this lovely hello friend around the outside. Now, if I wanted, I could come on the inside of this with another. In fact, I think we might do that.
Yeah, why not?
You can even leave a gap in this and fill it with another flower, a larger flower there, if you want. But I'm going to go all the way around.
60% of the stock of this bundle has now gone. We are not able to put anything else in at all because we haven't got any more of the stencil and stamp tool. You are going to be able to, which we'll come to soon, be able to get the stamp and spin on its own, but we won't be able to do this deal. And when you think, I mean, it's that price for me. It's the fact that when we launched, not the stamp and spin, just the stencil and the stamping tool, which is brilliant in itself. We've had it on at $59.99 and sold it brilliantly. That's the price it should be for the one. At that price, it makes it free for you to get the stamp and spin. Last week, I did a discount on it, £44.99, so we did take it down to a brilliant price. It was very popular. That would then make that stamp and spin £15, okay? If we look at the lowest price ever, which we haven't done for a long time, which was £39.99, that is still taking your stamp and spin tool to £20, under £20, which it's never ever been on at. It's only ever been at £29.99. So it's superb, and it is the best price by a long way from what we've ever done. A few messages there as well. I've not used mine yet. Oh, I'm fun. Here you go, get it out now, craft along. This is a great demo, and a reminder to get it out of the cupboard. Absolutely. Get it out now, run, come on, start doing it with Pete, get some stamps.
Get cracking, absolutely. Well, we've gone around, we did that one on the centre, we did the words, I added a few more flowers. Now, we've got one more stamp to go, one of these lovely sentiments, which matches the hello friend around the outside. So there's your final sentiment in the centre, pop it down there. And there it is.
I mean, that's a piece of art right there. You pop that in a frame and you've either gifted it to somebody, put it on your own wall, or you can sell it, can't you?
You can indeed. And you know what? The more you use this, the more you think, oh, do you know what? I could do this. Do you know what? I could do that. So it's the gift that keeps on giving in that sense. Yes. Let me show you. Can I? Are you going to show those stamps? And then
just a really, really quick reminder of them brand new stamp sets, because we've just seen Pete using them, and we've had a few people just join us saying, where are they? Can we get them? Absolutely. You can see how well these work with the tool, but also how well they will work individually. Beautiful florals, also amazing sentiments, but of course you've got that curvature on some of them to be able to work perfectly with that stamp and spin as well. Now, if you do want to get the stamp and spin tool on its own, you might already have the stencil and stamping, then we've got this chance for you to be able to get it as well. Now, even the tool on its own, we are about to go down to the lowest price it has ever been. We are aware that it comes in, it sells out, it comes in, it sells out. We've not had it on screen since November, and when I look back at the actual stock on that show in November, it was tiny how much we actually had, nothing like what we have today. No. So Liam basically decided before the show today, he said, you know what, as a thank you to everybody who's been waiting for this so patiently, let's do the best price ever. So that's what we're going to do. So we will take that down. We've already had Sandra, Anita, Caroline, Vicky, Susan, Jennifer, Elaine, Tracy, Sandra in Lincolnshire, Sandra in Northumberland. We've got Tracy there in Surrey, Sean. So many of you already confirming on this. Brilliant price that it's always been on at, but we are about to drop it to the lowest ever. Oh, and I do need to point out, I was also told by Liam before the show, it's a today price. So if you want it at this price, we can't guarantee going forward that it will stay at the lowest price ever. So that's why you need it today. Oh, there you go. He's actually in my ear. He said, come tomorrow, $34.99. That is what you'd pay on the website. I don't think there'll be any left, to be honest. So I don't think it will matter, but it would be $34.99 if you don't manage to get it today. Wow. Let you continue.
I'm just, my brain's addled by all these
it
wonderful,
just feels
wonderful
just too
deals.
good, doesn't it? It's just like deal. Like, what's going on?
Thank you, Liam. You're doing my work for me. I just want to show you some samples yes, of some of the different things which I've done with those two sets, if I may. So we'll start off. We'll come in. This is just using those stamps. Nice. By themselves. So that is just a couple of stamps. It shows what wonderful effects you can get. Now, something we haven't talked about yet.
Okay.
You can create patterns with this tool, and that's what we'll look at next. Now, to make background patterns, it's an absolute... So you think you're getting great value for money as to create wreaths. You are, but to be able to create these patterns, that's something that I don't think you can do with any other of the tools similar to this.
I wouldn't realize you could at all.
You see, another background pattern.
Lovely.
This is one where what I've done here is I've actually stamped the flower and then masked it off so we can stamp over the top with the sentiment. When we talk about background patterns, there's another one. And look, I've used watercolours there to bring the beauty of those flowers. Even if you do the flowers by themselves, they're gorgeous. This is intended for a frame. This is my daughter some time ago. And again, we've used that masking technique with the flowers, as my daughter and myself. Now, again, creating a pattern with the text stamps in the background. Yes, it's really, really nice. But this is something I wanted to talk about as well, scrapbooking.
Okay.
Now, if you go 12 by 12,
yeah.
And a lot of people still do 12 by 12 scrapbooking. It's still a popular format.
Because Terry's just asked, actually, what is the biggest card that you could make? So I suppose that's sort of leading in, is it?
It depends. I mean, you could go infinitely if you just want to run a piece of paper through the machine. But if we look at this 12 by 12, now you could do a circle absolutely in the middle like this text is. It's quite subtle. Mm-hmm. You can see we've done the text here.
Yeah.
We've done a partial wreath here. And we've also done a partial wreath across the bottom.
Yes.
So when you're working with this, you see I placed this to do this wreath. I placed it about here. To do the other wreath, I placed it there. To get that one in there. To do the one in the center, I placed it there. So you're just moving your project around to get really the pattern wherever you want it. But I'm going to show, if that's okay, I'll show the folks at home how to create these lovely patterns. And we are
approaching about 50% of the stock having been allocated on this individually as well. So about 3/4 of the duo, but about half the stock of this individually. So you know, it's lovely to listen, lovely to watch, but I can see how many of you have this in your baskets. Just make sure if you want to guarantee it at the best prices ever, that you do check out as soon as you can to get your spot on this.
Right, now, what I'm going to do, I've got a stamp.
Okay.
I've got one of our lovely floral stamps here, and I'm going to create a pattern this time rather than a circle. And what I'm going to do, now, this is the center, obviously. I want to start fairly close to the center. Obviously, the screw in the middle, that's the absolute center. So I'm not going to go all the way. And do you know what? I'm kind of making it up as I go along. A friend of mine, before I left, they said, have you prepped for the show? Because we always prepare fastidiously. And I said, no, I've just got a stack of white paper. I've got my stamps, I've got my inks. And we're just going to go with the flow.
But with a tool like this, you can, can't you?
It's that kind of tool. It really is. So there we are. We make the first stamp. Now, remember, it's a stamp platform. If that isn't perfect, I can go back in and do it again. That is the beauty of a stamp platform. Now, I'm going to make 1 and 2. So this time, we're doing a double click. So then I make 1 and 2. So every time when I'm creating a pattern, I'm going for that double click. 1 and 2. Right. So you can see why I left a little bit of white space, if you will, in the center. Now, I need to get a lovely pattern, I need to maintain that kind of space. So when I put this in again, about there, yeah, that'll look good. So now we'll build the pattern outwards. You can see this still.
See, I love as well that with, like you said, it being a stamping platform, that you can lay it down on your card where you want it, and that will pick it up.
Exactly.
To even align
so there you saw there was a little a bit of ink left on the stamp. It doesn't matter because it goes back in exactly the same place.
Brilliant.
So there we are. And that's the next one. Now you can see this pattern start to spread now. So let's take that stamp again. And this time I will clean some of this ink up with a paper towel. Now obviously we can see there's space there. So that's where I want to start to fill in. So maintaining the relationship between these, and it's a great way to get a beautiful, harmonious pattern. Because yes, you can put these on a stamp block, and yes, you can fill a sheet of A4 card with it. But to maintain the space between them, there's quite an art to that.
I've never thought of you doing something like this, because you automatically, like you say, think of the wreath that you're creating, you think of those perfect circles. But like you say, to do the whole background with the perfect spacing, it just makes it look so professional.
Exactly, and look at the space in between. Look at the, but there is sort of a harmony to this, to the way that is working out from the centre. Let's see now. At any point, I could put another flower in, a smaller one. If I wanted to fill those gaps, I could do that absolutely. But I am going to put, now this one, you can see it's gone over the edge of my Stamp and Spin, but that doesn't matter because I'm going to trim this down to size afterwards for my background pattern. So you can see this is only inked partially because obviously when you're creating a pattern, the size is finite and it's depending on the size of your wheel. Now, if we created one that was the size of a dustbin lid, people would say it was too big. If we created one this size, it would be too small. So I do hope that we found a sort of a happy medium here. Now, what we've got here, that's how I would trim it down, somewhere inside there. And if we go back to
look at that.
one of my projects from before,
it?
that's what we're getting.
Wow.
So I would trim that on my paper trimmer to that size. There's my card, and I just put it on the card front, or it would be a background for a lovely frame or something like that. So there you go.
That's amazing.
Pretty
it
cool,
really is. And I think that is super, super cool to be able to actually see that. So we have still got weights on the phone lines for the tool on its own, the Stamp and Spin. It is, of course, at the lowest price that we have ever done this at before. We've never gone to this price. It is a today price. If there's any left, which I think is unlikely, it will be up to £34.99. Now, I'm going to leave you the chance to check out on that because we have got a few other deals to talk about as well. Now, we've got a couple of unbelievable deals in terms of the price, okay. Now, let's kick off with this because this is absolutely amazing. You was talking about these upstairs.
I like this one. I like this one.
You love this one. So we've got the beautiful florals, as you can see there as well. So lots of different elements. Look at what you could, of course, create with that as well. And this is your painted florals. So let's just come across to the board. You can really see the detail with them. You can see the finish is absolutely fabulous. Then we also have a stamp set that comes with this. And I think there's such brilliant, brilliant words on this. Very different to anything else. You grow girl, for example, wild about you. What's up, buttercup? Let your dreams blossom, born to bloom, sending hugs to my best bud. You're blooming lovely, you are one of a kind, I believe in you, and grow positive thoughts. So they're very different to what you often hear, but just such positive sentiment.
I do love a good pun.
I do.
I love a bad pun as well. I just love a pun.
Yeah, I think because they're quite simple, I always get them and then I laugh. Whereas, you know, if people try and tell you a long-winded joke, half the time I'm like, oh, is that the end? I don't know. Like, you know, these are much better.
The clunkier they are, the better as far as I'm concerned.
Definitely. These should be £25.98. So already we're at a really good price, aren't we, at that? I mean, you're looking at, what, £12.99 for each one of those, which is super. And we are actually going to go to a significantly lower price point on this. And I just love the fact that you're getting the blooms, that you are actually getting all of the sentiments, of course, as well. They'll work together. You can work them separately if you want to. But again, it is a today deal while stocks last, I have to say, with this as well. Better than half price? Under £10. So they are down from £12.99 each to £4.99.
Oh my word, that's insane.
Isn't it? I mean, you couldn't get one of them on an ordinary day. You go and you say, oh, I want this one. Well, you're not, because you're paying £12.99. So you're not getting either of them for the price on your screen, and yet today you're getting both of them.
That is so cool, because I've always loved that flower one, because you can do things with those layering stamps that you can't do with other stamp sets.
Very true, very true. 30%'s gone, of course it has already. We've got about a 3 to 4 minute wait on the phone lines now as well. I think we're approaching 50% of the stock being allocated. I'm not surprised. £9.99, they are gorgeous. And then you've got those lovely sentiments with such... do you know what I really like about these sentiments is the fact that you've got like bigger words to really kind of draw the eye as well.
There's a nice variety and a different fonts as well, but fonts that work with each other even though they're completely...
We have single figures available. That's how quick that they have gone. I've got over 60 of you looking at that, and we've got single figures available. I mean, that is just brilliant. Better than the price you should be able to buy one, and yet you've got them both for under £10. We'll leave those final couple of chances with Brenda, Linda, Hazel, Annette, and everybody else. Keep on checking out if you do manage to get them. But as I say, I think we've got 5 chances left. We also have another chance to get a remarkable deal, which is these lovely ocean ones, and then also your Seize the Day. You have a fantastic day, sending best fishes, you are clawsome, shell yeah, you're quite the catch. This is going to be really one you love, Pete. This is full of puns. Have a clawsome birthday, special new home, you are so special to me, seize the day, and let's celebrate, as well as see you soon. And then you've got all of those lovely images, your corals, I love the seahorse, you know, the fact that you can build scenes with these as well, with the with all of the lovely shells and starfish.
And of course, it is very trendy now. If you look at home decor, and if you look look at textile patterns, for example, you know, that sort of nautical and seaside kind of thing. And the way that you can build patterns with these as well, not just using them individually, work great with a stamp and spin, which is why we've got them on the show today, folks, because they work so well with that stamp and spin.
We are going to get that price straight down because we're matching the deal price. If you've got the Stamp and Spin, you know these are going to work. But also, I mean, the fact that you can get both of them for under a tenner. Again, same as the first one, which I think the first bundle has now sold out. You would not be able to get one of these for this price, £12.99 each on a usual day. Today is not a usual day. We've been waiting months for Stamp and Spin to come back. We've got it, which is the reason that we are able to do something like this for you today. Waits on the phone lines once again. And I really like as well that it's quite different in terms of we don't often see nautical kind of stamps, do we, or play on words with that?
No, it was a trend that we spotted. We have got people in work who are trained to spot these things.
Yeah.
And we thought, wouldn't it be great to get in ahead of the curve? So if you do go for these, if you've not spotted that trend, or if it's just started to appear on your radar, you're kind of getting in ahead of the curve in craft terms.
Nice, isn't it?
But there you go. So, but I want to have, I don't know where Liam is, so I'm just going to look up into the clouds and say, Liam, when you keep doing these crazy deals, I don't get a chance to demo. I've got it already all set to demo, and I can't because they've flown out the door. I'm looking up there. I don't know where he is.
I don't know. He's gone. He was in the gallery. Is he still there? He's gone now, isn't he? Yeah. He was in the gallery earlier because he was talking to me about the price, but he's not now. So he's,
done one.
I don't know. He's probably ran. You know what? He's probably ran away because he probably knew that you were going to be thinking.
Cause chaos and done one.
Causes chaos. He goes, yeah, it's great. Everyone's loving that, and then he's gone. Let me leave those few bits with you as well. Again, we are limited on these chances. We do have one other set of stamps that we've got as well, which is the set of the four stamp sets that are coming together as well. It's another lovely one, isn't it, that we've got. Now, with this, we have got again another sentiment set. You've got very different sentiments before. Again, very different sort of typography. We can see this: the celebrate, love you, your day, sending birthday wishes, sending a smile on your big day. You've got congrats, big hug, thank you as well. So there's lots and lots of different ones and a beautiful font that we can see. We then have, and again, a little bit like I was saying with nautical, I love the fruit in this. Very different again to what I've seen.
You know, I fell in love with those when I first started to use them. When I first saw them, I thought, fruit. But you know what? The patterns and the things that you can create with that, phenomenal.
Yes,
phenomenal.
yeah. And I think as well the sort of detail in it that gives it that dimension. So you don't feel like any of them are flat. It feels like they actually are the shape of fruit.
Absolutely.
So super. So that whole set we've got there. We've then got your florals that you can see here as well. So loads of different flowers. Again, think of your Stamp and Spin. It's going to work gorgeously. They're absolutely beautiful, aren't they? Such a lovely, lovely mix that we're seeing. 17 stamps actually in that one individually. And then your butterflies. And we're talking big butterflies. We're talking open-winged butterflies. Some of them that are in flight as well. But for me, it's the detail. It's the fact that they look exactly like when I've been to the butterfly farm with what we can see there.
But you know, these four sets, strangely enough, well, not strangely enough, but they are all designed by the same designer, Lisa Jones, wonderful young lady. And but the line thickness is the same in all of them, so that means you can use them together or individually. They were designed specifically for the Stamp and Spin, and in a second I'll show you why from some lovely samples.
Across all of these, you are getting 63 stamps. So you are getting a yeah, I know, Laura, 63 stamps. You are getting a huge, huge amount. Look at how they stamp out on these boards. Look at those butterflies kind of landing to the flowers that we can see there as well. Look at the beautiful flowers that we can see with these as well within the garden botanicals. Then you've got your botanical fruit just there, which just look hand drawn. The detail is phenomenal. And then finally, your daily sentiment 2 that we can see on this one as well, where we are looking at what should have been £55.96 for all of them, £34.99 instead today. So again, you're getting £21 off the price of those.
Yeah.
It's good, isn't it? I mean, all of these, I think every time it's like, I can see Pete's mind always going, Only problem is, everything's going to be selling out. And it's like, We can still demo with everything or anything like that if we want to.
I think I might just get to demo this, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think you might. We have luckily got quite a big stock availability in it, which is great. There are waits again on the phone lines for this as well. Do you have some samples that you?
Yeah, I've got some lovely samples actually.
Flick through.
Because obviously, again, designed to use with the Stamp and Spin. So I'm going to show you some examples. Now, remember the florals and the butterflies. So we'll have a look. We'll have a look in the overhead as well.
Nice.
Keep calm and Stamp and Spin.
That looks amazing.
Very sage advice. But you can see we've used the butterfly. Now, I think I did this one. I fussy cut around them, obviously.
Okay.
I did the flowers first, and then I carefully played. But you don't have to be that careful because the tool does it all for you.
Exactly.
Now, if we're thinking of those lovely butterflies, let me bring another frame in here.
Look at that.
So you can see just the one butterfly. And again, I use distress inks. I use different shades, all the colours of the rainbow. So I ink them up, I spritz them, and then place it down. So it looks as if it's watercoloured, but it's actually just using watered reactive inks, whether you use distress inks or oxides or whatever it might be. Let's bring in a few more now. Again, another that has been fussy cut, but there's 2 or 3 different flowers, and we start with the biggest, and then we add the little ones in to build that up. Again, there is just one single stamp.
Wow.
Using the Stamp and Spin.
Okay.
This one with embossing powder, so you can do it with your embossing ink pads as well to get that. So if you want to work light on dark, you can absolutely do that. Now, if you want to batch make, this is where a tool like this comes in, because you can recreate that over and over and over again. Just put your card in the center and recreate it. Now, we looked at the patterns earlier, creating a pattern with the leaves, creating a pattern with the fruit, and that's what I love about the fruit, is the way that you can... Oh, talking about patterns, let's just bring these in, because there's my strawberries. Now, I am not an expert watercolorist. I love splashing it around like this.
I love that.
And it works particularly well.
Doesn't it?
With these lovely, lovely fruit stamps. So there's very little care or attention being taken with that. Yeah. And that is part of the fun. So you need to embrace that and have fun with it. Let's move those out of the way. Again, this one, cutting a mask. So stamping the big one, creating a mask over it, and then you can stamp over the top. You can go around like that. So there's some more fruit. But you see, we created quite a big wreath with this before trimming it to size. And I do tend to start off with a bigger sheet and then trim it down. So that one just partially coloured. Then again, masking off, we created this lovely wreath with the pears. This one's nice because we built out from the centre. We started with a small one, then a bigger flower, then a butterfly, then another flower. So this was quite big until we trimmed it to size. And then patterns, just using blue ink. Now, you don't have to go all fancy with your colours. Just having a lovely colour like that, a blue or a grey, you can create these gorgeous, gorgeous patterns.
They are just exceptional.
And there we are.
Amazing. So you are getting over £20 discount on that. You can see that you are getting all 4 of those stamp sets today as well. All of the butterflies, all of the fruit that we can see, the flowers, and of course all of those sentiments as well. Now let's come back to the bundle, which is where you are getting the stamp and the stencil tool. You are then getting, of course, the addition of the Stamp and Spin to work with this as well. In fact, over 70% of this has now gone. Once it's gone, it's gone. It does mean that we are not able to allocate any more at all because we just do not have any more of the initial tool to actually go with the Stamp and Spin as well. It is down to the price that we launched just the Stamp and Stencil tool at £59.99. We have since discounted that. The lowest we've ever had it on, which we very rarely do. I think we've only done it a couple of times. It's $39.99. Normally the discounted price is $44.99. But even when you think of that, if you go to the very lowest price it's been at, that is making that Stamp and Spin tool £20. Or at the highest price it's been on, it's completely free. So depending on the day that you see it. And we have split pay available. So actually, For the price that you would normally buy the Stamp and Spin at, you can take both of them home today at £29.99, which is absolutely brilliant. And you've just seen what super tools they are. Both of them award winners, and the fact that you can get that epic discount for both, I think, is just brilliant. Waits again on the phone lines for this. Lots of you with it in your basket. As I say, around 3/4 of the stock has now gone and been allocated. So if you want it, you do need to ensure that, of course, you jump in and get it at this price, because both the deals, this and also the Stamp and Spin on its own, I have been told are today prices or until stocks run out, of course.
Yeah. But I mean, don't worry, because if it does sell out today, then you might get another opportunity in 3-4 months. Whenever we get the stock back, but you might not get an opportunity at that price, because that is a silly price.
Yeah, especially because it's never happened before, and we've had both of them on before, and we've never done these prices. So, and like you say, it's the waiting. I mean, I know it's fine because we will manage, hopefully, to get it back in at some point. Yeah. But I'm so impatient. I don't want to wait 2-3 months like you always have to.
No, do I? Not with something. I mean, the thing is, it is multi-award winning, obviously, but it's so simple to use. It's so intuitive, but. Think of all your stamp sets. Think of your stash. You can breathe new life into that. You can do things with those that you never sort of previously thought possible. So it brings new life. Sorry, I'm so late. I've got my hand in my pocket.
It's because you're chilled. You're just like, this is the best product, the best prices. Here we go.
Liam's done all the hard work, so I don't need to. But you know, it is one of those things that you will use time again. But even just using it as a stamp platform, that's lovely.
Exactly.
You know, having a stamp platform. I think the stamp platform, probably in the last 10 years, is one of the most important.
Without a doubt.
To any crafter, even if you're just a casual stamper, because I'll tell you for why. And you at home, you know this. We've all done it. You make a project, you do your inking, you've got everything perfect. Then you go to stamp your sentiment.
And you ruin it.
And you ruin it because either you put too much pressure one side or not enough on the other side. Or, you know, or it's ski whiffed or something like that. But with a stamp platform, you can put your stamp exactly where you need it, bring it down, and get perfect results every time. So with this, you're getting the stamp platform, you're getting the stencil tool, which is incredible.
Brilliant.
But your Stamp and Spin, wonderful product.
And in essence, free at this price if you look at the price you'd pay elsewhere, and you've paid with us in the past for that stamp and stencil tool on its own. We are over allocated now. We have got, we're in the teens, so we've got less than 20 actual chances available, but we've currently got over 40 people either on the phone lines or with this in their basket. So it does now mean that not everybody can get this deal. We cannot add any additional stock to this. It is what we have is what we have. We had big quantities available. I mean, I was looking at the show in November, which completely sold out. That's the last time that, of course, we had the Stamp and Spin in. I think they had something like, I think it was like a fifth or a sixth of the amount of our stock. Like we've got the biggest amount of stock on today's show that we've ever had, even bigger than the launch show, okay? Yeah. And already we're down to single figures for this opportunity, and we cannot bring any more. We did expect it to sell out. Now, just to give you, I know if you are just joining us, which a lot of you are, single figures left of this bundle. What you are getting with this is you're getting it all basically, because you are getting your stencil and your stamp tool. So it's like the base, it's the part that you need, that you have to have to be able to then obviously pop the Stamp and Spin accessory onto, because it clicks in right at the top. It's very clever how it kind of all works together. Might be further things to kind of work with these things in the future as well. Who knows what Sizzix might bring out. So you get both, you're getting both of them. The difference is the price today, because we have sold just the one tool, the stencil and stamp tool, at the price on your screen, $59.99. You loved it. You all bought it. I would buy it. It's fantastic at that price. We have discounted it, and the lowest price, we haven't been doing it for a while, but the lowest price we've been to in the past is £39.99. That's still, even if you look at the best price that I haven't been allowed to go to for ages, I've been asking and I keep being told, no, we're not doing that price anymore. But even if we look back when we did the best price, that makes that Stamp and Spin tool £20. It has never been close to that price. It won't be at that price on its own. So the fact that you can do that today is phenomenal. but unfortunately, I think we've got 3 or 4 left. That's it now. We've now got over 50 people with this in their basket and 3 or 4 left. The great thing is we do have the Stamp and Spin tool on its own, okay? So if you do want to get this, you've still got availability for the tool on its own. Again, we are not able to add any more to this either. So once this goes as well, that is it. Like we've had hundreds and hundreds available today, and once again, that is at the lowest price it's ever been to as the accessory on its own.
Pretty good.
Which is really.
I'm
really
at a
good.
loss for words. I don't know what to say.
I know.
Yeah, it's really cool. But you know, it's one of those tools that you will never regret buying, and you will use, you know, over and over again, because it's like everything I've shown today. You know, it keeps revealing new things to me. I keep finding out, or thinking, oh, what if I try? Or what if I tried that? What if I tried the other? And I've used some layering stamp sets with it. Which, well, actually, could we? Yeah. We're going. If we go back, remember that one that sadly sold out
really quickly. Yes.
But I just want to show folks.
Show it, definitely.
This was all done using the Stamp and Spin, with the exception of this one. Now, this is the set, and obviously this is the set I used without the Stamp and Spin. But when you start to look at these with and using distress inks as well, getting all those cool techniques in there. How about that for a lovely pattern, background pattern? Now, it's not supposed to have a poppy in it, but my daughter's called Poppy, so everything has a poppy in it when I'm working. So just creating the lovely patterns with it. Now, this was done, I did a big A4 sheet and just trimmed it down, so we added those to the cards, using that gorgeous fern. Now, I never, previous to last week, I'd never used this with the stamps.
Oh, really? So
and once I start using it, I thought, oh my word. But look at these two, because obviously I've used, it's quite free-form. Yeah. We've used the distress ink. I've spritzed it before applying it, so you get the lovely mottling. It looks like I'm a skilled watercolorist.
It does.
I'm actually anything but. But that's the kind of thing you can do when you've got a platform and the Stamp and Spin. Yeah. And in fact, I did say about poppies, didn't I? So this was supposed to be the rose, but I used obviously a different flower for the inside, and there's my daughter Poppy, and just splatter some ink over it. But it looks like I've painted it, and it, you know, but I haven't. It's just all about what you can do with this Stamp and Spin and stencil tool, and having the right stamp set, or even having the wrong stamp sets. It doesn't matter, because once you've got this tool, you can create pretty much whatever you want. There you go.
It's just absolutely superb, isn't it, to be able to get this. Now, we do have, let's not forget, the brand new stamp collection as well that we looked at right at the top of the show. Yeah. And we have got this here for you to be able to get. Now, it is an absolutely gorgeous duo that we can see. Over half the stock of this has gone as well. It was an absolutely massive allocation and allowance of stock that we had again on it. And let me just show you the boards with this, because it's stunning. I mean, the flowers, the amount that you're actually getting in this, the foliage that we're seeing also, and then of course the fact that we have got all of those sentiments. And obviously you saw Pete stamping out with this as well, and the way that you can really create those lovely kind of finishes with the words as well, with them being on those curves that we can see. Did you want to show something else?
Well, I mean, do you want me to go through the samples, or shall we do another quick demo? What would you prefer?
Do another demo, just because I just get amazed by this each time I'm watching. I'm like,
but you know what?
I've never had it on a show. I feel like I'm very lucky.
If we were doing a second hour, I'd get you to do this to show folks for the first time without even practicing. Just to show how straightforward it is. I wasn't going to say easy, because that would be like saying even you could do it. But
no, I don't find that offensive, because I really don't find that offensive. I would agree.
But so I'm using this as a guide, so it's easier to see. So this is a quarter. This is one click. So each of these, that's a single click. So when I'm building a sort of a circle of stamps, I put this in such a way. So I'm trying to think of the size that I want without it overlapping. So I come to my tool, I put it down, and that's it. That's it. It's all done. Job done. And then simply ink up. Remember, again, as we said, it's a stamp platform. Yep. This just slots into the hinge. And away we go. Now, there we are, we made that. Then I make my second click, And you see this one just comes over that petal there. But that's absolutely fine, because you can mask these off individually as well if you wish. But I'm showing the kind of the biggest, biggest sort of one that we can do, because I think we'll take some text on the inside afterwards.
Okay, nice.
But there you go. So we'll keep on going around. And remember, now, if you're using a smaller flower, you can keep adding them in. But already this you know, it's quite spectacular to think. But it's the accuracy. Yeah. I think you got that guaranteed accuracy. And even though it's in eighths, it doesn't create like an octagonal effect. It creates a circle because of the way the stamps were designed, with a very slight curve on it. So there we are. There's that just by itself. That without any colour, without anything else.
Gorgeous.
Absolutely gorgeous. And let's take one of our.
Beautiful.
Let's take this now. We'll come on the inside here, and again, I'm following these circles. So this is so that's the size of this. That's what the circle's going to do. If I move up to there with, say, one of the larger ones, because we do have two sizes. So this one is for the next circle up. So that rather that one there and that one down there. Now, you can put it even higher and put a flower in between. So you don't have to have these joining up. You can put a little stamp in between. So let's bring this one down now. We'll get that on there, make sure it's all lined up. And again, that in itself is simplicity. So,
isn't it? It just makes it so easy.
Now this one is right close up to the edge on these flowers. I wouldn't normally do that, but as we're making it up as we go along today, it doesn't seem to
exactly,
matter,
and that's
to be
what
honest
you can.
with you.
It's great, isn't it?
But there you go.
Yeah.
It sort of completes the circle of the flowers. But look how well those words actually join up as well.
I know.
It's glorious. So quick. And you can say, I'm not taking much care at all
And yet it looks
in the
like
placement of this. It's all done so quickly. Just really cool. You could even put flowers in the centre. You can put a lovely sentiment in there. You can take a framelit circle die and cut into that. So put a photograph behind it.
Yeah, and like we've seen with some of your girls kind of in the photos and stuff, just how well it works by doing something
indeed.
like that.
And well, this is an example. There you go. There's a lovely background that we did. We created that sentiment in the middle. Again, just a background pattern, background pattern. Again, using one of the bigger stamps.
Exactly.
That's a great example of how you know, we can combine the flowers and the text together. There's another one there, a lovely background pattern again. And of course, we talked about using it on 12 by 12. So you just do a partial wreath. There's a partial wreath there. There's the sentiments there, and you can move this around the tool because we don't have any sides. So as a stamp platform, it's probably one of the most versatile in the sense of the size of things that you can work with.
The bundle has now sold out completely with the Stamp and Spin and the Stamp and Stencil. There is still the chance, of course, to be able to get the Stamp and Spin tool on its own. But again, a huge amount of that stock allocation has gone as well. So if you would like to get that, that is still there for you, which of course is a brilliant opportunity. That is code SG1S47 for you to be able to get that. Final chances, lowest price ever at £27.99 as well that it's ever been, so take advantage. Look back at the stamp sets as well, everything else that we've managed to bring to you. You are back at, is it
8 and 9?
9?
Well, no,
we're not even here at 9.
7 o'clock and 8 o'clock, so it's a double show.
I was like, I mean, you can have a lovely time 9 till 10, but I don't know if anybody will be able to watch you. Just Pete in here having a lovely time with his tools. 7 till 9, so you've got a double hour. Oh, I love them shows. Yeah. We so rarely get double hours, but it's so nice to have that time, isn't it?
Yeah, just let it breathe a little.
Definitely. Yeah, so make sure you do tune in between 7 and 9, but if you want that Stamp and Spin tool, check it out now and as soon as you can to make sure you've actually got it and you've actually got it into your basket before those shows and whilst it's still available. I'll be back in a minute. We have got Old Maid New coming up, so don't go anywhere. A completely different show and loads of new bits and that as well.
If you're shopping here at Hobbymaker and have a discount code to use, this is applied at the checkout via our website or app. Once you've added all your items to your basket, simply pop the code in the discount box and click Redeem. The price will automatically adjust and then you're ready to continue with checkout. Alternatively, if you're shopping with us by phone, our friendly help team will apply the discount for you. Shopping made easy with Hobbymaker.
Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Hobbymaker app. Head over to the App Store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all the products that are featured throughout the day. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see our bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back to watch and shop. And you can see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send us a message to the studio. You can also keep up with the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with the Hobbymaker app.
At Hobbymaker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. Hobbymaker, let's get crafting.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Registering for a Hobbymaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to the Hobbymaker website and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and away you go. Within your account settings, you can view your order history, address and card details and any items in your basket. Shopping made easy with Hobbymaker.
Well, I have to say, today has absolutely flown. What a lovely day it has been. 4 o'clock, and we have got Old Maid new one.
Hello
It's
again.
been a little while since we've had a show together.
It was about 3 months ago,
Was
wasn't
it?
it?
Yeah.
The last, was it October?
Time just disappears, doesn't
I
it?
know.
You just think, how on earth have we got there? Well, we've got a completely different show for you today, which is lovely. So we've got lots and lots of different things, lots of new things. We've got some very limited stock as well on our stamping block. So have a little look on the website is what I would say, because if you want to shop ahead on anything, then you can do, because it's all there and it is all available for you. But we're going to start first with this, which is our Fabulous 40 collection. And you have got your fabric journal panels here. Now, tell us a little bit about this and how you came up with it.
I've got the original artwork here as well. It's actually, because I'm into my sort of, through my conservation, I look at rare footage and stuff.
Yeah.
So this year is actually VE Day, and it's 80 years of VE Day. So the 8th of May, I think, is when they ceased to have the war, didn't they, in 1944. So basically, it's like sort of just really celebrating the veterans and things like that. There's also 40s fashion. Each panel's all got a little theme. So I've got 40s fashion, like fabulous 40s on that. Then there's all this one here, which is actually really good for men's journaling.
Definitely.
Men's books and things like that.
Yes.
So the idea is that it's all like sort of camouflaged and collaged with the rare footage. But you can also do your journaling with it, like put your old photographs in there or memories and keep memory books and things.
And I think it's really lovely to see that inspiration of where it comes from. And obviously, 80 years, without that, none of us would be living the way that we do. So,
that's right.
You know, it is something that's amazing to commemorate, to remember as well, to be inspired by. And the fashion, I mean, loads of us absolutely love that as well. It has that kind of historical vintage type of feel with it.
That's right. So these are original fabrics from the 40s.
Wow,
I used to be a textile designer, so I have got loads and loads of books and, sort of like research on all that.
Okay.
And I just thought, what a way to sort of like celebrate it. You can make things with that.
Now, you can get, of course, all of this today. So you are getting your fabric journal panels for under £30. And would you be fine to just snip into this if you wanted to and things like that? And then you've got all of that sort of additional fabric at the side, where I was thinking if you wanted to block print, you could then use this to do that with as well.
The idea is it's actually on 100% Panama cotton.
Okay.
So it's a really good thick weaved cotton. So you can actually stitch in it. You can use a sewing machine with it. A friend of mine's made cushions with it. It's really robust. But also for book covers, journaling, that kind of thing, which is what I'm going to demo, which is my little stitch journal book. It's going to be sort of like a really good basic ground, sort of fabric to use.
And it's really long. I mean, it's basically almost your height.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
It's four different panels with those themes that we were saying. But we've got the Lands Girls, and every time I look, I always see something different. Ration books.
Yeah, I bet.
Like
You sort of spotting all the different, the different kind of parts to each of those images that we can see as well. So that is there, discounted today as well to £24.99 if you'd like to jump in and get that. Now we also have the chance for the Make Do Amend Lace and Button bundle, which you can see here. I have to say, this is absolutely beautiful, and whether you're sort of wanting to use that within your journaling, within your card making, or if you're wanting to make sort of beautiful pieces like this, which is pretty easy, or charms to be able to pop on.
Wearing one.
Lovely, aren't they? They're so, so nice, and this is a great opportunity to do it. Now, do contents vary slightly within these?
They do, because they are original, genuine old lace and old fabrics. I mean, some go back to the 40s and 50s.
That's phenomenal, isn't it?
And there's all just enough there. But the more you snip into it, the more you're going to get more out of it. Yeah, there's so many, and also the buttons are all rare buttons. They're genuine from, outfits and things, and washed and cleaned. Yeah, so basically each bundle, you've got a lot in there though. You've got about 10 to 15 pieces.
So much. And then, like you said, when we sort of open up these buttons, whether you're getting sort of your big pins.
Yeah, you've got 3 pins there.
You've got fabulous sort of, just show you a few of the examples, if you're wanting to create this, but you've got such a gorgeous, gorgeous mix that of course you'll get when you get that home. So you can see it's absolutely jam-packed as well. We've got more fabrics underneath as well. And then I think it's that inspiration that if you wanted to create something like this, you don't have to be a sewer or anything like that. You would be able to do something like this. It's quite easy. But if you're journaling, if that's like what you love to do, these would be great as additions. If you want to put embellishments on cards, then again, what a lovely way to do it with your laces, with your fabrics, also with your buttons, or anything like that as well. And it's a big bundle coming in at £24.99.
That's right. I mean, I'm snipping through it slowly. And there's bits I think, I could just use that little
bit.
So always keep all your little bits.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to get the price straight down because we are going to go even lower than that price point today. Wow, that's really good. I mean, you can see the size of that, just how much you are going to get. And it's at £17.99. So we are right down. I think the fact as well that you're, it is vintage, that you are getting that vintage lace, you are getting fabrics from kind of different periods in time as well.
That's right. It's I mean, it's all sourced by me, and I actually like to put a collection together. And I just thought we needed the lace when you were doing the panels, and then also the new fabric bundle as well.
Yeah, definitely. It works perfectly, doesn't it? Kind of in correlation with each other as well. So right down on that to £17.99. But what would you want to work it with? Because what we have here is we make your own stitched journal bundle. Tell us a little bit about what's actually in this.
Basically what it is, it's loads and loads of rare footage of old fabrics. I'm
Fabulous.
just going to go through all this.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
There's also some lovely, again, washed buttons and things.
Yeah.
But that's a tea cosy.
Ah,
I don't cut that one up. Someone else will be probably cutting that one up.
Yeah, which they can.
And then you've got some old 40s fabrics. There's some furnishing fabrics, which sometimes you need to do your stitch journey. You need some thick ones, thin fabrics. You need like a mixed media a lot. It's pre-printed. There's loads in here, doilies. So when I'm going to demo how to make a stitch journal anyway, I'm going to show you how to use. But you're also getting two lovely firm pieces of felt, which actually is good to put in between the pages,
I bet,
so it doesn't flop so much.
Definitely. So you're getting so much, plus you're going to get something like that with all of those bubbles, those buttons that you can get as well. So then you are ready to go, and it is down to $23.99 today for all of that fabric ready for your stitch journaling and your buttons also. Should we come across straight to demo so we can see how we do this and what we
I'll show you my little journal first.
Yeah.
This is actually from the Lands Girls cover. So you can see there's the Land Girls covers. I've actually put a journal together with a family.
Okay, I
this
like
is
that.
Stephen's family,
right?
Which is my partner's side. It's got a lot of history, so something goes back to 1800s, and then he's basically comes forward, and there's pictures of his dad in the war, and there's pictures of that. So basically what I've done is, it's all glue. You don't need to be a sewer. I've done all this with glue. So it's literally PVA glues, which actually I've got on the show as well. What I use.
Exactly.
But inside, as you see, your first page would be, your cover would be the fabrics. And then I've put in other pieces of fabric, which is actually from your fabric bundle, some old lace, just to frame some of the pages. Got some beautiful linen in there as well. And on your first page, obviously, I've cut out little hearts. So you can be really creative. It's a bit like journaling. If you've got dies, you can cut out your dies, as well. You don't need to sort of think, oh, how am I going to cut that? There's a big doily there. I didn't even cut that. So again, in there, you've got lots of texture. You've got like bits of corners making pockets. So these doilies are little pockets in there. Lace. So again, I'm going to find photographs to put in those. But these are the lovely photographs that we've got from the 1800s. Clive said to me that he didn't know who these were because they're just so old. But they are part of the Stevens family. Again, with your buttons. It's actually edging pictures and photographs. So what I did was I found some photographs and I printed them on the computer, just on the photocopier, onto some sort of pre-fabric. It's actually like you peel it off and stick it down. So it's like stitch and sew or something like that. So you can use other mediums there as well, or you can just use normal photographs like I've done here, which I've actually just like distressed with some inks. So with your journaling, you can put in ink in them, you can stitch into them, you can use your fine liners, your pens, you can write names on there, so it's really like each page you'll probably get more and more inspiration as you go.
Without a doubt.
So again, there's bits of the lace that are from there. There's a broken piece of like wood there. There's a little boy. I don't know who he is, but I'll have to find out. Again, it's just like you've got hidden pockets. You can actually put in things inside. It's been really creative.
Yeah, absolutely.
Little photograph there.
Oh wow, beautiful.
Put inside.
Yeah, and to have actually all that history there, and it's so different to seeing it when it's done with the card or anything like that.
That's
so
right.
it's just fabulous as
And
a
instead of
keepsake.
paper, you've got like a fabric heirloom, really. You could hand it down.
Without
as
a doubt.
well, which is really lovely. So I'm going to demonstrate how to make that.
Lovely.
Which is lovely. So again, using that lovely stitch bundle, which you've just seen. We've got I'm going to use the Spitfire piece.
I love that bit.
I'm going to do a smaller version just to sort of show you, but I was going through all the little fabrics that I have got on the kit, and basically all you're doing is I'm using pink and shears on some parts, and then there's some bits that I like to fray, so I don't need to use the pink and shears on that. So it's just roughly cutting sizes of what you need. So again, this is what I'm saying about these fabric bundles. You're just going to find so many pieces that you can use
you can keep
later
them
on.
On different bits.
Yeah, you could stamp on them as well. If you've got sentiments and things that you've got in your stash, you can sort of stamp into those.
Definitely.
So I'm just going to get the pink and shears on the edge of here. Don't have to be too sort of, it's got to be straight or anything like that, because the whole point of it is kind of like making it yourself, making it quite personal.
Yep, definitely.
So that would be probably your first page. You can cut off any bits that you don't want. So
just give it a trim.
Then I'm going to use some of the felt, the stiff felt that we were talking about. And then you can always sort of put one on one side, so it kind of makes that one more robust.
Yeah.
So you can do that. And then I'm going to do another little mini page inside, so you can sort of use that piece for that one.
Okay.
So what you're doing is you're building up your pages first. I'm going to probably do another one in that one as well. This is that lovely linen.
Yeah, that's really
which is really nice, and it's so strong as well.
I think that's the thing as well. It will be so exciting when you get these bundles home, because you'll be able to take the time looking through each bit of fabric, you know, the laces that are there, the different buttons, because every one will be a little bit different as well. So you can then get that inspiration from that, which will be fabulous.
The thing is as well, what I love doing is looking through it all, like you say, and then putting it all aside, and then you can sort of get creative from there.
Definitely, yeah.
So I'm going to cut that side more, the pink and shears. You can use normal shears as well, you don't have to have pink and shears.
Okay.
So we're sort of layering them up. So you could do it in as many as you want, but with that one I only had 4, which is this one.
Okay.
But I actually layered up again afterwards, so I
so you've
put
got
more
that
and more.
sort of thickness to it.
So and it does,
the
and it
different
gets thicker
layers.
as you go.
Super.
So the first thing I'm going to do is use some clips.
Okay.
You can use bulldog clips if you want, if you haven't got anything, just to keep them together. So one at the top. This just keeps the spine straight.
Yeah. Super.
There you go. And then we've got the needle and cotton as well, just normal needle and cotton. Again, I've got this on the show. This is extra strong cotton.
Yeah.
And also the needles are lovely. They're steel as well. So going through some of the times when you've got the fabrics, you need to sort of think about how thick the needles are. They can bend, but these don't. They're really, really good.
So you can see that just over here, £6.99 for you to be able to get those. So you have got that extra strong polyester thread that we can see, and then you've also got them hand sewing needles. You can see you've got a real kind of mix of sizes, 12 needles in that as well, but all of that for £6.99 that will work perfectly for actually putting this together. And like we said, you don't need to be an experienced sewer or anything like that. A lot of this is put together with glue, but of course to do that little bit of stitching, then you can get that if you want to.
So this is the bit that I'm just now going to sew, which is lovely. I've got my needles. There's a long needle as well, which is actually the biggest needle that's in that pack.
Okay.
And all I'm doing is just going to go through kind of about an inch or so in, and you're literally just going to, as if you're doing bookbinding. I don't know if anybody's into
a lot of people have done
bookbinding,
bookbinding, haven't they?
And so you're literally just going over into there.
I see, yes.
Because you'll find that it does stay and stitch together. It's really good.
Okay.
And I'll just do 2 or 3 stitches just to hold that.
You've got that then in place, yeah.
Yeah. You're not going to see this because, again, with the lace and things and the trimmings, like on this one, I've actually put a spine down here.
It's really nice.
And then I've put a little tassel there, you know,
gorgeous.
so you could...
My little boy, they're doing Victorian at the moment at school, so he's 5. But they went back, and their first day after Christmas, they set the classroom up like it was Victorian. So they've got them all in like rows of their desks, and they all learned to sew. And he is now like absolutely obsessed with like constantly. Well, he could, because he's actually, I mean, he's tiny, but you know, in terms of doing quite basic sewing like this, like, and he's very little. And as long as you know, obviously watch him with the needle and be a little bit careful, it's, so he loves it. So I think that's what's really nice to be able to do things like this as projects as well, maybe with your children, and then create those lovely memory books.
That's right. I mean, it could be things like you've got additional baby clothes, or you've got things like for your memory, like personal memories. You could actually then just add this to it.
Definitely.
So yes, I've just knotted that end, and I'm going to knot this one again as well on that side.
Okay.
But you'll find that this really does stay together.
Yeah,
it's really
brilliant.
robust. So now the fun begins now. This is the bit that you think, oh, you know, but now you can sort of play with everything now. So I'm going to take those off.
Okay.
I mean, if I was going to carry on, I would have probably done this a bit more thicker, but it's just demoing
showing
how
kind of
how you are doing it.
Yeah.
And it'll still be thick enough.
Yeah, yeah.
So with the glue, what I'm doing is I've got some nice felt again. I'm just going to put that one on the front there.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to use normal glues, which is the glue I've got.
Yeah, we've got that available on the show, haven't we?
It's a bit more thicker than the actual normal PVA glue.
Super. So if you want to get that glue,
designed.
then we've got that just there for you to be able to get as well. So you've got a great opportunity with this, £7.99. That is your high-tack fabric glue that we've got, which of course is going to work perfectly to be able to create any projects like this.
You only need a little bit as well.
Yeah, just a few dots.
It does stick. It's really good. So yeah, we're just going to stick that on there. So it's really good because as that's drying, I went over to the next page. And then you just work your page back.
Yeah,
you know,
of course,
sort of thing. So you've got this piece here, which is really nice. So you could probably now start playing with some of the lace that you're getting. I mean, some of the lace pieces are quite wide and they're quite big, like that piece, which is lovely.
That's amazing, isn't it?
So these are in the bundles.
Yeah.
And this could be a lovely pocket. So you could actually glue that on and just keep it as a pocket. So you can have, you know, sort of photographs in there or buttons or... So it's just like scrapbooking.
Yeah,
really,
it is, just in a different way,
journaling,
isn't it?
You know, and then you can sort of add and stitch things into it.
And we were saying, obviously, it's New Year. A lot of people are kind of wanting to try out different versions of craft or anything like that as well. So it's really nice when you're enabled to do something like this, really.
Just gonna, I'm gonna keep that one as a page, actually, that one. And I'm gonna put that one on top of that one. Every time I do this, they're all just different, but they come out really well.
Yeah, yeah.
They really do. And I was really pleased when I found this rare button place to actually source the buttons. They're really good. They are genuine from Outfits and Things, this company that I go to. And they were really good.
That's good.
I think some of them are gold on there.
Right,
They've got sort of like gold buttons there.
Yeah, yeah.
With
And I think that's
enamel.
what's lovely, isn't it? That you can get that mix of...
And the pearly ones, I love the pearl buttons. So yeah, so you're just leaving them like sort of on there, let it sit on there. It dries clear as well.
Oh,
which is another
perfect, so you
thing.
won't see it,
No. There you go. So that's like sort of already one page sort of done, really.
Exactly, yeah. And you've
And
got that little pocket to put
I mean,
whatever
if
you
you've got the other bits of fabric as well, you can actually then just cut out
of course
bits
you can.
of fabric
Yeah, the
there.
bits that you kind of want to
You know,
pop
if
in.
you want somebody sort of like one of the land girls, say a picture of a land girl or a fashion woman, you could actually
just chop
cut
into
out,
that and take
chop
the bit that
in
you want.
as well with your fabric panels.
Yeah, definitely.
So we've got a tape measure here, a little bit of a ribbon, but again, that could probably stick in there as well.
Yeah, that's cool.
So just building them up, really.
Yeah, exactly. Really nice.
So I'm going to put that one over again. That's already glued on, that one.
So quick.
So yeah, I mean, if you wanted to, you can edge some of the edges that way.
I think that's the thing as well, is I think each time, you know, if you make more of these, you're never going to make the same thing. You're always just going to be looking at what you've got and being inspired by that. And also depending on whether you are doing something a bit historical about your family, like we saw with your example, whether you're making baby memory books, whether it's about you and your friends or a travelling kind of journal, it is going to inspire you in terms of what you do and what fabric you put into it.
So this is a piece of little cotton lawn that was in there.
Yes.
I was sort of making
into hearts. How nice is that?
So you can have like a little pocket there.
Yeah.
And to keep that top bit loose, so you can actually then put the photographs in as well.
Yeah, really good idea.
So yeah. You just need a normal mat as well. Glass mats and that are really good.
The stuff that you've got, obviously, probably at home anyway, to be able to use.
So I haven't done any sewing yet, apart from
apart from that one bit with the spine. There we go.
So I think it'd be nice if you've got children to do this though as well. Like you're saying, your son would love it.
Yeah. Honestly, he would. He wants to be you. Like he wants to be an artist when he's older because he wants to come on and be like you, like and be this. And yeah, he thinks. No, you wouldn't want him on now. I don't think he's trustworthy enough at 5. Who knows what he might say?
The another thing as well with the laces, and this is what I found, because this is what makes it go a long way.
Yeah.
There's some pieces that you probably don't want.
Okay.
So, I mean, I could just cut that little wheel out and put that there.
Yeah, exactly.
And also, like, sort of, I've got little tassely bits on mine,
which is nice,
which is just hanging just randomly.
Yes, just take the pine
So
apart
again,
if
you
want.
just find so many patterns in these laces that you just can cut these out like this.
It almost reminds me of like a wind charm or something like that as well, or a dream catcher, you know, when you're sort of looking at that.
That has just lasted and lasted.
I bet, just keep taking little bits off it.
So again, you can actually then start decorating little pieces like this.
Really easy,
build it up. Yeah, it is.
But actually, you know, start working on it and then popping it together. And I think the other lovely thing is that you could do it all in one go if you wanted to, or of course you could keep coming back to it and just adding different bits to it whenever you've got a few minutes or, you know, half an hour or anything like that, and then slowly build this up with all of those memories that you want to capture.
I mean, that glue's brilliant as well.
Yeah,
it does, you know, stays on there as well.
And sticking, like, you know, actually getting it kind of adhesive very quickly.
Yeah, that's why it's a much thicker one.
Makes sense.
I've also even got some dried flowers, so you may have some dried flowers in your stash and stuff. So again, you can bend them around, and you can actually then stitch that in if you wanted to as well. Yeah. Which is another little element to it.
Yeah, so just popping anything that you want into it, really.
Yeah, that's right.
Just to give you a quick reminder of the Make, Do and Mend Lace and Button Bundle, because quite a lot of you have come through for that. So we have got one example in front of us here, okay? Everyone will be slightly different, so contents will vary, but this is just to show you what you could get. So you might get things like this. You know, we've got beautiful laces that we can see there. You've got some that are thicker as well, with stunning sort of detail on them. We've got sort of cuts like that we can see. You might get really large bits of fabric as well, like what we're seeing there, that you can just snip into if you'd like to, like Maria was doing on those other bits. It might be that you get some colour in some parts of it as well. You know, there's just so much that you're actually getting within these bundles. And then on top of that, it may be that you get your safety pins. You know, we've got so many buttons that are in this.
Loads of buttons.
Just, yeah, exactly. Just to show you sort of a selection, let's say, of them.
I think there's about 20 on average on each one.
Okay.
But they are beautiful.
Yeah, aren't they? They're beautiful. They're detailed. Some of them gold, silver kind of overlay. We've got this, what pattern? We've got almost pearlescent. So it's just brilliant. But every single one of these will be different and will be slightly unique. So you can sit at home and you can just fall in love with what you're actually seeing there, what you're getting as well. And I think that's the beauty of it, really, that it is just so unique, so individual. And of course, if you wanted to, you could create something a little bit like what we're seeing just there, if you wanted to do charms or you wanted to create something to wear. So such lovely presents and lovely gifts to be able to give to people as well. And to get all of that today, we're looking at £17.99. So it is a really, really good price. We are looking at almost a quarter of the stock having been allocated on that as well. So it's
I've made a lovely cuff.
Oh, I like that.
As well, it's just actually using the buttons, any of the fabric lace underneath, and there's a bit of felt sort of just in there.
Yeah, gorgeous.
But again, you could make little cuffs with that.
Really good idea.
Little jewellery pieces.
A few people have noticed that we've got the rag paper on the show as well. So this is back in stock. I know that we've sold out of this previously. Tell us a little bit about this if people haven't come across it before.
Yeah, well, what it is basically, it's rag paper, which is made of cotton base. Yeah. And it's actually pulped with cotton.
Great,
so when you tear it, because funny enough, I've made a little journal. I was going to demo a paper version.
Yes.
When you tear it, it actually comes away with all the fibres on the edge.
Looks really nice, doesn't it?
And it's such a thick piece as well. So again, I've done the same technique where I've just, you know, with the strong cotton, with that on the back, and then I've made a little wallet so it can come in and out.
Okay, really nice.
So you can actually sort of put that in there to keep it more, you know, you can tuck things in there as well. But I love it because you can stitch with it, which is really good because of the cotton fibre in there. You can colour with it. Alcohol markers are lovely on it.
That's nice.
And it doesn't bleed very well, so it's really good. But you can do Zantangle on it, you know, stamp on it. You've got the paper version, so if you didn't want to do fabric, you can actually still use the rag paper, which is lovely. But a combination of both would be nice as well.
I think so, yes,
So you can glue in a page of the fabric.
Yeah, it's nice to have the options, isn't it? And this is down to £10.99 for you to be able to get this. So 10 sheets that you were getting. You could see that gorgeous finish that, of course, you had with that as well. But it's the fact then that if you want to, you could be doing exactly what we're seeing Maria doing, but it could be that you want it to be with your paper instead. But you've got that thickness, you've got that kind of smoothness with this, so you know that you can use it with all of those mediums that we were just talking about. And of course, discounted to £10.99, but we don't have vast amounts of it available. So if you want it, make sure, of course, that you are jumping in and getting it at that superb price.
It is a good price, that.
Really good. Yeah,
because I mean, you can get at least 2 journals out of that.
Brilliant.
You know, with a good size. So this one here, I've actually got my old little photograph that I was telling you about before, and I've photographed them on the computer. And it's actually, you can buy this paper quite easily on most shops, I think.
Yeah.
I did ask about...
Yeah, whether we've got any, we've not.
But I might actually get some next time
Yeah,
round.
that'd be super.
And it's literally just adhesive on.
It just sticks on, yeah.
So it's adhesive. And then you can actually frame it with your ribbon as well. So it's another way of actually attaching photographs.
Yeah, definitely.
Like this.
And it's a lovely sort of finish in terms of the texture of it, isn't it?
That's
it feels
right.
quite oldie-worldy, I think.
Yeah, that's what I like about it, because you can get sepia, you know, with the colour of your computer.
Yeah.
And also I've just attached the buttons just on that one, but I love that one.
Yeah.
And the way they stick on there. There's so much to do on this still.
It really is. I mean,
Every
that's
time
the
I
thing.
look
It's
at
a full project that you're going to be able to keep on sort of working with, aren't you, as well? So it's just gorgeous. So start your projects. Think about what you want to do. Of course, you can do it with the fabric bundles. You might want to do it with the rag paper instead. But it really is going to be that sort of labour of love, really, putting this together, isn't it? And building this up as well.
I mean, you can all do a page each if there's a group of you.
Yeah.
And then put the book together afterwards.
Yeah,
but it'd be nice to actually do that with the war, you know, with VE Day happening this year. That'd be really nice to dig out your old photographs and just.
And of course, with the fabric that we sort of showed you at the beginning, we have got a few other sort of samples of things that you might want to do as well. So you can see kind of different things that you can create, different ways that you can use this as well. Like you mentioned, the pillows, so you can see how some of those have been used to be able to create a gorgeous pillow like that. Would you like to do a bag or an apron or anything like this as well? That'd be lovely. You can really see, I mean, how stunning is that with your bag that you're seeing there that you've got as well. It's £24.99, and just to show you, you are getting a lot.
It's bigger. It's about an A3 size piece of paper.
Yeah,
that I actually
definitely.
drew it on.
Okay, perfect.
Then, yeah. So they are quite big.
They are. They're great
so much
size
in
panels.
them. You can cut into them as well.
Yes.
So you don't need to use the whole thing.
No, not
I've
at all.
only used half of it. But yeah, I mean, there's so much you can do with that, and it's washable as well.
Okay,
so you can
perfect.
wash it.
And lovely getting the 4 sort of totally different designs that we're seeing there as well. You know, lots of colour, we've got lots of kind of history within those as well, and that's all down at £24.99. Can we talk about your stamping blocks as well that we've also got on the show?
Oh, yeah.
Because they're quite limited, some of them, aren't they?
They are. The reason why I put them on was because they're the vintage theme.
Yes,
I
of
took
course.
the designs originally. I mean, they're about early last year they were on.
Yeah.
On Hobby Maker. And I did it off the Crinan Lady, the vintage tea rose. There's the primrose, which has been added to it, and the flower basket. And the designs came from old tablecloths from the 40s.
How clever is that?
Yeah, so basically what you can do is you can stamp it on and embroider into it if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Or you can actually, I'm going to demo how to do the Crinan Lady on one of these little bags that I've made. Or you could use one of the bags from that and then still stamp her on.
So let's come across to her. So that is your Crinan Lady that we've got here. Now, she is the most limited that we have within the show because there has been so many people coming through for this. Has sold out previously. We've managed to get it back in stock for under £10. And I think for me, it's the size, it's the detailing that we've got there as well. It's just absolutely beautiful.
I mean, she is 6 by 12.
Amazing.
No, 12 by 3 inches, I think, at the bottom.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, she's really robust. I like all my blocks to be quite big and chunky.
Yes, yeah.
So you get a lot out of it. And the primrose is really, really lovely. That's 6 by 6, that one.
Perfect.
Which I think is new on. That one's a new one.
Okie dokes, lovely.
Yeah.
So £9.99 for this. We are into single figures. In fact, I think we've got 4 chances left now, that's all. So if you do want to get her, then you do need to be obviously super, super speedy. The detail is, in fact, we're over allocated now on this. The detail is amazing, the size is amazing. I know how many people love woodblock stamping as well. You do get the most fabulous detail, of course, when you do that. And I think with her as well, She's fabulous, but on the other hand, I could almost see that she could be like Bo Peep or something.
Oh,
You could make her for children, you could make her for adults as fashion, and I think she can go over so many different occasions.
There is actually a little hoop on the end there, which is actually
that's cool, isn't it?
And I did these for the show last year, but again, you can sew in with the sewing machine as well. But I appliqued her on our dress and just decorated it up. But like you say, the Bo Peep things.
Yeah,
that's what it was
change it, different colours, make it look like completely different things, don't they?
That's right.
We are down to the final 2 chances now for you to get this. So it is about to sell out. We've got Georgina, Sue, Angela, Maria, Lynn, Louise, lots of you coming through on that one. Now we also have the tea rose that is available on today's show
that vintage
as well.
tea rose is so workable. I mean, you can sort of sew into that as well.
Definitely.
Again, you can applique into that. You could do layers. You can actually make it probably into a brooch.
Oh, yes,
because it's a really good
nice.
size, that, especially for the VE Day. If you're doing things like groups that are making things to sell, I think that would be really lovely, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and of course we've got Valentine's coming up, which we know is kind of a key symbol, let's say, for that. Love, anniversaries, weddings, going forward all year, it is going to be, such a beautiful stamp and so usable. And you can just see, looking at that, every detail on the petals, on the veins, it's just all there to make it look so real.
And it's all hand-carved as well. They were hand-carved in India from this company that I went to, but they actually do, it's fair trade, and they make sure they're looked after. And the wood is Shisham wood.
Brilliant.
So again, you can actually use it in clay. Because
because
it's such a hard wood, it's water repellent.
Okay.
So that's why they're on Shisham wood, because they don't warp,
right?
They stay in shape.
Yeah.
And so clay is fantastic media to actually just put that into clay.
Yeah.
Air dry clay dries really quickly.
Yeah, of course it does.
And
absolutely.
then you can paint into them afterwards.
That's a really nice extra sort of way to be able to use it.
That's
what you
right.
think of. Half the stock's gone on this one as well. So well done, of course, if you've jumped in for that. Now we do have the flower basket as well. This is the one you were talking about. That's brand new to us, isn't it, today?
No, it's actually the primrose.
Oh, it's the primrose.
New, but the flower basket has been on before.
Right.
But I love that one because you can do so much with that one. You can like paint the flowers in there, or you can actually embroider them, put the lace in there as well. Yeah. So that's a pretty one to do.
I love that. And I'm thinking Mother's Day, I'm thinking Easter, there's just many occasions that are coming up where that would be absolutely perfect. But then you could have retirement, you could have Mother's Day, you could have birthdays, you could have just becauses. And it is just so encased. I mean, you've got all of the detail of the basket, but then the amount of flowers that are filling it as well.
Yeah, but children love block printing as well. They're very robust. And it doesn't matter how messy you get with them.
No, exactly.
You can wash them as well, which is really good.
And it's easy, of course, for them just to sit perfectly in your hand, because they're kind of made to work
chunky
with you. Yes, exactly. When you're holding it.
You need the way to be able to print onto the fabric. That's how they do it in block print. I mean, I do some of the bigger blocks, and they've got handles on the back of them.
Have they? Right.
Yeah, so
Which makes sense, because I suppose the weight of them, you need to actually be able to get it in the right position.
Yeah.
So that one again is £9.99 for you to be able to get that one. Then we have our brand new one today, the Primrose, that we can share with you as well. We've got a lovely opportunity to be able to have sort of all those flowers there. We've got all of those gorgeous leaves that we can see that are coming out of this as well. £15.99, great price, but we are going to be taking this to a lower price for you today, and you can actually get it for £11.99. I'm just thinking as well, it's going to look gorgeous, kind of stamped in monochrome, but if you had colour, suddenly that kind of 3D effect almost that you see in there will just come out.
That's right, but also I could just see that in applique, like sort of using all the little bits of fabrics like this.
Yes.
So you can actually put the little flowers in there, stitch into them.
Yeah, of course.
I can just see that with the lace as well.
Yeah,
I think it'll look really pretty.
Definitely. So we're going to have a little look at this, are we? And
yeah,
what
the
we do with
Queen
them.
Lady, funny enough, I was just going to say about decorating her up a bit. Again, it's using no sew, it's just using the glue.
Yeah.
And just getting a feel for her, the dress and stuff. I was thinking maybe cutting a border around there.
Yeah. That stamping block has sold out now, but obviously what we're seeing in terms of techniques, you could do on any of these as well. So it works perfectly in terms of seeing what you'd do with any of them, even though this one has now sold out. Quite limited on the others as well, just to let you know.
Yeah. It'd be nice to have them back, but then I'm one of these people that like to have limited editions.
Yeah.
And I think I move on
quite
to the
special,
next.
isn't it, to own those, I think, as
I've
well.
got some lovely new ones coming.
Oh,
so
lovely.
You'll see them on the next show. So basically, it's just like literally making like a little applique bag.
Yeah.
You can put your glasses in or your medicine in. Or
yeah, which is really nice.
And again, it's just literally, you put a little bit of dab of glue on it. This is like probably 1940s fabric that I'm using as well. And you
It
think
really
how much
brings
it's
it all in,
lasted.
doesn't it? It's crazy.
There you go. I'm just going to stick that at the bottom.
Yeah.
There you go. And then every time I look, I always think to myself, oh, that would be really nice. This would be nice. So you could actually probably trail some of these little lacy bits around that.
Because you're getting so much fabric. I think that's the joy of it, isn't it? That you can look and think, oh, that, oh, that, oh, that.
Yeah. But also the rag paper is really nice.
Yeah, it is. The texture of that's brilliant.
Bits as well. There you go. But with the 1940s collection as well, don't forget you've got some lovely fabric on here already.
Yes.
These swatches, so you could have some of these roses in there as well. In fact, I might actually use some of these lovely.
Then you see it, you think, oh yeah, I'll do that actually.
Faded roses. So again, you can cut into these or stitch into them if you wanted to.
Yeah.
They remind me of like, you know, the old tea towels, because it's like that fabric, isn't it, a bit?
Definitely.
So again, you can sort of like have a little bit of roses just on there, making it pretty. Did you see my little hanging I did?
See much? Oh, look at that, yeah. Oh, how
wanted to
great
show
is
you.
that?
Again, if you like your sewing or anything, you can
wow.
keep pockets. Again, using all the fabric bundles and the lace. I've just backed it with a canvas.
Okay.
Sewing this, you know, and you've got your thimbles.
Really good, isn't it?
Little bits of tiny little cotton there.
That's so cute.
You know, your scissors.
Oh,
So there's a
love
good way of
that.
actually hanging it somewhere in your room and just
definitely.
You know,
I mean,
your
what an-
vintage room.
Oh, I'd love that. What an amazing gift as well
Yeah,
for somebody
that's
to be able to
right.
get. I mean, that's just absolutely beautiful. So, you know, and that's the other thing as well. Be inspired. Go onto YouTube. You know, go and have a look at sort of Maria's site, Old Maid Notes as well, and you can sort of find out how to do things like this. You know, it's always nice to kind of move outside of the box, isn't it, a little bit as well, and see what you can actually do. So a great opportunity for you.
It's
to
a
be able
good
to
way
get
if you've never worked with fabric and you've been too scared to.
Yeah.
This is a good way because you can't go wrong.
No, exactly, exactly.
You know,
And
if you don't like restitching, it's all gluing.
exactly, it doesn't matter, just glue it on and you've got the right glue, of course, to be able to get it.
That's right.
Lots of you have this fabric in your baskets. We've got Tony, Maria, Joanne, Deborah, Judith, we've got Sue, we've got lots and lots of you with this there. So if you do want to get it, do make sure that you are, of course, checking out on it. You're getting a lot with this. You're getting 4 completely different panels. As you can see, wonderful designs that we have on these as well. And then excess fabric that if you did want to block print on or you want to cut it to stick into your journals, then you absolutely can do as well. So that is there at £24.99.
Yeah, I think they're lovely, those are.
Yeah.
I'm really pleased how they come out.
Yes, absolutely.
And these were the originals.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it, seeing where the inspiration comes from.
So I'm just sticking a little bit of lace just to show you what you can do.
Yeah.
I mean, you can be, you know, you can take your time on these things and don't have to be too much in a rush. But also with the buttons, some of them I've got this one here. I think there was these ones I found. I couldn't believe that was a button.
Look at that. Wow.
It's like a little handbag.
It is like a little handbag. I mean, you could definitely pop that onto a chain, couldn't you, and have that as a necklace.
That's right. Yeah, so some of them were really random in there.
And that's the great thing, you just
great.
don't know exactly what you're going to get. So when you get it home, you can kind of, you know, have a look through. It's just going to be lovely.
I'm just going to stick another bit of rose on that one. Let's have a little wheel again. They're nice, these are.
We've just had a question from somebody asking that if you had the wood blocks, what sort of ink would you use?
Oh, that's a good question, actually, because we've never said that, did we? Yeah, good idea. Basically, I use VersaCraft.
Do you? Yeah.
Yeah, VersaCraft goes on wood, metal, fabric as well. So if you're printing on fabric, it's nice because you can actually iron it and it stays you know, permanent on there.
Yeah.
Also, it stays wetter for longer.
Right.
So with the wood, the Shisham wood is hardwood, the ink doesn't go through the wood. It sits on top for ages. So if you're not quick or anything, it doesn't matter because it'll still print really well on there.
Yeah, which is what you want.
Which is really, really good.
Yeah. So always ask questions. Obviously, we are live, we're interactive, so anything that you sort of want to know, while Marie's here, obviously we can get the right answers for you.
And to wash them, I just use a little toothbrush, a soft toothbrush, warm water and soap, just under the tap and just wash them.
Oh, that's nice.
Or you can use baby wipes as well.
Yes. Yeah. So you're always going to have one or the other of those
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can give her some little flowers to hold.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, so it's just playing around, I think, when you get so much of these bits that you're actually getting.
There is actually quite a lot of, in the fabric bundle, there is actually, these are old tea towels. I mean, you can see they're really, really old vintage tea towels. These are lovely to cut and make into pockets as well.
Definitely, yeah.
There's quite a lot, because when I was packing them, I made sure there was a good piece of lace, a nice plain fabric, and then also you've got your printed ones as well, which is great. But they all are random. But
we have a look through these. I mean, they are different. Of course, you're not going to get two that are exactly the same, but you can see this one that is here. So this is to make your journals with the fabric. You can see the difference of all of the fabrics that you've actually got. Large sizes as well. If you actually kind of pop that out, you can see how much there is. Beautiful variety that, of course, we can see with this as well. You've got that one you'd be lovely to snip into, wouldn't it? We've got more with colours and flowers that we can see on this as well. And then, of course, you've got all of your buttons that will come with that in that bag. But then we've got a second example. If I just kind of pop across this, you can see again a different kind of selection of buttons that we've got with this. But then have a look at the difference of the fabrics in this. So you can see some of the beautiful kind of detail coming out of this, very bright on that one that we've got as well. But textures as well on so many of these fabrics that we can see. And then, of course, moving through to the likes of these, about 20% of this bundle has gone as well. So
I mean, there's whole pieces of that. That one at the front is actually an armchair.
Is it? I remember them.
And I've kept it as her hole.
Yeah.
In case anybody wants to put it on their armchair.
My nan and granddad always had those armchairs. I forgot about them, but they always had like them on their armchairs, and they used to sit there. I mean, they didn't have the rest of the chair covered, so I don't know why you just covered your elbows, but you know, they absolutely loved it. I think it's probably better to use as fabric and cut into it.
It's like a tray cloth in there as well. So it's quite good whole pieces.
Mix, isn't it?
I mean, there is some doilies in there as well. You know, I've got some little doilies here, the mini ones.
Yeah.
But there is actually loads of different bits in here.
And of course, we've seen with the examples of making those journals that it doesn't matter if you can't sew. You can just stick this with glue. We've got the right glue on the show to use with them as well. So it's just about creating something a little bit different, you know, and actually having something that is very special if you're gifting this or kind of keeping this, you know, in your family. And it might be pictures of, you know, the first year of your child or something, and then you have that for them. And it's just so special, isn't it, that one day you can actually give that, you know, to them as well.
It's an heirloom as well, because it's actually quite nice to probably give that next Christmas as a Christmas present.
Isn't it beautiful?
And just name them. You can embroider into them if you wanted to. You don't have to.
Yeah.
And it's nice because it does keep well.
Yes, exactly.
It's lovely. Well, it's a nice gift for a man.
Really nice, yeah. Once you put the rag paper in, do the front and then pop that in, and then they can fill it in with whatever they want to as well.
Exactly.
Just to come back across to this bundle as well, because lots of you have been coming through for this. We don't have a big quantity available now with this. Well over a third of the stock has been allocated. You are getting a lot with this. I mean, this is a random selection. You might get this, you might get something different. But when we look at the amount of different sort of fabrics and lace you get in this, it's just
There's all different types. There's cotton lace.
Yeah.
There's actually the woven lace. I've tried to make it a different selection for everything.
Yeah.
But you could just use like edges. You could make that into a diamond, you know. If you're doing card making, you can put these little bits in as well.
Of course you
it's
can.
so pretty.
Yeah, it's lovely kind of extra embellishments, isn't it? Just to kind of dress it up, make it look that bit more expensive as well. So you can see that is just a section of some of the bits. Then you've got all of these as well. You're going to get a selection of your buttons. You've got your pins that we can see there. So yeah, use it on your card making, use it in your scrapbooking, or do something like what we see Maria do there, which is just so lovely, by putting some of the kind of embellishments and buttons on, using, of course, some of your fabrics, your laces, and then you've got something that's really lovely to be able to wear as well.
I mean, if you've got any broken jewellery, because that piece there is actually from a piece of a necklace.
Oh, okay.
So again, you can use your broken jewellery, bits, you know, go through all your stash at home.
Yes,
Bits of chain, you can actually sew into that
That's
and
really
catch
nice.
that on as well.
Yeah, it's really clever, isn't it? It's lovely. Some seed beads, anything like that. And it's £17.99, of course, to be able able to get all of that we can see. Now, the rag paper is also available. You did just show kind of inside of that journal if you wanted to create something like this. This is 10 sheets of this. 30% of the stock of this has gone as well, so well done to you. I just love that finish, like you said, on the edge, but also how it feels.
Oh, it is. It feels really, really nice. It's thick as well.
It is, isn't it?
I mean, you can actually paint on this as well because it doesn't bleed.
Oh, wow.
You can use your distressed inks.
Okay.
You know, you can. It never warps, which I have done some work. I've actually painted on it myself.
Yeah.
And then basically it just never warps. It stays, you know, without having to wet
really
it or anything like that.
Yeah.
Watercolour painting, if anyone that does anything like that, that would be lovely for that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So a fabulous opportunity while it's available and while stocks last, down to £10.99 to be able to get that. And if you've never used rag paper before, I do look forward to you actually getting to feel that, but also being able to use those different mediums, like Maria said, you know, to think that you can paint onto this, you can use your alcohol markers, you know, you could stamp onto this. There is so much that you can do into your journaling, but it's just going to make it look like a gorgeous finish and very expensive, I think.
The other idea is actually, if you wanted to, you could use this to do a little painting on there, or a watercolour or a stamp image, and actually put it into your journaling, have little messages and memory messages in there.
Yeah,
but
really
when I
nice
tear
idea.
this, you can see, if I tear it away from me, you can see the actual the fibre.
Yes, exactly.
Which is
That's
really,
what I really love.
nice. And you could layer them up as well, which is another thing you can do.
Yeah.
I mean, you could actually have just an edge on there and then write some little messages on there.
Yes, absolutely, definitely. Yeah. So there's so much you'll be able to do with that. A lot of people multi-buy in. Hillary's just come in and multi-buy. Josephine has. A crafter in Surrey, you've multi-buy as well. Remember, it is that one-off postage and packaging fee. That's between midnight and midnight. Doesn't matter who you've bought from, how many times you buy as well. We won't charge you any more than that £4.95 P&P, which is between midnight and midnight for us here in the UK. Right.
So there you go. So again, you can just fill in little areas that, you know, you think, oh, I could put that little bit in there.
It's almost more when to stop, isn't it?
Yeah,
because when you've got all of these extra elements, thinking, oh, I want to add this, I want to add this.
Yeah, I mean, when I did this one, it was like sort of, I'm still thinking about other pages, but I think we're just going to have the 2 photos on that one, and some nice little roses and flowers. You can sort of like cut bits off.
Yeah.
You know, it's really just digging out what you've got in your stash, what you haven't used.
Yeah, definitely.
And thinking, oh, I've got the perfect thing, just put that in.
Yes, yeah. And then just the fact that you've got something either as a keepsake for yourself or as a perfect gift for someone.
Yeah, that's right. And this is really genuine old vintage lace there. But just little pieces like, oh, you've got left over. Yeah. You can just stick in there. And I don't know about you as a crafter, sometimes you always want to keep your favourite pieces. Yes. So this could be your favourite journal.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Your pieces that you want to keep.
Yeah, you've actually got it all in there. It's all safe, isn't it? It's secure, and you know that it's yours and nobody else is going to kind of take any of it or use it or waste it, which is absolutely brilliant.
I mean, even little bits like this that I've actually cut out. You've got the heart there. You could actually have the relief on a page
definitely.
as well.
You don't ever waste anything, do
and then just colour that in, you know, sort of like this. So you just think about what you do on your paper crafting.
Yeah,
you can still do the same with fabrics.
It's the same, isn't it?
So that corner.
Yeah, just popping it together, and especially because obviously we've got the glue on the show, so it doesn't matter if you aren't a sewer. Because actually, if you are a sewer and you want to kind of work, you know, with that in this way, then brilliant. You might have a sewing machine at home, but if you don't, then use the glue. And you could see how Maria's actually been sticking the bits on with this high-tech trim it embellishment glue. And that will get it in place. That will make it obviously stuck there and secure. And it's £7.99 today for that big size. And we've seen how little you used. I mean, you've literally just dobbed it, you know,
you only
into those
little
little
bits. I
circles.
mean, even that bit there, I've only put 2 little bits and that's stuck in. And then it's just like a little cover for that corner. That's not going nowhere now.
No,
stay there.
Not at all.
But I was just thinking about the historical side of this. I don't know if you know, but in the 1940s and 50s, they used to do a lot of like plaques with photographs in. But they used to embroider into those.
Oh, I didn't
and
know
it was
that.
made of silk, or it was made of, you know, so they used to use their old you know, it could have been a piece of nightie or something in
okay.
there. But I have seen a few of those around.
Yeah.
So it's really just going back to that.
And looking for that inspiration,
That's
I
right.
suppose, as well, in terms of
Yeah.
what's out there and what you might decide to do with this. So lots of bits available. Now, the block stamps are very, very limited. Obviously, some have gone, but we have very limited availability on all of them now. So if you do want any of those, make sure that you are jumping onto the website, because over half the stock of all of them has now been allocated. Of course, we do have the gorgeous journal bundles that we've got there. You have the chance to be able to create it with the most amazing amount of fabric that comes to you as well. And it is at that super price of £23.99. Plus you'll get lots and lots of your buttons that come with this as well. And I just love that each one is slightly different. So you know that you can take it home and really enjoy looking through what you've got and then kind of be inspired for what you're going to create. Of course, if you're thinking, well, actually, I don't want to do it all with fabric, then that's not a problem, because you've got your rag paper, so you could create with this instead. You know, it does just give the most amazing effect. Gorgeous, of course, in journals, but I also quite like the ripped effect to kind of pop on a mat and layer on your cards and stuff like that as well, because it's just really lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you've got that there, £10.99, over half the stock of that has gone. And then, of course, don't forget that if you do want those fabric panels where you are getting a huge amount, I mean, it's absolutely glorious, the fabric, the different images, the colours that we're seeing on these as well. And it is down to £24.99 for you to be able to get that, which is superb. And then, of course, what has been very, very popular also is the lace and the buttons that we're seeing there. Lovely that, again, it is contents varying, so you can really get home and enjoy having a look at what you are getting for £17.99. But there will be a lot of different fabrics, a lot of different laces that obviously we've got there, so a lot of different types of your lace. And then your buttons, you know, a huge amount. We've seen some gorgeous buttons on stage show. You've got the likes of your pins, so you can create things like that if you want to, but you can just embellish your cards if that's what you want it for. It's totally, totally up to you.
I just wanted to say about the buttons, actually. In the fabric one, there is buttons, but they're actually a different type of button. There are coloured resin buttons that they did in the 40s and 50s. So they're all quite bright coloured ones.
Yes,
Washed and trimmed. There is some pearl buttons in there.
Nice.
And in those ones, there is actually the gold and the silver and the pearl.
Perfect.
So you've got two. If you
difference
do
on
buy
selection,
for both,
it would look quite different anyway.
right.
So yeah, fabulous opportunity. Well, thank you so much.
That's
I've loved that.
okay.
It's really
I've
nice to
enjoyed
think
that.
of journaling in a bit of a different way as
That's
well. You know,
right.
rather than sort of doing how we often see it on this channel with papers. To think about the fact that actually you can do it with fabric, because you don't need to be a sewer to do it.
Yeah, it's another addition as well to your craft stash
it's
as well.
fabulous.
So you can get some really dye.
Exactly.
It'd be nice to see some photographs next time.
Yes, yeah, definitely. Once you've done them, send them in, because it's always lovely for us to be able to see those. Now, obviously, it has been a fabulous day. It's absolutely flown by today. Do go back and have a look at the website at everything that we've brought so far. There were so many bits, of course, in this show with Maria, so make sure you're checking out your baskets to guarantee your spot on those. A lot of things are limited now. We've also, of course, had that amazing show with Sizzix, where we have managed to bring back the stamp and spin tool. The bundle's gone, it's sold out. There is still availability on the stamp and spin tool, so if you would like to get that, make sure that you are checking out on it. There's also brand new stamp sets that we managed to bring to you, which were gorgeous as well, although some of the stamp sets, again, have completely sold out. Obviously, we had Crafter's Companion with Craig. There was a real multitude of bits. I think the most popular item was the nesting die bundle, down to an unbelievable price. Should have been over £70, it was down to less than 30, so that is there, as well as all the loved up bits for Valentines as well. And then, of course, which is coming up next for you to have a second look at, we've had AALL Create. We had so much on that. Very popular stamp bundles, gorgeous box that you're going to get to see in a moment as well, and more of that as well with the decks. So you have got Sharon and Dave coming up next with that, so don't go anywhere. And I will see you tomorrow, another show lined up. We have got the likes of Funky Dory tomorrow. We've got Tonic on with us as well. So please do join me from 1 o'clock, Indigo Blue as well. So I will see you then, and have a lovely evening. Stay where you are. We're here right up until 9 o'clock.
Did you know at Hobby Maker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Kickstart 2025 with Hobbymaker, your home for creativity and inspiration. This January, we're here to help you discover new skills, new techniques, and new demonstrations to fuel your crafting passion. From papercraft to mixed media, join us for exciting projects, fresh ideas, and special guest experts throughout the month. Whether you're trying something new or rediscovering an old favourite, let Hobbymaker inspire your creativity this year. New year, new hobby, only on Hobbymaker.
Registering for a Hobbymaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to the Hobbymaker website and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and away you go. Within your account settings, you can view your order history, address and card details and any items in your basket. Shopping made easy with Hobbymaker.
Did you know Hobbymaker's sister channel, Sewing Street, is live right here every day from 8 AM to 1 PM? Join us for 5 hours of sewing, dressmaking, quilting, crochet and much more. With expert guests and presenters who demonstrate throughout the show, you'll be able to get your inspiration along with everything you need to take you on your sewing journey. Whether you're a pro or just getting started, there's something for everyone. So tune in daily and be part of our creative community right here on Sewing Street from 8 AM through to 1 PM.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Thank you Sherilyn for the last 4 hours. Welcome to Hobbymaker through till 9 o'clock tonight. Sharon's back.
Yay.
Yay. What hat today?
All and Create today.
All and Create today, absolutely. Yeah, we've got a lovely evening ahead, and we were just saying earlier on what a lovely bunch of people we've got in today.
It's a lovely day today.
It's a lovely day to be here. And for you at home as well. We've got, of course, All and Create with Sharon to start off with. That's at 5 o'clock. Then at 6 o'clock, the Hottie Scotty is here. Craigie is here. And we're continuing what we started with Sarah the other day. Our last shift in, we did a takeover with Sarah with some amazing reductions. And we're doing that again tonight with Craig for an hour at 6 o'clock. Great, great, great reductions. You're going to bag some bargains in that show for sure. And then rounding it off nicely, we've got Mr. Pete Hughes here, of course, through until 9 o'clock with 2 hours. We're blessed with 2 hours with Pete tonight with the return of the Stamp and Spin Tool, the actual stamping and stenciling platform as well. We've got some amazing deals on stamps too, all coming up for 2 hours between 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock tonight. And we've got some back in stock items, which we did sell out of earlier on. So if you missed any of those earlier, join us at 7. You'll have a chance to get them. Right, Sharon, All and Create. I love All and Create because I never know what to expect.
No, there's always a nice surprise of what quirkiness we're going to have.
Because the crafting world, I think, should be a bit quirky.
I think so. And All and Create have some amazing designers and a real quirky style and a real quirky spin on things. And the collections we've got today feature a nice mix of all the different sort of ranges that they bring us.
Because we also have got the Memory Decks box, which is brand new from All Create, coming up in a few minutes' time. But we want to show you some amazing discounts on these stamp sets from All Create, because some of you saw these earlier on, but you may not have seen them to quite a bit into the show. So we're going to show these to you now because they are massively reduced. And you say some of the designers, all of the designers, All Create, are so brilliant.
And I love this collection because they're really fun. Butterflies, we all know and love butterflies because they work so well on any occasion, for any recipient. And then you've got the lovely text with these as well. So you've got Mariposa on that set. The other set you've got Papillon and Flutter. Nice fonts on those. These are lovely to colour.
Anything goes with the colouring.
Yeah, very much so. You know, butterflies come in all colours, don't they? So you can really have fun with your colouring. And then I love these bugs because I love the eyes on them.
Yeah, they've got little characters which are brilliant. Look at the one with the light bulb on his butt.
Yeah, yeah, little firefly. They're really fun, aren't they?
Yeah.
And I just think that they're such a nice size to work with as well, because they're going to work for both card making and for, well, they're going to work really well with your memory decks, but lots of other projects as well.
Now, 80% of the stock went in the earlier show today, which was 1 o'clock, wasn't it?
Yes, 1 o'clock. That's why we thought we'd show you these to begin with, because we were worried we wouldn't get to them.
Now, they should be $23.97 for all 3 sets, and you're going to get how many in total? You've actually got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11. There's about 15, 16 stamps here in total. And they should be £23.97. If you did get the Stamp and Spin tool earlier on, these are going to work great with that too.
These would be great on the Stamp and Spin, actually, wouldn't they? The butterflies in a circle. Yeah, they'd really work well with that.
Let's give you the price. That is not going to be your price today. We can do something magical with this price. $14.38 for all of them. Less than £1 a stamp, and they've got that All Create quirkiness about them.
They really have.
Loads of you coming through. Crafters in, Teresa in West Midlands, Pauline in Devon's coming through for these two. I just love the character in those little bugs. And the butterflies, like you said, you can't go wrong. You really can't.
No, you really can't. You can never have too many butterflies.
No.
And these are really enjoyable to colour in. I had great fun with these.
We've got a few finished samples.
We've got some really lovely finished samples. Look at this one with the little tags. I mean, they are just so sweet. I love the colouring on these. The design team at All Create are just amazing. I love the fact they've even put eyelets to match the colours.
Next 2 of you to check out your baskets will be lucky, because we've only got a couple left that haven't been put in baskets and checked out already. So please be quick. There's the little bug. Put googly eyes on them if you want to as well. How cool is that?
His face, yeah. I want to see who made this. Alexandra. I must mention, while we're talking about inspiration, pop to Facebook. There's an All Create Fanatics fan group, and in there you will find inspiration and so many different ideas for all of these products.
And because it's All Create, you can put any colour down. Nothing is wrong in the world of colour.
No, there's definitely no rules when it comes to All Create.
Okay, now this is totally different. This is these are designed by Abs himself, actually, these stamps you're about to see. Now, this is actually a collection which is totally different to what I've just shown you. And you've got, as you can see here, what look like almost postcards.
Yes, this collection is very me, because I like my florals.
Yeah.
What I love about these is they've got all the sort of background's been done for you, because you've got that bit of text, you've got paint splatters, inky splatters, nice vintage sort of feel to them. And you can colour these, obviously, however you want to.
I mean, I would use the chart on the front or the picture on the front as a good guide in colouring, to be honest. Yeah. Whether you're using watercolour, pencils, pens, however you want to do it. All of these are included in this bundle. You're going to get 2 stamps in each one. Here we go. So I'd say they're kind of ATC size, aren't they?
Yes, yeah, because the whole set is A6, so yeah, be about A7. So yes, yeah. This one I love because you've got the berries, you've got the lovely sort of blossom, and then you've got that lovely postmark with the text.
Those winged creatures I just showed you a few minutes ago, they've now sold out, completely gone. That's how quick you've got to be with some of these. But you're going to get all of these fantastic stamps. 2, 4, 6, 8, there's 10 large stamps there for $59.95. Look at what you can be creating.
I really love this collection. I've used this collection quite a lot, actually.
I can see why.
That sunflower's just stunning.
And whenever you look at it, when it's been stamped out, whenever you look at it, you see something new. You see maybe a postmark or a frank mark or some script that you try and read. Like up there, London postmark, look on that one.
Yeah, I love all the vintage ephemera sort of in the background, because that's what makes them All Create. That's what gives them that point of difference, really.
Okay, so you've got in total 10 stamps, 5 sets of 2 in each packet. Not for £59.95, that's what they should be. So you should be paying basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, should be paying about £11, £12 per set. Not today. QO8L19 is the product code, QO8L19. They're all yours today for £35.97. £8.99 per set, that's what they are now. So for basically £4.50, that's what you're paying for each of those stamps. And it's on split paper, because it should have been £59.95. We can let you have it on split. So that's going to be basically £18, isn't it? £17.98, your first split payment of 2.
Yeah, fabulous.
And you get all 5 double sets. Loads of you coming through for these. This is, again, a very distinctively different style for All Create, and that's why I love them, because you're never quite sure what's going to be in the next show.
There's no set style.
No.
And the different designers obviously bring their own spin on things, so yeah.
Well, Crafter in Merseyside's in, Judith in Connecticut's in, Elizabeth in Norfolk, Dorothy in Greater Manchester, Christine in Ceredigion is in as well. If you love these, then just put them in your basket and check out. They're similar, but each set completely different. And if you are into your kind of postcards and your vintage postcards like I am, these are going to be right up your street.
They're lovely. And as you say, the fact that they're similar, they work together as a collection. So when we come to it, if you're going for the memory decks, this would be great because you could have a different design on each card to go in your memory decks.
Well, 75% of the stock went in the 1 o'clock show this afternoon. We have what we have, and then that's it. So just like the first set that sold out, these could go the same way. But if you want to, think about maybe doing all 10 of those images in a framed picture. That would look nice, wouldn't
Yes, that would be beautiful. Yeah,
Beautiful.
Yeah, these would look lovely framed.
$35.97, but for some reason, Split Pay's on there to take advantage of that interest-free, fee-free QO8L19. Now, this is one of your favourites.
Oh, yeah.
This little, I say little character.
She's sassy.
She's sassy, a bit cantankerous.
Yep, just like me.
Very opinionated. Sometimes a bit of potty mouth. Not like you.
Not like me.
She's called Misty. Now, I know lots of you who love All and Create collect Misty, collect the character of Misty. Do I look like I rise and shine? No, you don't actually. Rise and gradually come to, probably.
Yeah.
Look at the expression on the chickens.
Everything about the artwork for Misty is just lovely. I like the fun aspect of it, and I know lots of you collect Misty.
Yeah.
I know some of the ladies that come to my card making class are huge fans.
Maybe you know a Misty. Maybe you live next door to a Misty. Maybe you live with a Misty. Who knows?
Well, we've all got friends that would appreciate the humour in these. I know I have. And I have to say, when I'm making my own birthday cards for friends, these are the ones that I do use quite a lot because...
Eat the rainbow, keep it fresh, farmer's market. There we go, look.
Yeah, and that's lovely. Actually, we've got a lovely sample with that. I'm going to find it.
My superpower is helping animals. I know how to neuter, be warned.
I want to show you this one because this one I just love with all that the little basket of fruit, and look at the colouring on this.
It's great,
I mean,
isn't it?
it's just so fun, isn't it? So of course you can use the different Misties in combination to create a scene.
Now there's
that's
one more
really
I've not
fun, isn't it?
One more I've not shown you yet. So you're going to get that one with the neutering. And you're going to get this one. Letting the cat out of the bag is easier than putting it back.
Now that's the same for you, Dave.
Yes, yes, thank you. I don't know why I've got this reputation of being able to keep a secret. KN8L30, I know plenty of secrets. KN8L30 will get you all 4 of the sets. And she's in different guises. And do you know how many's in the Misty collection? Are there quite a few?
I'm not sure. Abs has been doing Misty for quite a while now, so there are lots of different versions.
Yeah, and I love the fact she's got accessories. She's got a hat, she's got her chickens, she's got her glasses, so you can, play around with her a little bit, have some fun with her.
Yeah, you can always play around and change up. And of course, because she's pretty much the same scale across all of the different sets, you can mix and match the accessories.
Absolutely. So $31.96 should be the price for all 4 of them. Today, they're not going to be anywhere near that. And by the way, you've actually got a QR code on the back of the packaging as well, which gives you tutorials.
Take you to the inspiration,
You're looking at less than a £5 a set. £19.18 saves you about £12, £13. More than covers your P&P for the whole day. Misty fans, start your collection if you've never seen her before. Add her to your collection if you're a big fan already. And again, I think we've all got people we know that would appreciate this humour.
Definitely.
Without a shadow of a doubt. And in Shropshire's in, Bridget in Bristol is in as well, wanting her slice of Miss D too. KN8L30 is your product code for that one. Cecilia in Wrexham's in as well. There's how many stamps in total? There's loads. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 in that one. 1, 2, 3, 4 in that one. There's about 4 in each one. So you've got about 16 stamps.
Yeah, at least.
And you've got different shaped glasses too.
Different styles of glasses. You've got the hat in one, so of course you can mix and match the accessories to give her different looks, and that works really well if you're maybe, you know, like the card we looked at where you've got 2. You can make them look like different ladies by putting a hat on one or whatever.
And Farmers Market's got 5 in it, so there's 19 stamps in total. It's £1 a stamp, look, isn't it?
Yeah.
£1 and a penny a stamp. KN8L30, you'll have fun with her. You definitely will.
You definitely will.
Give her different coloured hair, make her look like someone that you know or whatever.
Yeah.
Great character. So that's Ms. D. And then we've also got the furry friends as well.
Yes, this is a lovely bundle. Because we all know cat people or dog people, and I like the idea, you know, if someone is a real cat person, I love the idea of colouring the images to look like their pet.
Yeah, absolutely. Meow means woof in a cat. Life is better with a cat, absolutely. So you get that one. These are the furry friends. Next one. Oh, wow. That's a pooch with attitude.
So fun. I like the big eyes on them.
Absolutely. Then you've got this one, the dog bowl and the bone as well. Dogs are my favourite people, woof. And then you've got this one, the smallest feline is a masterpiece.
They're fabulous, aren't they?
And again, they can have their own little wardrobe too.
And of course you can mix and match, again, with these. You know, some of the dogs have got hats. You can put the hats on the different dogs, the different cats. And again, they're lovely to colour in.
And this could be Miss D's pet, couldn't it?
It could,
You could
yeah.
team up
And
Miss
of
D
course
and
you've
these
got the
furry.
Miss D with the vet Miss D. Well, of course the cats and dogs are going to go beautifully with that if you want to create a scene.
Yeah, and if you want to make a ginger tom, a tabby, a tortoiseshell, you can colour them however you want.
Yeah.
Okay, £31.96 should be the price. So they're around about £8 a set, I think. Yeah, about £8 a set at the moment, but that's the start price. So if you've got equal cats and equal dogs, maybe you make cards for animal rescue charities. Lots of people say they do that.
Yeah.
They're going to go down to £4.79 a set. This is a sale, absolute all and create sale, £19.18. I mean, I would go out on a limb and say a lot of people make animal dog and cat cards, or get asked to make a lot of animal cards.
I think so, and you've hit on something, you know, with the animal rescue. I know a lot of people do make cards for charity, and it's always nice to have animal themes.
And you may have already got some cats and dog stamps, but I bet you haven't got any like this.
Not like this.
Not like this. PQ8L30 is the product code. Pop them in your basket, check out. Remember, it's always the same rule with us at Hobby Maker every day. 1 P&P of £4.95. The phone call is free to the call centre if you want to call them. It's also free to order on the app, and it's free to order on the website as well. Right, now, next we've got spelling spectacle and spelling out. Now, which one is which? This one. This one here. So, what you've basically got here is a full stamp set of numbers and letters, and a die set to cut the letters out as well. And as with All and Create, it's quirky. It's not a run-of-the-mill alphabet at all. You've got, in total, 108 elements. There's 56 stamps and 52 dies, but the die is exactly the quirky shape of the letter. So you've got all the letters to cut out perfectly.
Yes. Yeah. So, and with the dies, you've got the shadow as well. So, you know, you can have a skinny letter.
Yep.
Or you can have the letter on a shadow. So, of course, you can mix up the colours there.
So it's like a map that goes behind the letter.
Yes, exactly that. Cool. And then with the stamps, you've got extras. You've got numbers and some little symbols in there as well. So
they look a bit kind of. It makes me think like Flintstones, a bit kind of
yes,
prehistoric.
a little bit. Yeah, I like this set because they're modern, but I feel they would kind of go with anything.
Yeah.
They've got that all and create quirkiness to them as well.
So $36.98 should be the price for both together, which I think you'll agree is an amazing price anyway. Again, you've got the QR code on the back for inspirational tutorials, SP8L38. Here it comes. You get all the dies and all the stamps, half price today at £18.49 for a die and stamp set. That's crazy.
That's really good value. You know, your alphabets are your sort of bread and butter stamps that you're never going to tire of. I never declutter my alphabets.
That's 108 elements for £18.49.
It's great value. I also like the idea of having dies or stamps in the same design because sometimes one thing works better than the other. You know, if you want to create a sort of one layer card,
you don't have to use them both together all the time.
So you've got the choice. Let's find one with the dies on to show you. But yeah, I like the font of this. It's a good size because it works for, these are all stamps, aren't they? It works really well for personalising things.
Yeah.
But it's a good size because it will work on a card front.
And they're different enough to be, you know, if you've got stamp sets and die sets already in letters of the alphabet, you probably haven't got any like this because they look quite rough.
Yes,
a bit
they do.
kind of shabby chic.
They look hand painted, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, and that's what you're going to get. So a full alphabet die set and a full alphabet stamp set, and the numbers you get included with the stamps as well. You've even got your brackets, your hashtags, your @ symbols in there as well. Percentages are in there, dollar signs, pound signs, it's all there. And it's just £18.49 for both, which is pretty amazing value for money. And then we've got the other one, which is the vocabulary blend and letter soup.
This one's, I would say, a bit more quirky.
Yeah, I love it.
Very, it's very much hand lettered,
It's almost like graffiti.
It is a bit like graffiti, isn't it? Yeah. And actually, if I bring in this sample, it has got that sort of graffiti look, hasn't it?
Me plus you equals hearts.
Sweet, isn't it?
Oh, that's so sweet.
I like the quirkiness of this. I like the fact you've got all the symbols and things as well. So nice bold design as well. And again, you've got the shadows with the alphabet, so you can choose whether to layer those up or just use, you know, one or the other.
And again, it's different enough to be really eye-catching. So if you want anything that maybe you're doing some small signs for your stall or something like that, your craft stall, you want people to really look at it.
Yeah, they are quite striking, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, eye-catching.
Now in this one, there's 100 elements. So you've got die-wise 52, and then stamp-wise, you've got 48 stamps in there. Yeah. There you go, look. $36.98 is the asking price at the moment, but you're going to get both of them at a much, much lower price than that. We're going to go half price again. So we're doing the same deal as we did with the previous letters of the alphabet. EP8L20, yours today for £18.49 for something a little bit different. I mean, I would never, in a million years, be able to recreate this myself.
No, I wouldn't. And I bet you haven't got anything like this in your collection already. It's nice to have something a bit different.
Absolutely. So if you love the quirkiness of AALL Create, then add these alphabets into your order while they're at the sale price, because they are crazily reduced, half price today. Get both alphabet sets for the price of one, basically.
Yeah, it's a great deal.
Yeah. And that's EP8L20. That's the next one that we're going to show you. Okay, so from there, where we go next, Alex? Right. Now, this is the launch day of the memory decks. Now, when I saw that, I thought Rolodex.
Yes.
The rotary organizer.
And it's that idea, but flat.
But flat. So this is basically a basic box, MDF box, that you can easily put together, and you can put your art in there. You could put, it could be recipes. It could be all sorts of things that you actually want to make this box into. It's basically a card filing system.
It is. It's very quick and simple to put together, and you've basically got the two little poles or rods inside. We've got dies to create the memory decks pages as such.
Yeah.
And it's really fun to use. Now, obviously, all the samples you can see on the counter here have all been decorated beautifully with stamps and dies. But I think this could have quite a practical use as well. As you said, you can use it for recipes, you can use it for addresses, ink swatches. I think for AALL Create, it would be quite nice to use it for your reference. You know, when you colour in your stamped images, I quite often do them in a notebook, and then I write down what Copic number pens I've used.
Oh, yeah.
You could do that with this. You could stamp, say, Miss D, and then write on the back which pens you've used. So next time you come to colour her, you've got like a reference.
I'd have this by my side on my craft table or by my phone, maybe as a little bit of a... Maybe you've got a dozen favourite friends that you're always contacting or ringing or something like that. It could be like an old-fashioned telephone directory. You could put people's numbers and photographs in there.
And I'd be tempted to multi-buy on this as well, because I can think of quite a few different uses for it. Also, it'd be a lovely gift if you wanted to stamp up and colour lots of different cards to put in it. It would be a beautiful gift.
It would be.
You could sit and flip through and look at all the images.
So this is new today, and it's a blank canvas. If I just open up the box, I don't know if it's sealed or it is.
I've got mine.
Have you got yours there?
I've got mine here.
So this is how it doesn't come made up. You put it together.
Well, it doesn't come made up, but it will take me 2 seconds to unmake it
So if you wanted to use the box without the dowels, you could do.
Yes, you can use it as a nice box. The back is higher than the front because obviously when you've got your cards in here, they kind of sit against the back. Now, if I undo this, this is how quick it is to put together, because all you're going to do is just pop.
So you don't need instructions?
No, you can straight away see where everything goes. And you just kind of slot these in. Now, I would glue them because obviously you don't want it coming apart once you've done it. But yeah, it takes literally 2 minutes to put it together because you just you just pop them in, all 4 sides, and you're done.
Well, Sarah in Devon's gone for 2. Wonder what you're going to be using for, Sarah?
Yeah, I would be multiplying because once you've decorated one, you'll want to do another one straight away. So yeah, you just do all the sides like that. Put a bit of glue. Now, if you were going to paint it, I would assemble it first.
Okay.
Because it's quite easy to paint all assembled.
Alex, our producer tonight, just said I'd put maybe cut up some magnetic sheets and store some dies on it.
Yes, that would be nice.
Work.
Yeah, for things like alphabets, that would be a good idea because you could die cut. When we show you the memory decks card dies, you could cut those from magnetic sheet and use them.
And just to show you, when you've actually got the dies to cut out the cards in exactly the right shape and size, it gives you the little groove at the bottom to put the doweling through.
Yes.
So, you know, these are just art cards, which are lovely, but they could have anything on them. They could have contact details, they could have pictures, they could have recipes, whatever you want. You can get a lot in there and store a lot in there.
Yes, you'll get an awful lot in there. Can't work out how many, but you know, there's only about 4 or 5 there. You're going to get over to sort of 25 in there, aren't you?
Well, everyone that's checked out so far has bought 2. Angela in County Antrim, Sarah in Devon. Hello to Margaret coming through, Angela, Carol, Christine. This is the launch day today, and it's a decorative, attractive storage solution that you can decorate however you want, with your papers, with your paints. It's entirely up to you. But we have got the dies that will cut out the inserts to go in the memory decks as well. And there are quite a few of them in different styles, aren't there?
There's a really lovely variety here, and that's key really because you've got something here for every style.
Okay, this one's called Sunshine Splendor.
Look at that.
So as you can see, you've got the lovely, almost, it could be sun or it could be rainbows at the top there, but you've got all these other elements as well that you can decorate.
Now you can see at the bottom you've got your 2 little holes so that it slots into your memory decks.
Yep.
Of course, if you wanted to use this without, you could chop the bottom off if you wanted to use it on a card front. And then all those extra dies, of course, they're just generally good things to have.
Okay, we'll go through them quite quickly because there are quite a few.
Yeah, there's a lot.
ZC8L80 is a product code, $15.99 for all those dies, and everything is cut to size to fit in the memory decks box perfectly. I do love this next one as well.
I do. I think this one's
the picket fence,
really
picket
useful.
border.
Again, you can chop the bottom off if you wanted to use it on a card front, not for the memory decks. But I love this because it's a lovely sort of garden fence. Would work really well with some of those misty images,
Yep.
A lot of the florals.
Also, if you want to have like a gardening themed box with you know, tips or things that you do in the garden at different times of the year, that could be your your index for your garden.
Yes,
planting index.
yeah, that's a good idea actually. Yeah, it would be nice for a gardening sort of,
So that one, as you can see, it's got all the detail that will be etched into.
It's got all that lovely embossing.
Yep, beautiful. So that one is $15.99. They're all $15.99 if you want the dies. AQ8L72. Then we've got this one, which is called Neighbourhoods.
This is a fun one.
So this has got little houses.
You've got your houses. So the top of the sort of memory decks card has got that lovely border of houses. And then you've got essentially a mat and layer to go on top of that. And then you've got all those lovely little houses, which of course you can use independently.
So if you're using your memory decks as like an address guide, a telephone guide, contacts guide, that sort of thing, this would be a good one to go for.
This would be really sweet, yeah, to have all the little houses on the top. Because of course, when they're all in the memory decks box, the thing that you see is the top. So they're nice to flip through.
Well, this is actually going down in price. It's brand new today. It's going to be £12.99, JO8L12. And I think this is going to be one of the most popular ones as well. If you are using it for contacts and that sort of thing, then the houses are really relevant. And there's so much detail in there too.
They're fun.
Yeah.
And of course, all those extra dies, you're not limited to using them with the memory decks.
Okay, then we're going to go to spring sprouts. Now
this one I think is quite an essential one actually. Ideally, you're going to be going for a few of these, but this one I like because it's quite plain, the memory decks card. It's got a lovely stitch detail, but it's quite a blank canvas. And then those dies I love.
You could have 20 or 30 of those in a memory decks box. You only need to buy the die once, obviously.
Yes.
Just cut it out numerous times in different multicoloured papers would look good.
Yes, and I think if you're going to use it for other purposes other than sort of creating artwork, this is a good one if you wanted to perhaps do ink swatches or anything like that, because it's quite a plain one.
Okay, so you get the main die to cut out the shape with the little groove to put the doweling through in your box, and you've got all of those decorative dies, those foliage dies there as well for $15.99. SI8L71 is the item number for that one.
That one would go really well with the picket fence one as well, because that foliage would...
Now the next one's a little bit tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, this is a fun one.
So this one's actually called Bubble Talk. So you've got your speech bubbles, different shapes and sizes. You've got OMG, wow, oops. 3 speech bubbles actually, and then you've got that lovely stitch frame.
You've got a lovely stitch frame, and then your memory decks card has got that lovely border, and you'll recognise that border from some of the nesting dies that we've had recently, so it all ties in together with other AALL Create things.
It's kind of cartoony and animation sort of
style. It is. Again, it's quirky, isn't it?
It is quirky.
Yeah.
And what will the speech bubbles be saying? That's up to you. $15.99, FA8L59. We're going to go down to $12.99 for this one as well. Not all of them are reduced. This one is £3 off towards your P&P, which is very, very nice. Then you've got Galactic Edges. Now, this is
a lovely one.
Not just for your memory decks. These edges you can use
These
in every
edges
day.
are just edges that you can use on any, any square of cards, basically, because they don't cut on the bottom edge. So if you want to have like a star border along the top of something. And again, the memory decks page in this one is quite plain. So again, this is a good set if you wanted to do other things with it, like write your recipes in there or whatever.
But when you want to have that effect of like a torn out sheet from a notepad or something like that.
Look, it's nice, isn't it? I like that.
There's a lot of effects in there, lots of different designs. 11 dies, and that's going down. It's not $15.99, it's going to be $12.99 today. So just over £1 a die to get those really random and really different edges to all your work. So QW8L45. Then we've got Snowland.
Snowland, so this is a little bit winter Christmassy, which is nice. So you've got that lovely border along the top of the memory decks card, and then you've got elements to decorate. So you've got your reindeer and that lovely little scene, your Christmas tree.
This is going to $12.99 too for 6 dies, and they're big, as you can probably see. $12.99 for that one. Love that stag and the reindeer. Really, really lovely.
Yeah.
Then we're going to go Dreamy Manor. Now this could be a haunted house.
This is a dramatic one. So your whole memory decks card is shaped like a house. So it could be a house. It does look a bit Halloweeny, doesn't it? A little bit spooky. Would also be good, really, for any of the characters to kind of be standing in front of.
Yeah. And it might be that your memory decks is going to be a to-do list for the kids, and every day there's different chores in the box or something. That could be at the front of it, possibly. $15.99 is your price for that one, YV8L41. Then we've got more of the Tear It Out, is what it's called. So more of the funky edges.
Now, I would recommend, if you're going for any of the other sets, grab this one for that die at the bottom.
Yeah.
Because that die gives you the memory decks little holes.
Yeah.
So you can now turn any of your other die shapes into a memory deck.
So think about if maybe you're thinking of putting pictures in there.
Yes, you can cut the slots in the bottom of your picture.
You could print them out and then just get that little groove in the bottom to fit into the memory
They'll fit
decks.
onto the rods. So I would recommend getting this set if you're getting the memory decks.
Perfect. We've got a few more. Bloom. Oh, that's going down to $12.99, this one. You'll use these again and again and again. They're going to be so handy when you want that torn notebook look.
I do like that, because it just finishes off, it makes the edges of your project look different, doesn't it?
Then we've got Bloom Bonanza.
Love this one.
So this could be, again, a garden, memory decks, planting routines.
anything sort of floral, and that is going to look beautiful in your memory decks with that border on the top. And then you've got separate dies with all that lovely foliage.
Perfect. So that's OZ8L57. That's your Bloom Bonanza for $15.99. All those extra dies are included too for your foliage. Then we've got Penned with Love. Now, this is really quite unusual.
I do like this one.
I do too.
I'd really be struggling which to choose out of these. I think
know.
I'd have to have all of them. I love the border on this. It's very, very unusual. And then the dies that you've got with this set, you've got those lovely pen nibs. You've got a little bulldog clip. You've got a little paper clip, the ruler, and those lovely...
Little comma.
Yeah, and the little heart and the circles there, you could almost use those on a tag, like as a reinforcer.
But all of these are going to just make your memory decks that much more intriguing and interesting because they're different. Rather than just being kind of a plain shape, they've got different cut-ins to them. A couple more. That's going down to £12.99, that one. So if that's kind of tickled your fancy, £12.99 QN8L51. There we go. Next one is your Floral Parade.
This is another floral one. So this goes really well with the other one we've looked at because it gives you more foliage. So you've got a lovely little flower with this one and then some sprigs, some foliage or leaves. And the top that you're going to see when you flip through is lovely.
And that is £15.99. That's OH8L05. And one more, it's the, what's that? Star Bolted Sentiments.
Now this one I love because you've got little sentiment, almost like little plaques.
Which you can put on your pages in your memory decks, or you can put them onto cards, you can put them onto little boxes.
Anything really, and they've got the little holes so you could thread them on a piece of string, on a bit of ribbon.
Oh, like that.
You've got a lovely frame, and then you've got all those lovely little, like little washers almost, like those look great cut from metallics because they do like little nuts and bolts and metal embellishments.
Okay, now that one is £15.99, going down to £12.99. So some of them are £12.99, some of them are £15.99. You pay your money and takes your choice, but these are going to give you, importantly, your leaves, your pages for your memory decks box, okay? FT8L82 is a product code if you want that one. Now, we've got another set of dies, which is the Janet Klein accessories.
These work really well alongside the memory decks or alongside the stamps actually, because these are just your little add-on images really.
Okay, so you're going to get all of these. Okay.
And there's one of them which we'll come to which really works well with the memory decks.
Now this is giving you the outline. So you've got those wonderful outline dies, which can obviously be coloured in if you want them to, but
yeah,
do like
they do look really cool, just as silhouettes almost.
Love
that
it.
one's just cut from white card, but over an inky background, they're really sort of modern looking, aren't they?
Do like that. Petal Pottery, that one's called. And this is a bundle that should be £67.95. You've then got these wonderful edges that you can see here.
Now these, if you look at the edge, that green memory deck's the second one along, the edges of that one alongside
on the box?
Yeah, have been added to with those.
Oh, there we go.
And you can see the alphabet there as well. So those work really well. But they also work really well with all the characters. Because if you look at this image, you know when you stamp an image and put it on your front of your card, it looks like it's floating. This is the perfect grounding device for any of your quirky images because it gives them something to stand on.
So you're going to get 1, 2, 3, you're going to get 4 of those edgeables in there. There we go. Then you've got the next set, which is this one, which is Rustling Retreat.
Yeah, I love this one. I am very much a foliage and flower person, but I like the quirkiness of these.
Love it. That's in the bundle as well. 2 more. This one is called your Floral Fantasy.
Again, this one's so simple. Cut it from black cards and put it on an inky background, and it's so striking.
And you can have them going the other way, just flip them round.
Yes,
just
yeah,
white cards
and I like the way that they are facing different ways, aren't they? So you can sort of play around with them.
And then the last one, look at this.
Some big bold florals there.
So this one is your Garden Grace, we're calling this one.
So what a lovely mix you've got there. And the borders you're going to use a lot.
And that could be the sunshine if you wanted it.
It could, yeah.
So you've got, how many dies in there? 8 dies in there. So £67.95 for all of those dies. We're going to give you a 50% off offer this afternoon. All of those dies for half the price you should be paying, $33.98 for all of them. How many do you get in total?
Gosh, quite a lot.
3 in that one, 4 in that one, 7, 13, 16, 24. 24 dies in total for £33.98. What about that? So that is from, as you can see, Janet Klein is the design artist behind that. And I love the fact AALL Create always credit their artists.
Yes, you can always see on the packaging who the designer is.
Absolutely. So SB8L59 will get you all of those for £33.98, half the price you should be paying. So those are all our products we've got in the show today. Do you want to do a demo now? Is that all right?
I do.
So we're going to show you how to put the box together, or we did that in the white
Well, we
box
did
show.
that earlier, actually. I think I'll jump straight into showing you. I'll show you the box that we made earlier.
Okay.
As we did this one earlier and decorated it. And now I can start to do some cards to go in it. So watch back the earlier show if you want to see, but basically I've painted this one with acrylic paints, and then I've used some of the dyes that you've just seen us look at to decorate, and then I've used some of the stamps as well to add a bit of flourish to it. I've put gold embossing powder around the edges to give it a luxurious look. I didn't bother painting my rods to go in because, to be honest, by the time you've put your cards in, you can't really see
You're not going to see it, no.
So I didn't bother, but you can do. You can also remove these. I wouldn't bother sticking these in because they fit really snugly. And if you wanted to use the box for another purpose, I mean, it would be lovely just for jewellery or maybe just put your keys in, that kind of thing. So it's optional whether you put the rods in. But of course, having the rods in will enable you to add all your memory decks cards. Perfect. So I'm going to pop those back in, and I'm going to grab one of the dies, and we're going to do a card to go in it.
And it may be that you're not thinking about buying multiple dies for the for the sheets in the memory decks, but you've just chosen one shape you like the look of.
Yes.
You cut all your sheets out of that, fill it with all of those, and it's only another $12.99 or $14.99 on top of what you've bought the box
even
for.
if you can only stretch to get one, that will do you.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, you're going to be able to decorate them in different ways. Actually, talking of that, you know, we've talked about swatches. I'm going to show you one that I made. On Friday, I'm here with Sizzix, and we've got 49er Market.
Yep.
And one of the stamp sets is like a swatch.
Right.
So when I saw the memory decks, my first thought was, I would want something like this to put all my inks in so I can literally flick through, see which colour I want. So I did a quick swatch just with some... I had some Concord and Ninth inks, and I thought I'll just do a little rainbow. And this works really well. You can see I've used that star border to make it a bit more interesting. But you could do this with all of your inks. And if you think about how many cards you're going to get in here, you could probably do swatches for like all of your distress products.
Yeah.
And that would be really fun.
So have it like a little reference library for colours.
Yes. Yeah. And I think that would be a really practical use for it. So I thought I'd show you that because these stamps are coming up. So if you're getting the memory box today, the memory decks today, you might want to think about that for Friday when I'm back again.
Okay, lovely.
Now we're going to use Miss D to make a card to go in my memory decks. So let's show you the dies first.
When you were talking about her upstairs, I thought you said Misty. I thought she was called Misty. It's Miss D.
Miss D, yeah. So I've got Bloom Bonanza, which is number 48, and this is one of the ones with that lovely floral top. I do like the fact that the dies are black as well.
Yeah.
Because when I've got them on my desk, I can see them so much easier. They don't get lost. So I've already cut this, and I've cut it from some watercolour cardstock because I want to add a bit of colour. These are so easy to decorate, ready to use. And what I'm going to do is I've got some Distress Oxide sprays because I just want a bit of an inky background, really.
Okay.
So I've got scattered straw and peeled paint, so yellow and green basically, because I'm going to be using Farmady. So I thought straw green, that's kind of farm. Oh, look at this, I'm going to get in a right mess here. There we go. I'm going to grab a wet wipe because that's a bit messy. And what I'm going to do is just put the two colours, yellow towards that side, and then I'm going to come in with a little bit of the peeled paint, just a little bit at the top, a little bit at the bottom.
And all of these products that Sharon's using, you'll find on our website as well.
Yes, you'll find these under Personal Impressions. They do all the distress sprays.
Or Ranger,
so, yeah, or Ranger. You'll find them on the brand pages. And they're perfect for these because it's nice to add a bit of colour. Now, what I'm going to do is, the top there looks a bit white, so if I add a bit of water, I can move that colour around a little bit, make sure I'm covering that nicely. And I'm going to grab my heat tool and dry that off. And using oxides is going to give me a nice sort of chalky finish to this. So it's the perfect backdrop, and it's quite quick.
And if you weren't using your heat tool, would that dry, what, in 10, 15 minutes?
Yeah, 10, 15 minutes, yeah. And I like the sort of marbly effect you get with the oxide sprays.
Well, lots of you coming through for the Memory Decks boxes now. Lots of you in the early part of the show are coming through for 2s. You can buy it on its own as well if you want to. It's a case of you just putting it together, put a bit of glue on it, a bit of PVA, that will do it.
Yeah.
You get the dowlings in there as well to make your own little kind of reference guide. I like it.
Yeah, what I love about it is how quick it is to put together, because I'm a little bit mathematically challenged, and anything that needs assembly kind of scares me off usually.
Well, it could be that you want to take it to work. Maybe you've got a need for something like a little organiser system on your desk at work, but you want to make it a bit bright and not just grey or metal or whatever.
Yeah, it would be a nice, fun way to have, quite sensible, officey things, but decorated. And equally, if you're more of a minimalist person, there's nothing to say you can't just paint it white or something.
I mean, it could be. I know some people that do this, that actually, when they make anything, whether it's a project, a card, or whatever, they take a photograph of it and they keep it maybe on their phone as like a little guide.
Reference to go back to.
Why not print out what you've actually made and just have a little reference guide by your side of what you've made over the year?
That's a good idea. Yeah, I said earlier, I do it. I have a notebook. Let's bring in Misty, because this is the perfect example. When I get a stamp set like this, I quite often like to remember what colours I used, or what number Copic pen did I use for her skin. So I will quite often stamp it in a book and then just write next to it the numbers of the colours. This would be good because you could have a character on here and you could write on the back all the different colours.
Do you remember The Good Life?
Yes.
She's making me think
she
of Margot.
She does look a bit like Margot.
in the yellow wellies when she fell over in the mud. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I loved that programme. Now I've got some different colour cardstock, because in this set, as well as the Memory Decks card, we've got some lovely bit of foliage. And so I want to build a bit of a scene behind Misty. So I thought I'm going to grab a couple of these. Let's go with that one and this one.
I don't think I'd mess with Misty.
No, I don't think I would. She's quite feisty, I think.
Yeah.
I love the idea, though, that everyone's collecting her, and you know, there've been some really fun ones. I've got quite a few over the years. I've bought quite a few Misties.
And if you went for that speech bubble, you could have a lot of fun with what she'd be saying.
Yes.
Couldn't you?
Yes. And depending on who you're giving the card to, you can be really quite cheeky, can't you?
Yeah.
I know if I was giving a card to Carla, I would go to town a little bit.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I dread to think what a card to Carla would say. Good grief.
Yeah, I think I might have actually made her a Misty card at one point. I do use them a lot for my own cards because, I've got a lot of friends that appreciate the humour. So I've cut these just from some scraps of card, different colours, and I've picked colours that will kind of go with that background. So I've got a nice brown that's going to look nice against that green, and then I've gone with green. And I can put the green one more where the yellow is, so it's going to stand out, because obviously if I put green on top of green, it won't show quite so well. So by having one of each, I can
it looks like that chicken is definitely a pet.
That chicken is hilarious, isn't it?
It's not lunch, it's a pet.
It's definitely a pet. Yeah. I love his eyes.
Yeah.
They're really enjoyable to colour in as well, because they're not too daunting. They're quite simple to colour.
Yeah. He looks a bit exasperated with the expression on his face, the chicken.
He does, doesn't he?
Oh, she's off again, sort of thing.
Yeah, he does. So I'm going to have that one to that side and that one there. So I'm just going to grab actually my tweezers so I can place these where I want to. And we need room for a Saki comment, don't we? So I'll make sure I leave
the Sakier the better.
A nice space for a bit of sarcasm.
And the Misty quotes that you're going to get if you're buying that stamp set. My superpower is helping animals. I know how to neuter. Do I look like I rise and shine? Nope. Eat the rainbow, keep it fresh, farmer's market, that's the one that you're working with at the moment. And then letting the cat out of the bag is easier than putting it back. And for the love of cats are the verses.
I'm going to make you a card with that on.
Thanks.
So I've got Misty to one side, and then I'm going to put this.
I think you'd be surprised how many secrets I've managed to keep.
Oh, I know. You do unfairly get teased. Right, let's go with, do I look like I rise and shine? Because that is definitely me before I've had my coffee.
Absolutely, me too. Christine in North Yorkshire, check out your basket. If you could, Christine, that will confirm your Memory Decks card holder on its way. Janet in Greater London, Mary in Oxford, Claire in Greater Manchester, Nicola in West Yorkshire, Pamela in West Yorkshire too. Check those baskets out. That confirms your order.
There we go. Do I look like I rise and shine? She's just fab, isn't she?
And she will fit in the memory box. And
you can pop her in. And you know, you could have a card for each of the different Misties if you're collecting them.
Yeah.
Because actually it's quite nice when you're looking for inspiration to make a card to flip through finished projects rather than your stamp sets. So if I bring my box
That's why I was
back
thinking
in.
that if you put pictures of projects that you've made throughout the year, if ever you get like a mojo day where you can't think of what to do, you could just flick through your own little guide. Give yourself some inspiration.
And if you're using it as a reference, you know, on the back of the card, I could have written down what colour oxide sprays I used, you know, a list of materials really. The other thing that just occurred to me, because we were talking about ink swatches and things, these would be quite good for drawing little card sketches in as well. So again, when you're stuck for ideas, you could just flip through and have some sketches in there as well, or colour palettes ideas.
Remember, this is brand new today from AALL Create, the Memory Decks card holder. It will come as a blank canvas. You can paper it, you can paint it, you can colour it in however you wish. Use the stamps to decorate it too if you want to. You could put embellishments on it, make it a 3D embellished box. It's up to you. But it's basically like a rectangular version of a Rolodex.
Yes.
Isn't it?
It is, yeah.
And all you need is one of those die sets to cut out the actual shape of your pages. And you could probably get, depending on how thick cardstock you use, you could probably get 50 or 60 sheets in one box. I would have thought maybe even more if it's thinner card. But what you put on them, what you actually display them with is entirely up to you, whether it's going to be recipes, whether it's going to be things that you do to the garden during the year, different things at different stages, whether it's a reference of what you've made with taking pictures and putting them in there. You can have it as like a little mini photo box if you want to, and you can put it on the coffee table. People, when they come round, will probably be intrigued and want to have a flick through it as well.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a coffee table thing. You know, if you are someone that, you know, likes to display their work, it's a nice way to do it. Have a little box there and they can just flip through and have a little look at your work.
Okay, well, let's go back to some of the other bundles that we had at the beginning of the show. If you've just got in, turn the telly on or whatever, Nature's Impressions is one of the most popular. It's absolutely flying out the door. Now, you're going to get 2 stamps. Well, you get 3 stamps in this one, actually. Oh, yeah, because you get a little smaller background stamp there as well. So there's 3 in that one. So those are beautiful. So that's a separate stamp up there, another stamp down there, and another one there. And there's always something that you missed when you looked at it the first time. There's always a franking mark or a little bit of a script or a bit of a receipt or an invoice or something like that. It's a real mixture, and that's all been done for you. All you have to do really is kind of colour it in. And I know lots of people just colour one part of it in and leave the rest of it black.
Yes, you can do that. They look nice just with sort of a little bit of splattering or a little bit of ink blending behind. But they're lovely to work with.
Now that one is a 2 stamp set, so they're both, would you say they were A7?
Yeah, the overall set is A6, so they will be, you know, roughly A7,
Roughly
maybe
A7
a little bit,
each, yeah.
maybe a little bit less.
And you're going to get them for nearly half price, down from $59.95 to $35.97, and because it started life at $59.95, we have got it on interest-free split pay as well, which is rather nice. 2 stamps in that one. Again, your roses, colour them in however you choose, but you've got the colour guide on the front to go by. Then you've got your sunflower and your, what do you call that? Lily? A lily?
I'd say lily, yeah, it's like definitely. A stargazer lily, I think.
And you've got the numbers, you've got, again, the franking marks in there too. And then the last one is this one here. So you get all 5 sets, so 11 stamps in total. Oh, actually, there's 5 stamps in this one. Is there?
The odd one, you get an extra, yeah.
5 stamps.
Oh yes, one of the little splatters is a separate stamp.
Oh, I see.
Which is really handy.
There we go. Yeah.
You can never have too many of those sort of little filler.
No, exactly.
Filler stamps.
Yes, you've got 3 little splat stamps, and then you've got the 2 larger images there as well. So they've really kind of crammed everything into that one. The whole lot, all 5 packets, for an incredible £35.97. £35.97 on 2 split pays. So that is your, what was that one called? Floral Impressions? Nature's Impressions.
Nature's
yeah. Impressions. Where do you want to go next, Alex? Animal lover? Okay. So that was the dogs and the cats, wasn't it? Yes.
Yes.
There we go. So this is the animal one. So we've got the dogs and the cats together. Oh, this is Furry Friends, beg your pardon. So Furry Friends is this one, PQ8L30. You've got meow means wolf in cat. Life is better with a cat. There we go. So there you've got that really cute dog with a bow in his head, or her head. Then you've got the dog bowl, the bone, dogs are my favourite people, and a woof. And then a further cat one as well, with the little hats
with
too.
With a lovely flash hat.
Absolutely, yeah. The smallest feline is a masterpiece, absolutely. Perfect the way you are. There you go. So all of those, £19.18. Equal number of dogs and cats in that one. And then Miss D is the animal lover, which undoubtedly she is. But yeah, I just
in
love
her own way.
She's got such attitude. But yeah, you can imagine the personality of Miss D.
I want those glasses. I think they're fabulous.
I know. I could see you in those. Letting the cat out of the bag is easier than putting it back. For the love of cats. That's the first one. 5 stamps in there. Then the Farmer's Market one. You can really have fun with the colouring of that. Again, that one has got, how many stamps in it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stamps in that one. Then you've got this one, which is 4 stamps.
That's the one we just used with that fabulous chicken.
Absolutely.
You've got an extra chicken as well, so you can really build a scene. And I think that one works really well with the Farmer's Market one with the fruit.
They could be sisters, couldn't they?
They could, yeah, because of course you can colour the hair differently, make them look different.
I think she's crying out for her own cartoon series.
Yes, definitely.
Maybe late night Channel 4.
Yes.
Anything goes. So you've got 5 stamps in that one. £19.18. So you're looking at less than £5 a stamp set for the brilliant Miss D, the famous Miss D, the lady with attitude who loves her animals. There we go. KN8L30. KN8L30 gets you all of those, Miss D. Now, the spelling spectacle one, that's this. So we had brought you 2 amazing alphabets. One set of stamps, and of course the other is the dies. The alphabets in the stamps has also got the numbers, and you've also got really helpful and useful symbols there as well, which you don't always get with alphabet collections. And then you've got 2 dies for each letter.
Yeah, so you've got your shadow. I love the idea of having stamps and dies that match though, because sometimes you want a stamp, sometimes maybe if you're doing something like a notebook, you can't stamp on it, so you want dies. So it's nice to have both options.
It's half price, £18.49 for all of those, SP8L38. And then the other one is even more quirky. And I love it for that reason, because it looks like graffiti. I've never seen an alphabet set like it before. So those are your stamps. And then you've got, again, exactly the same in the dies as well. It's like someone's gone to town with a big marker pen.
It is, and it's got that lovely hand-drawn, hand-painted look. Good fun. And the size of these is just perfect because it's that kind of in-between size. It's small enough to use on a card front, but also bold enough and big enough that you could use it on the front of a journal or a notebook.
And I've got some here just to show you.
Yes.
There we go.
Show, so they're going to work on lots of different size projects really because they're quite bold.
Yeah, I like them. I love them. Yeah. They're a bit different.
They are. They really.
And that's what AALL Create's all about.
That sums up AALL Create really.
Yeah, different and enjoyable, exciting. $36.98 isn't the price though. That's the start price. $36.98 was the start price. Your price today is half that for the dies and the stamps. £18.49, and it's on its way to you, plus your P&P, of course. EP8L20 will get you probably the most unusual alphabet set I think I've seen in a long, long time. One more thing to show you before we go and join Craig in a minute with Crafter's Companion, of course, and we're continuing where we left off with Sarah with the incredible clear out and clearance that they're doing. Amazing deals coming up with Craig in about 2 or 3 minutes. But if you want the memory decks, if you want this brand new box, It's been very popular today, very popular in this show. It's a blank canvas. We've decorated these. You can do what you want with yours, paint it, paper it, whatever you want to do. But basically it's the box with the dowlings that go down the centre, which is like a rectangular Rolodex basically that you can put all of your crafty inspiration in. You can put your to-do lists in there. You can put your recipe sheets in there. You can take pictures of what you've been making and put them in there. So it's like a little reference guide you can flick through. Do your swatches like Sharon was saying?
Yeah, swatches, sketches, anything like that really. And I would be multiplying these because once you've done one, you're going to want another one.
Lots of you have bought two. So if you want to buy 2s or 3s, feel free. Save on your P&P, of course, as well. 1 P&P per day. CS8L29 is the product code. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you.
See you later in the week.
Yes, I'm back on Friday.
Okay, brilliant. We'll see you then. Craig's here next then. And what Sarah started the other day is continuing amazing, amazing deals on Crafter's Companion after a short break.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Let's get it.
At Hobbymaker, we're very proud of our postage and packaging offer, but it might not be completely clear how it works. The good news is that you only pay $4.95 no matter how many times you order or check out within 1 day. To ensure this happens, all you have to do is combine your orders. So I could order morning, noon or night, and all I would pay is $4.95 until midnight that day, as long as I remembered to combine my order each time. And that's it. Another example of shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the Hobbymaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Did you know at Hobbymaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
At Hobbymaker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. Hobbymaker, let's get crafting.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Welcome back, everyone. Just after 6 o'clock. It's, of course, a fantastic evening to be with us at Hobbymaker. We've got Craig for an hour, then we've got 2 hours of Pete Hughes from Sizzix with the amazing Stamp and Spin Tool, which is backed by popular demand. Looking forward to those shows too. Craigie, I did a show with your boss
Yes, you did.
On Wednesday,
the
Wednesday
boss
afternoon.
Is back.
The boss is back, well and truly back. Sarah, we had 3 hours together. I think it was a record-breaking afternoon. Everything went crazy, so much so, I think we had thousands of orders that afternoon. We really, really did. And we're continuing it with you tonight.
Yeah, on a smaller scale, but things that you've not seen before.
But the savings are going to be just as awesome.
And we've got something that I didn't realise. This goes how much I was paying attention, doing my homework beforehand. Wasn't until I was here, maybe about, an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago, I realised something that's in this show I have never, ever, ever, ever done on Hobby Maker. And I have never, I'm saying never, it's been years since I've done it back at head office on our education shows.
Okay, so we're looking forward to the return of the sprays. We'll be spraying everything and anything in sight very soon. Before we show you that, though, let's have a little look at these. Now, these 2 dies, they should be £9.98. £9.98. So you're going to get basically the dragonfly and the butterfly, and they're a really good size. We haven't got them in the studio, but they are available. They're there for you. So you can see the dragonfly on the left, the butterfly on the right-hand side. They're about 2.5 inches, roughly, in size, in length or width.
Yes, they are. Cute little sizes. So not like Diddy, but on the other hand, it's still a nice little substantial size.
So they're £4.99 each, aren't they, normally?
That's right. Yes, they are indeed.
And you can't go wrong with a butterfly, and you can't go wrong with a dragonfly. So as a little taster of what to expect in this show, and it's going to be fast, it's going to be quick, we aren't asking you for £9.98. Dina's in already, Lisa in Northamptonshire's in already. These are going to be ridiculous clearance prices. Sarah said to us the other day that the 6,000 lines that Crafters Companion have, she wants to reduce down to 3,000.
Absolutely.
And she's just basically clearing everything out at ridiculous prices to achieve that goal. So that's Sarah's now in control of Crafters Companion one more time, and this is the sort of things that we can do for you. Anita's in, hello. Lisa, hello. Dina, not £9.98. Let's give you the start price. Let's give you, this is how it's going to be this show. £4.99, half price for 2 beautiful Crafters Companion dies. Here you come. Claire in Gloucestershire, Mary in Lanarkshire, Liz in Lancashire. Doesn't matter how many times you order, the phone call's free. It's free to order on the website and the app as well. So even if you call the call centre 20 times in this show to buy different things, you're not going to pay a penny for the phone call, and they're not going to worry. They love hearing from you.
Oh, they do. I'm saying they do. I've never done it. I do it on the app, but I hear from other people that they love a little call.
But do resist building up a basket and building things in that basket. That's when you get to checkout, you find out most of what you wanted is sold out. So just check out each thing. That confirms your order. 15% of a big stock of this is gone. When it's gone, it's gone. KX2093 is how we start. That's the start of the show. And everything else in the show is going to ridiculous prices. 20% of a big stock now in baskets.
Nice little, I say little. Yes, they're on a smaller scale, round about that 2" by 2" mark. But still, of course, you've got detail in it. You can still cut through your mirror card, your glitter card. You can go through your craft metal. Nice embellishment. Maybe do an inky background, Dave, and then just die cut a load of the butterflies. And do, of course, like a kaleidoscope of butterflies.
They're £2.50 each.
Yeah, exactly.
£2.50 each for quality dies from Crafters Companion. A half price setting to get us underway in this show. Everything else is going to go to crazy prices as well. And remember, when it's gone, that is it. Now, I'll leave you with that, because I want to show you something that Craigie was talking about, and you're so excited about it.
I'm so excited.
Look.
Never done them on Hobby Maker. It's been years since I've done them back at Crafters Companion.
30% of the butterfly and dragonfly gone. Okay, now what we've got for you, for the first time that I'm aware of, are all 4 sprays.
Yes.
Now these are glitter sprays with different effects. You've got a silver one, a gold one, pearl one.
Yes, you do. So you've got gold, you've got silver, you've got iridescent, and then you've also got your pearlescent. So this one here is your pearl. So essentially, Dave, that can turn any cardstock, any topper, any background, any stamped image, any coloured image into a Centura pearl version.
Wow.
And then you've got your iridescent, you've got your silver, and then you've got your glitter. That's then going to turn everything that I've just said there into a lovely coated sparkle. We will have a little spray with them, but I did before the show. I'm surprised you didn't hear them,
I heard
Dave. Did you hear and Sharon in the last show? Standing at the background going just to get some of the effects to show you what it looks like.
How many sheets of black card do we give you with this?
40.
40 sheets of A4 black card to get you started as well, which will work brilliantly well with the spray and sparkles. Okay. Now, the value of those 4 and the 40 sheets of black card should be £37.95. Now, if you're a fan of this, maybe you've just bought one before, didn't know there was 4 in the range, and you've not seen them for a long time, or maybe you've never seen them before and you want to make your own pearlescent cardstock, your own glitter cardstock, that's what these cans allow you to do, plus the 40 sheets of black card. Let's get you the deal. Let's get you a deal that will blow you away. It's XV2097, not $37.95. While we have the stock, we're taking basically a tenner off it, down to $27.96, less than £30 for 4 sprays, each of them different, and 40 sheets of black card.
That 38 quid for me was an incredible price for all 4 plus the black card.
They're $9.99, aren't they normally?
Yes, they are, aren't they? So I've just got mine. I've already kind of primed it. What I mean by that, you hear a ball bearing.
Yeah.
So just give it a shake. You will need to do that each time. And I've chosen the gold one for now. So ready to do it on black card. Do it in a ventilated room, the window open, something like that. But then what you're going to do, just a little bit of a distance, let's take a bit of a black. I'm going to stand back here, and then we're just going to then give that a light sparkle.
Oh, wow!
Look at that. Now I'm going to come closer.
Look
now,
at it. Look.
Give it about half an hour to fully dry, because at the moment it's tacky. Look at that, Dave.
Look how even it is as well.
Completely even. Still be smooth as well. So at the moment it's still tacky. So leave that out to dry for around about half an hour. A distance of around about 20 centimetres.
Okay.
Let's bring in, so these are the bits that I've done within the gold, Dave. Done it exactly as I've done there. So there is the gold once it's dried on black cardstock.
Oh, wow.
Look at that. Now,
That's
Dave,
amazing.
Any cardstock you want, any toppers, any background, this is it onto white cardstock.
Right.
Now, this could be your watercoloured, this could then be your stamped image that you've coloured if you want to. But then what about onto one of your linen cardstock?
Yeah.
How beautiful is that? And that one being with your gold.
I don't think I've ever seen glittered linen cardstock before.
No. Then what about the opal 12 by 12 that we've got coming up later on?
One of my favourite pads of the year so far is in this show at a ridiculously reduced price.
And then what about the Valentines cardstock that we had, the 12 by 12? So you can see there, depending on the image, depending on the colour, it's either going to be bolder or it's going to be subtler. So that one there is the gold, Dave. Let me bring in so let's bring in this one. So this one here is the silver, actually. Let's do it the same way around. So that is your silver on a black that you can see there. Look at that.
And it will work on any type of cardstock, any colour.
Any cardstock that you've got. So
Obviously,
that is your white.
The lighter the cardstock, the more subtle. The darker the cardstock, the more, eye-catching it is, I suppose.
Exactly. It really, really is. And then just to say, sorry, so that one was the silver. That one wasn't the gold.
Okay, now already over 20% of our entire stock has gone on this. We've done them individually in the past. I've known them for years, these products, but they very rarely appear on shows. And I don't think I've ever seen all 4 of them together in the same show. So to put them on at this deal with 40 sheets of black cardstock included at no charge and a reduced price of $27.96. They're normally $9.99 each. And you're going to get all 4, gold, silver, pearlescent, and the iridescent as well. All of those for $27.96, and a little bit goes a long way. You don't need much.
Oh gosh, it really does. I mean, then when you go on to the same one again, this one is the iridescent. So that's the one where it's going to give you that multitude of colours, which works really, really well if you've got a really deep coloured background. But then you've got them onto your white.
Half
so
stock gone.
Some are more prominent on like a dark, some are on a white, some are on a coloured card. If I just show you again within that one there, the linen, and then that one there. So this one was also iridescent on the opal, just to catch that sparkle. But one of my favourites, I love the silver, but my favourite, Dave, is the pearl, which is that one there with the white cap. Because what that's essentially doing is it's turning all your cardstock into a Centura pearl.
Oh, nice.
Look at that.
So
Now,
that's standard black cardstock.
It is.
Now it's been made into a pearlescent cardstock.
Standard black. It is actually that bundle that we got there. This is it then onto a white card. I cannot stress enough, any card, any weight, any paper, any topper, any stamped image, you could colour it, water base it, alcohol colour.
Could you use it on things like wood, on furniture and stuff like that?
You can do. I would be inclined to maybe do like a coating over the top of it.
Right.
Certainly if you're going to put it out into the weathers or that, because I did actually do that a couple of years ago, and it was actually Mod Podge that I gave it a coating with.
Right.
But if you can, I'm saying if you can, what I would do is I just keep this for all my cardstocks, all my toppers, anything that you've got. I mean, Paper Dynamic, Keith, comes with the most incredible cardstock anyway.
Yeah.
But imagine just elevating it that little bit further, your hunky-dory toppers,
You've
backgrounds.
got instant glitter card in a can, instant Centura Pearl in a can, instant iridescent with all those multicoloured little bits of glitter as well in a can, and you're using the tiniest amount. That's all you have to do. You're going to get all of it, all four, normally $9.99, say £10 each. So it's about £40 worth of spray and sparkle, and you're going to get 40 sheets of the black cardstock A4 for $27.96. I can never remember all four of them being together in a show. I've done one individually on odd occasion.
Just ready to do that again. This one being the pearlescent one that you've got. Again, at a distance round about 20 centimetres apart, and maybe a well-ventilated room. And if you want, Dave, you can intensify it. So I wouldn't say leave it for the full half an hour to dry. What I would say is maybe, you know, a few moments or two, let that go off, and then maybe just go back over again. So if you want more of an intense, but if I bring that in, now keeping in mind it is still wet, and you'll start to see the wet patches, but already starting to turn that into your pearlescent.
Well done to every one of you that's coming in for this. Maybe you've never seen this before. Maybe you never realised this product actually existed. Centura Pearl cardstock in a spray tin. Glitter cardstock in a spray tin. And you can coat any surface. Half the stock gone. $27.96, saving you nearly £10. So that's more than paid for your P&P for the whole day as well. Remember, check out these deals as they come on screen. Don't build a basket. You'll end up missing out on things. Things will sell out if you do that. So just check out each item that you want. But yeah, it's a great show to have this offered, and your face upstairs when you realise it's in the show.
When I realised actually what it was as well. Just need to stress again, please make sure you're doing it in a well-ventilated area, in a room. What I tend to do is I line up what I'm wanting to then spray, and then I'll go out maybe just out in the garden or something, or do it. If you're in a really, really enclosed room, no windows, no nothing like that, maybe put like a mask or something like that on. But if you're using just small amounts, you'll be absolutely fine.
But it's just so effective.
It's so cool, isn't it?
I mean, look at that gold. Just look at how that behaves. It started life like that, and one little spritz with the spray, it's turned it into a gold glitter card.
And that's the one that I done in front of your eyes a few moments ago.
And yeah, if you wanted to create like the look of a starry sky or something like that, if you're using like a masking paper or anything like that, you could spray to make it look like a starry sky on a card. That would look lovely. So not just, you know, basic A4 sheets of cardstock. You can use it on all sorts of surfaces. $27.96. To our knowledge, first time we've had all four colour options and the black cardstock together in one show at a reduced clearance price of £27.96. We'll move off from that one now, but we'll come back and remind you of it. Now, what about, this is honestly one of my favourite cards.
You really like that. It is beautiful.
This is the 12 by 12 paper pad of the year, as far as I'm concerned, and it comes with 3 punches. But this is why I love it. It's like you've just cut a gem, a slice of a gem.
It is that, isn't it?
Like a geode, or whatever they call them. I mean, it's so spectacularly different, and it's foiled beautifully well as well.
It really is, incredibly smooth to touch. You can feel that foiling as well. You've got that slight deboss as to where the foiling's been done, but it's incredible. The colours, it's kind of like that alcohol work that you've got going on.
Absolutely, and you've got different colourways. You've got your purples, you've got your greens, you've got your pinks and your oranges, of course, as well, your blues in there too. Excuse me. But look at that. All of those pages, of which there are 36, so it's a 36 sheet 12 by 12, is included in the bundle. And then as an extra gift from Crafter's Companion, you're actually going to get 3 punches. Now, these are perfect. You've actually got a simple circle, you've got a star, and you've also got your little love heart. Now, bearing in mind we're not that far away from Valentine's Day, how handy is that going to be to have all those little love hearts? You can make them into shaker cards. You could do your borders with it, of course, as well. It could be confetti if you wanted to make confetti. The little stars, great for a little boy's card, maybe. And the whole is just really useful to have for all sorts of reasons.
It's really, really handy. You know, if you do things like rosettes where you need that little bit of scrap cardstock underneath, you could use that. The centre, of course, your flowers if you want. Maybe you want to then start to shape it with your ball tool to create that domed effect. But then as well, what about with the pearl that we just showed you, the opal, spraying that with your spray and sparkle, or like this one here. So this was the silver one that I showed you onto the lilac linen. So of course you could just come along and then just punch them. And then...
And they're not tiny, they're a really good size.
That's right, yeah, they are. So because I've gone in with my spray beforehand, we've got our sparkly heart there. But then what you can also do, if I take that off, Dave, if I go from, I'm going to do it this way. So what I can then do is, I could then just stamp that, but then what I'm doing is I'm just eyeballing just at the side there. So where my love heart, pre-cut love heart is, I can just match that to the side, and then I could just keep going along. Let's take any of these little bits out. I've taken the little cat bit off to make it easier for myself to see, but then we could just keep travelling all the way along.
So that's doing the job of like an edgeable die now, isn't it?
That's
really?
exactly it, yeah. Now, what will happen in a moment, we will cut away at that base. And if I do the same, I'll just tear that off there. But then that's going to give you a scalloped edge if you want. Or, of course, you've got that edge. But then what you've also got as well is you've now got all of these tiny little love hearts. And we've got them sparkly because I sprayed them with the spray before.
Okay. Now, we are promising you incredible reductions in this show. This is like the after party from Sarah's takeover last Wednesday that was just insanely busy. We're doing similar deals to that, deals that you've not seen on the previous shows. 3 punches and 36 sheets of my favourite 12x12 pad of the year. $45.96 should be what you're paying if you're paying the proper price for that pad and you were paying for those 3 punches. Nowhere near that. What about if we give you a better than 50% reduction? Not 25. Let's get that price down. It's going to be below £20. Yeah, for the lot. $19.99. For the paper pad, a bestseller, and the 3 punches, under 20 quid. In you come. Shirley, Josie, Sharon, Irene, Jessica, I think it is, Janice, Pauline in Lancashire coming through for this. You'll get the pad, you'll get the 3 punches, of course, as well, all for $19.99. In one order, you've saved yourself nearly £26. And the 1P&P applies even on shows like this, just 1P&P for the whole day's orders at £4.95. Even the phone call's free. A quarter of stock in allocation now.
That's very true, isn't it?
You're struggling there.
I am. I can't remember how the base goes, what direction the base goes back in. I'm like,
like the Krypton factor.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's right. Okay. So it is
over a third now in baskets. Sorry, not in boxes, in baskets.
There you go.
Hey,
we got there. How to confuse Craig.
Okay, so you get the star punch, you get the hole punch, and you get the heart punch, as well as the most magnificent, fantastic 12x12 paper pad. I mean, just look at that. It is like you've sliced through a geode. It looks like that. Absolutely beautiful. What will you be using these papers for? Maybe you could be decorating boxes with them. Look good.
Well, funny you say that, Dave. I've got it all pre-done. Let me just show you here.
What's the GSM? 160?
160.
So it's heavy paper, lightweight card?
It is, yeah. Now, this is just one of your 12 by 12. Now, I've taken 2 of them, Dave. Now, what I've done is I've scored it 3 inches, then I've scored it 9 inches, turned it around, scored it 3 inches, and then to make it easier for myself, I've just turned it around and I've scored in at 1.5 inches. And I've done that for both sheets. The only difference, on one of them, I've cut out the squares at the bottom. On the other one, what I've done is I've just created 2 little angles in there. And then all that I'm going to do is if I just fold that over.
Half stock gone, be quick.
I'm just going to then pop them in, and then we can pop our tape onto here.
Yeah.
So if I go into there, like so, I'm going to align that directly over that base. And then when it comes to this glue tab, I can add my glue. When it comes to this glue tab, I can add my glue. And then all I'm going to do is lift that one up. We need to tuck that one in there. Let's tuck that one in there along the score lines. Fold that one over. So what's going to happen there is you'll see it starts to then tuck in at the base.
Yep.
So let's just align that one up there, align that one up there, press that in, and then if I take my tape runner again, we've folded these in to create, you know that really nice fold at the top of a gift bag?
Yep.
That's why we've folded them in. And, you know, you don't have to if you don't want to, but the option is there.
What a funky gift bag this is going to be.
And then if we then start to layer that into the side, press that in and press that down, turn that around, do exactly the same. You can line it up a little bit better than me. Press that down, and now how cute and cool and different is your gift
then you
bag.
could use your hole punch to put some handles on.
Yes, of course you could.
Yeah?
Of course you could, absolutely.
So great for making maybe little gift bags. You could crease the side in if you wanted to. It's
That's
entirely up to you. $19.99. So many of you now with it in baskets. I've nearly got a full screen of names already. We've got all the stock we can get. This is all the stock we've got, and when it's gone, that is it. It's gone. It's history. And to get these punches, well, you're not paying for the punches.
No,
at all.
It's just handy ones to have. Will you use them every day like me? No, probably not. You know, I don't use them necessarily every day, but you'll be surprised actually how many times in the week that actually do. You need that circle, or you just need that star. You want that little bit of a space filled. Cut the star out.
And of course, it's a double whammy really, because you've got what it cuts out, and then you've got the aperture. So you've got two looks really for the price of one from the punches. And again, they'll last you years if you look after them, absolutely years. So to get that bundle for under 20 quid today, saving you nearly £26 off the price. Too good to miss. That's why loads of you are coming through for this right now, and we'll get it to you ASAP. OS2002 is your item number. Now, what about when it comes to paper pleating? Basically, what you've got here is a 24-sheet paper pleating pad. Now, the papers in here are lovely. The quality of the paper is gorgeous. So if you like making your own flowers, you've got dies that cut out maybe the spirals that you can then twist and twirl into flowers. Beautiful paper to do that by. If you love your origami, if you love pleating to make little rosettes and things like that. You've got the paper pleating bundle as well in here. Now, if I just take this out of the wallet, you've got templates, and you've also got the embossing folders, which obviously give you the embossed lines on your paper.
They do indeed. You've got 3 different depths there, and it's all stepped through within the actual packet. I'll show you some finished samples just shortly. So that is, say you're wanting to then make a concertina flower, you just decide whether you want it deeper, you want it shallower, you want it mediocre.
So you can do pleated hearts, you could do pleated flower heads and stars, you can do little cactuses, you could do gorgeous little bows down there as well, and you're going to get the templates. All these are templates which give you the shapes, and then of course you can run it through on the embossing folder. That then gives you the pleat lines where you do the folds. Look, how cool is that?
How cool is that, isn't it? And don't be daunted by the pack of templates. It's all on the back of the box as well. You can go on to Hobby Maker when they were last on, as well as our Crafters TV, YouTube, steps you through. But the flowers, Dave, and this is actually where the punches in that last bundle came from, because you're going to be able to use them for the centre of the flowers. But when I say your actual rosette, your flowers, your leaves, love heart, that's vellum, by the way. It doesn't just have to be cardstock. There's another love heart, because your flowers, your rosettes, your love hearts, stars, all of these you can do them in multiple sizes.
And there's something so satisfying and rewarding about folding paper and making something 3-dimensional out of something that's very 1-dimensional.
Yes, that's it.
You bring it to life.
Now,
Butterflies.
for instance, these two are a prime example then, Dave. So these butterflies, these ones there, they're quite deep when it comes to the fold. That's because we use the deep embossing folder. If you want the lines to be really quite small and shallow, use the shallow embossing folded lines. And then if you want it kind of like in the middle, then just use the middle embossing folder.
And remember, you are going to get, the pad has got 24 sheets in it. And you can get a lot out of one sheet. And they've given you the best colours for flowers as well. You've got lovely bright yellow, pinks and reds. You've got a lovely blue and green in there as well. So the whole thing, everything you need to do all of these fantastic projects to make three-dimensional love hearts, flowers, butterflies, bows, it's all there. And you've got the 3 embossing folders that give you the crease lines, where to fold, where to do your peaks and troughs. I've not seen this before. I've seen the paper pad before. I've not seen this before. Okay, so if paper pleating is right up your street, or it's something that you feel you like having a go with, $32.98 should be the price. No way. Today, remember, we're carrying on from Sarah's takeover last week. Look, $15.99. That is better than half price. Below half price, CS2057. And if you do have any of the spiral dies, which I know lots of you will have, you can use those on that paper as well and make your twirled flowers out of those.
Absolutely. And I just want to show you within this one here. So this one, this is one flower head. Now see how it says flower and it says ×6.
Yeah.
So to make that, you're just going to draw around, cut that out 6 times, and then you're going to run it through your chosen embossing folder. But it says 6 there, Dave, but you might just want to do 5.
Okay.
You can only do 5. And those lines there, that is a visual. So let's say that's a bit of paper that we've cut out, Dave.
Yep.
That lets you know that it goes in. It doesn't even need to line up perfectly. You could have it at an angle if you want. But what it is doing, Dave, it's letting you know, put that in that direction of the embossing folder.
Oh,
so
gotcha.
the lines are going across the way.
And of course, you could do all 6 in there at the same time.
Yeah,
in one go.
Yeah, if you want to do 12,
and just
you
get
can
folding and making your 3-dimensional flowers, your 3-dimensional hearts for £15.99. I mean, honestly, you pay that for the embossing folders on their own.
I mean,
you pay that for the templates.
You imagine doing things
such
as that, of course.
Make your own rosettes.
You can do that. Make your own bunting, because you can do bunting. There is snowflakes in there, so you can do it all through the year as well. All it is you're changing your colour cardstock, your pattern paper.
Think about fancy dress competitions, who's won that, sports days at school, that sort of thing. You could have rosettes for the winner, all that sort of thing.
That's it, everything.
Dog competitions, maybe.
But even, you know, in the front of the cracker, this is one that I'd done on a past Hobby Maker show here. But yeah, your vellum, so it could be your lighter weight paper. If you're going to do a thicker card, it is doable, but I would make sure it's one of the bigger designs.
Okay.
You know, maybe don't do like a teeny little design because it's a thicker card. But play and experiment, and notice that love heart. That is because the 3 punches within that last set, they originated from this collection here.
Gotcha. Gotcha. So if you went for that last deal with the punches, think about going for this one as well. Remember, although you're getting 24 sheets of multicoloured paper in there for your paper folding techniques and your pleating, you can use vellum, you can use parchment, you can use other papers that you've got at home. It's the embossing folder that's doing the creasing and the templates that are giving you the shapes. You can make them out of whatever you like. So long after that's run out, your embossing folders are still going to be going strong, so will your templates be as well, and so will your new hobby of paper pleating be something you can carry on doing. And I think if you see a paper pleated emblem on the front of a card, or like that one there, for example, suddenly the cost of that goes up.
Exactly.
The perception of how much you should pay for a card that's got a 3D flower on it, you expect to pay another £1 or so more. It's a beautiful thing, and you can actually make them into little badges, so you can actually take it off the card and wear it.
Thing. You can absolutely do anything. Now, yes, of course, Dave, you're going to have to pop that in maybe some form of a deeper envelope or a deeper box, of course. Absolutely, you will do. And as I said earlier on in the show, like die cutting's my love, my passion. I absolutely love it. But on the other hand, there's something quite therapeutic, like this, the template library, about starting from scratch, drawing, cutting, shaping, doing it all from scratch, and knowing that you're creating these projects, these designs from scratch as well. I know maybe at first with that pack of templates, it looks a little bit daunting. I cannot express how easy. It's one of those that when you see it done, it's like, that's it.
Yeah. And it's so satisfying, the fact you've made something 3D from something that's flat.
That's it. It was a good wee while ago. It launched on the Hobby Maker, or on Hobby Maker. You know, check out, of course, Hobby Maker YouTube. If not, what to do is go onto YouTube, go into Crafter's Companion, and just type in the template paper pleating, and you'll see me and the 2 Debbies using it till our heart's content.
Brilliant. Okay, well, the stock is going very fast on this now at £15.99, down from £32.98. I mean, last Wednesday was a record-breaking afternoon.
Yeah.
I've never known it like it. I've never known a show go so busy.
We were like, wow, because we're all in on the team in a WhatsApp group. And when Sarah had said how busy it was like...
Well, things were selling out before we even got to the
I think there's a digit missing there. It was like, no, it was really busy.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that is the thing, without obviously dwelling on it, Sarah is back.
She's back.
It's a bit of an up and a down year at Crafter's Companion last year, and we've not hid away from that. Sarah is back. She's in full control. She's got complete say on giving you, our viewers, our customers here at Hobby Maker, what she strived for the last 17 years before, of course, well, 18 years before this last year.
Last Wednesday was a celebration of that, doing what she's doing to the prices, and we're continuing that this evening with this show. So if you want to shop ahead, is everything in the show on the website now, Alex? It is. Everyone will pay the final low price. So if you're thinking, oh, there's a die coming up later, I want that, I know it's going to be great, great, great value. Yeah, everyone will pay the final low price as well, okay? So £15.99 for that, paper pleating. Brilliant. Now, what else? We have got the double-side stepper card. Now, this is going to absolutely fly. When you see, look, the die that you're about to purchase will make this. How amazing. This is one of the best stepper card designs I think I've seen. It's got very much an Art Deco sort of feel, pillar-like, very, very beautiful. I mean, if you bought those as card blanks, you pay a fair few pounds for those. You can, with this die that's in here, make this. If you love Art Deco, not just Art Deco, they're just really different and unusual and lovely. 9 dies in here. You will need your bigger die cutting machine. Obviously, as you can see, it's going to need the Gemini 2 or a similar size of machine because it's a lot of metal there. It's a big die. But it does everything for you. It cuts the shape out and it scores for you as well where all the creases need to be. But you'll end up with stunning. If you want to make card blanks out of this and sell them in packs of 10, you can do that.
Of course you could.
Not a problem.
Just try to find the plug there. I'm just going to go under, Dave.
Okay.
Let's just do it. Let's go straight under because we'll run it through in a minute. I knew that would happen.
Yeah, £34.99, PK 2023. That's what the price should be for this. £34.99. But you've got all of the dies to do the decoration as well. All the mats and layers on there too. So there's no kind of winging it, hoping you've got the cut right. The dies will give exactly the right shape, exactly the right size, so everything nestles into each other beautifully. But you'll have the most incredible stepper cards. £34.99. Already we've got Paula in, Val, Samantha, Myrtle in Oxfordshire, Janice in Lanarkshire's coming through. PK 2023. Go on, Alex, do it. He's doing it.
He's going.
Pushing the button. Here it goes. Oh my word, £15.75 for a die or dies of that size and that number. £15.75, it's ridiculous. You'd sell a card like that for probably £4 or £5, I would have thought.
You would, wouldn't you?
You get your money back in no time.
And then this is where we're going to quickly run it through just to show you how easy it is. This is where it's that opposite of the template library, whereas the template library have lots of styles that you draw and you cut, etc., etc. Not everyone likes to do that. Not everyone can do that, but maybe you still like that style. The fact is you've got the mats and layers to go with them, you know, quite competent and happy to play with shapes and that. I wouldn't even know where to begin, Dave, when it comes to trying to do my mats and layers for things such like that.
I've got to let you know, we're not talking of hundreds in availability. No. We've got double-figure stock availability on this die set, and it's going very, very fast indeed. I'm not surprised at £15.75. You save 20 quid.
Yeah.
On a die that will give you the most elaborate card blanks. Sell the packs of 10 for, I don't know, what would you sell 10 card blanks for? £7 or £8?
There's a good point. And just to let you know, they would fit in a 5x7 envelope.
Right.
When we initially done the whole range, they would go in a 5x7. But look at that, Dave, that sparkly glitter card that we done at the start of the show. And what I would do, although this is a simplistic die, I would still do the full plate configuration, i.e. that magnetic shim, because we want it to press in with, of course, the emboss lines.
I mean, stepper cards normally are straight-sided. You don't see stepper cards that have got this almost chess piece-like look to them. They're really, really lovely and different and angular. And, you know, they catch people's eyes. They really, really would.
Anyone that's new, that cracking sounds normal. The plates that I'm using are quite new, so you'll find that that does happen. But this is where it's really, really simple here. All that we then need to do, let me go that way so you guys can see it better. All that we need to then do at this point here
Third of the stock gone, Craig, sorry.
Grab it quick. We're just going to do things such as our mountain and valley. So this is all one straight edge. We're going to fold back, same there, and then I'm just going to twist it around. I'm going to do the same. That is it. Get a bone folder, burnishing tool. I'm just going to go in with the back of my scissors here, Dave. Press down. That's it. That is how simple it is.
Look at that.
To make. And then, of course, you've got all of your dies to do the mats and layers. We done that in front of your eyes at the start of the show, sprayed that with the gold sparkle spray, and then you've got your card blank ready to go.
You can make as many of those as you like for that one-off investment of £15.75. That's got to be the best 15 quid of anyone's money that you can spend to make one of the most beautiful, eye-catching card blanks. And you even get all the mats and layers for the different decorative parts as well. Half the stock of this is now gone. Please, I beg of you, check your baskets out because this is going to go quickly. It's going to sell out quickly. It's PK 2023. If you're watching this on demand a bit later or on repeat a bit later on, and it's not 20 to 7 like it is live, I don't think we'll have any stock of this. Worth a go, just in case someone's changed their mind or whatever. But certainly it's going very fast live at 20 to 7 on Hobbymaker tonight. One of the deals of the show, without a shadow of a doubt.
I completely agree. And don't think you just have to use the Gemini. You will, as Dave said, need a larger die cutting machine. Yep. Of course, our die's made, manufactured, sized to work perfectly with the pressure of the Gemini. But if you do have any other branded large die cutting machines, you can absolutely use it as well.
And again, to get all those different layers pre-cut for you too. One pass through the machine, it does all the cutting for you, and it's just over £15. Unbelievable to get a die set like this. I mean, honestly, if someone had put this on a show and said it was $44.99, I wouldn't say, oh, that's a lot. I'd go, yeah, I can get that. Now, Wendy has messaged in from County Down. Hello, Wendy. Could I ask Craig when I should use my metal shim to cut? Thank you.
Really, really good question, Wendy. So your metal shim, what you're wanting to, predominantly we'll use that if you're wanting to cut into fabric. So that's when we tend to want to use that. However, if we are, of course, a paper crafter, it's one that if you're wanting to cut into acetate, anything like a thicker material, a non-porous material like an acetate, you're going to want to put in your metal shim for that one. When you're doing, if you're going on to craft metal or tin foil, anything like that.
Does it help if you're doing a really intricate die?
Really intricate die. What you'll find, yes, you'll find because with the Gemini we've got unrivaled pressure within it, you'll tend to find that you won't need to add in the metal shim because of an intricate pieces that aren't cut in. On the other hand, if you do have a die that just is not cut in, it is so intricate in tiny little pieces, exactly, add in that metal shim. Try and avoid it because adding that shim in is more pressure, which then of course can pull the rollers apart. But do you know what it is? If it acetate, anything like that, then add in that metal shim. Predominantly it's fabric.
There you go, Wendy.
I can probably count on one hand the amount of times I use my metal shim in a month.
Yeah, yeah.
Very, very, very rare.
Okay, the stock is going quickly. Please check your baskets out. £15.75, that's a saving of nearly £20 off the price today for, I must admit, a die set I've not seen before. I've not seen this.
It was part of initial range. I remember it was a while ago, I launched them on a Sunday with Nigel and then they went. And then I think it was like a couple of weeks later, we got them back in stock. Debbie Robinson had them, went. Yeah. She came back with them another few weeks later, gone. Debbie Fisher came here, gone. We keep selling them out as full bundles. Now we don't have full bundles, we've just got that individual.
65% of the stock has gone, so please check out PK2023. This will be on its way to you, and you'll be making amazing cards just like that. Thank you, Wendy, for your message. PK2023. How much has gone? 70% now gone? Yeah. Nice. I think it will sell out before 7 o'clock.
I think so. Still got just under 20 minutes to go.
Exactly.
So.
Okay, now we're into the teens and availability. So very low double-figure stock, okay? Now, Celebrate Your Day we're going to go to next, which I think is this one here. Now, this is a stamp and a die set. Now, where's that going to go to? Woohoo! Now, what you've got here you've got the stamps that show you your prezzies. You've also got your helium balloons, star one, you've got the round one, you've got your stacks of present down there as well. All of those are stamps. And then you've got the corresponding dies to cut out what you've just stamped. So everything you associate with a party, basically, you've got in this stamp and die set.
Yes, you do.
One of Craig's favourites. JR2073 is the item number, JR2073. Celebrate your day should be £26.99. Nowhere near. You can even have your own balloon arch. How cool is that? Like we had here at Christmas.
That's right.
I wonder who walked off with that. I bet someone's got that at home now.
I don't know.
It's probably,
it's not going to go to waste, isn't it? Definitely, it wouldn't go to waste.
I reckon it's in someone's lounge somewhere.
Do you think so? Maybe just
Maybe
round
John
the
Scott's.
entrance.
Could be John Scott's lounge.
I bet he's got it just at the entrance of his living room.
Yeah.
Isn't he? Yeah, he's just got it there, definitely.
Okay, £26.99's worth of dies and stamps for everything you associate with a celebration. Great for birthday cards, invitations, that sort of thing, anything like that. Launches, maybe for your business, anything along those lines. And here you go. Look, this is the sort of thing you can do with it. You can make it into a 3D spectacle if you want to.
Yeah. So the initial concept, Dave, is actually creating it into a Z-fold card.
Yes.
I don't have one with this being made into a Z-fold card, but you've got ideas on the packaging and you've also got it when it comes to YouTube. But yeah, this is actually a project. I can't remember which one, but it is a project that's in one of our template libraries.
Okay.
But yeah, so this gives you a really good indication as to how else you can use it. But
Let me show you the board. Look at the boards. This shows you all the dies and all the stamps you're going to get. So there's your helium balloons at the top there. You've got your ticker tape all there as well. Everything you associate with a celebration. What would you use? Is that for the Z-fold card?
That bit, yes.
Ah,
so
right.
in actual fact, it was used within that one. If I tilt that forward, see where that middle cake is?
Yep.
See the tab that it's in?
Yep.
That is it there.
Ah, gotcha.
So yeah, exactly the same. When you turn it into a Z-fold card, that's then where you can then start to actually attach maybe your balloons there, your cakes there. So that's what that panel's for.
Okay, so look at the dies you've got. You've got your bunting dies, you've got your balloon arch dies, you've got your presents, of course, as well. Stamp first, then die cut. That's what I always do.
And then come along with your spray and sparkle and give it a spray.
Yep, absolutely. Not $26.99 today, it's JR2073, okay? JR2073. Here's the price. Alex is going to push the button. Where are we going to today? £13.50. £13.50. You'd pay that. You'd pay more than that for the dies. Absolutely crazy value for money. And why do you make cards? Usually for celebration.
That's it, exactly, yeah. And a celebration can mean a wide of, well, celebrations. The great thing with something like this is it's there designed for a concept, so for you to then make your fun Z-fold cards. But because you've got the stamp and the die, you can use these as toppers. You could use these to decorate memory book pages, scrapbook pages if you want to, the inside of your cards. It doesn't have to be a Z-fold card.
You could actually cut that out twice and use that as a little gift card wallet if you wanted to.
Great idea.
Yeah. Why not?
Great idea.
Gift card will fit in there. The Hobby Maker one would, I'm sure. Yeah.
But, yeah.
All sorts of ways of using these. But you know, whenever you think of a celebration, whether it's someone's leaving, whether it's someone's anniversary, launching a business, whatever it might be, where you've got to kind of put out the bunting, get the old balloons out. Then this is your stamp and die set to do just that for $13.50.
Yeah.
Crazy.
You get for $13.50.
That's worth having.
Exactly, yeah. And because of its that celebration, it means that, as I said before, any celebration, but then you can then start it as new styled coloured cardstock comes through, new styled pattern paper comes through, new stamps come through. You can then start to then work that in with every new trend that's coming through.
Loads of you putting this in your basket and checking out today. Remember, once these have gone, that is it. And you're getting multi-purpose dies and stamps here that you'll use again and again and again. Even at Christmas, I mean, stacked up presents. They could go on a Christmas card. Absolutely. You've got bunting there. That could be for any reason. Absolutely any reason.
New Year and all of that. You can do that. Easter time coming up.
And even when you stamp the balloons, they even look three-dimensional.
They do, don't they? They do.
They really do.
And then if you've got the little heart punch from earlier on, stick them on the balloons as well.
Definitely. Susan's getting in touch. Hello, Susan in West Yorkshire. Loving the show. I've got this die makes beautiful cards from Sue in Leeds. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Sue, for letting us know. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, you've got them already. If you're not ordering them, why not? get on the phones. You can use the website, you can use the app, you can phone the free phone number. 0800 001 4433 is your free phone number, even on your mobile. It's free.
I'll take that. Swap you over.
Okay, Violet Studios next. Now this comes with a purple fold-away shopping bag, which we haven't got in the studio, but we have got an image to show you what it's going to look like, okay? Now, this is a Crafter's Companion bag. You're also going to get the Celebrate card kit absolutely free. So this is, basically, there's all sorts in here. You've got card blanks, envelopes, you've got pom-poms, you've got crystals in there, you've got some ephemera, some card ephemera toppers, even foam pads are in there. I've just noticed that.
All there, everything there. Kind of the essentials to make the cards are in there. 6 cards that it makes in total. But you know what, Dave? You're going to have bits left over.
You are. You are.
Really, really are. You'll be able to stretch it out.
Now, have we got an image? Can we see the bag? Okay, we've got a picture of the bag. This is what you're going to get. So it's a Crafter's Companion fold-away shopping bag with the Celebrate card kit absolutely free. £20.97. I mean, would that bag... How big is that bag roughly, Craig? Would you be able to put maybe your plates for your machine in it?
Easily.
You would?
Easily.
Okay.
It is bigger than like your Hessian bags that you get.
Okay.
You know, your supermarket Hessian bags.
Good.
A bit bigger than that.
So that could be a bag for life, flying the flag for Crafter's Companion?
Exactly, yeah. 100% that will hold like your A4 plates and more.
Great. £20.97. Not today. QF2049. Let's get you the canvas bag, the fold-away shopping bag, and that fantastic Violet Studios Celebrate card kit. It's just £13.98 today. £13.98, saving you £7. Yeah, £7 off the price for a very trendy and very swish Crafter's Companion. There's the bag to give you a better idea of size. It's a good size.
It's a good size. It's a really, really good size.
Well, you can see the size there against the pencils that are in the pot there, so that gives you a better idea. You can get a lot in there, okay? And it's strong.
It is indeed really strong. You've got that strong stitching. And it is the, I can't remember, it's like that shell suit fabric, medium. It's wipeable.
Oh, okay.
It's wipeable
Lycra.
as well. No, like a shell suit.
Like a shell suit, okay. What's the shell suit made from?
Like a track suit,
okay.
but do
Right.
you've got a whole closet of them, you do. You scally
From the
flag.
80s. Has been known.
Look at the colours of the card blanks and the envelopes as well, Dave. The envelopes that you get are coloured, not just your card blanks, but you've got them in there. So it's about 4x6. So you've got them, you've got all your toppers in there die cut, you've got your foam pads, you've got your big blings there, and then you've got your little pom-poms.
So you're buying the bag, you're getting that absolutely free. And if you've already bought something since we came on air today or since midnight last night, you've paid your 1p&p of $4.95. So you can carry on shopping with me and Craig right now. Pete's here with a 2-hour Sizzix special with the return of the Stamp and Spin. We've got more stock of both of the tools together. It's going to be a lovely 2-hour show. So any questions you've got for Pete, take advantage of the 120 minutes and just message in. But if you watched the show earlier and you thought certain things were sold out, we've restocked the stock. But will it last 1 hour, let alone 2? I've got my doubts. But certainly this show, if you've paid your P&P, the rest of the day's shopping is delivered free of any P&P now. Now, Sharon Callis, we've got coming up next. Sharon Callis collection, that's under here. Now, there's one thing that we haven't got in the studio that you will be getting with this, and that's the succulent greeting. So it's basically a sentiment die.
That's right, yeah,
okay.
it is.
You are going to get the heartfelt greetings. So as you can see there, you've got that lovely thank you with the flower at the top and at the bottom. So basically the die is giving you, you've got a stamp for the top and bottom, and then the die is cutting out the panel in the front. So you've got that one. And then you've got the same with this one, which is thinking of you. Again, the stamp is for your daffodils at the top and at the bottom, great for spring and summer. And then you've got that aperture that the die is going to cut with thinking of you. And then you've also got the other sentiment, which I think we can show you a picture of in a second, that will come with it as well. So this is what you're going to get. Here's the stamps. So basically you get some sentiment stamps. There we are, look. So you've got, I can't read what they say.
You've got new home, you've got welcome. A little gift, especially for you.
Blooming, yeah, for the flowers.
Just to say.
Okay, so you're going to get all of that, the 2 die sets with the 2 stamps in each one, and you're going to get the sentiment stamps as well, worth $39.97. Okay, so yeah, you're looking at around about £15, £16 for each of these, and about £5 or £6 for the sentiment stamps. This is a better picture of the sentiments. That's what you're going to get. You're wonderful, just to say, missing you, a little gift, blooming, especially for you, new home and welcome. 8 stamps that you're not paying for, and you're going to get both of these die and stamp sets as well.
Great little set. You can see within the image on the front of the packaging there, it looks as though it's creating that dome, which of course you can do. But you can absolutely have them flat as well if you want. So the tulips, and then also the tulip daffodils, or the rose, or tulips, isn't it? I suppose it could be one or the other, couldn't it?
It's daffodils and roses.
Daffodils, yeah. Yeah, it is daffodils. Clearly sees that, Craig. The daffodils and the rose, so that die works around the edge of where you're going to then stamp, of course, the daffodil or the rose, and then because they're really nice substantial stamps as well.
Absolutely.
And they are different, so that top rose is different from the bottom one, same with the daffodils as well.
Okay.
And if you want to use them on their own, you can.
If I just show you the size of what we're talking here. We're not talking tiny dies, look. There's a lot there, and of course it cuts out exactly the shape of your daffodils for you to go and stamp and then colour in. Dead easy to do that, or paint them if you want to, it's entirely up to you. But it cuts out the aperture, cuts out the sentiment, and you get both of those and those sentiment stamps as well. And let's get the price down. Let's get the price down for Monday evening,
Awesome.
$14.99.
Awesome, for the whole lot.
For the lot.
2 sets there that are going to create the most beautiful designs that Sharon had come up with. Then you've got those sentiments. And of course, when you see the sentiments there, yes, of course, they were from a range that Sharon previously done with us, but these are great, usable, wonderful sentiments just to use in and day out.
Honestly, that is less than the cost of one of these. You should be paying more than that for just the daffodils, the dies and stamps. So you get both the roses and the daffodils and the extra sentiments that you've got there as well for less than what you should be paying for one of those. £14.99. Order as many as you want for gifts for maybe later in the year. Now's the time to stock up on things like that, gift giving.
Oh, it really, really is. You know, grab these prices. You know, I can't, obviously we've had crazy prices here at Crafters Companion, and we will still be doing them. There will come a point where we are starting to pretty much get to the point of clearing our warehouse. As you said, as Sarah was saying, really wanted to give our warehouse a good clear out because we've got lots of great things coming. So I'm back here on, when am I back here? Thursday, Friday, for 2 days, and you might see another couple of deal shows coming through, so keep that in mind as well. Maybe a new launch in that as well. But yeah, grab them while you see them, whether they're for yourself, whether you're going to gift them, whether you maybe want to make a little gift bag for someone that's starting crafting. Maybe they've not been well. Let's just get something for them to do once they're on the mend.
Okay, now I know this time of the evening, lots of you have got things to do, dinner to get, kids to sort out, getting home from work, all that sort of thing. If you've missed the start of the show, we've got still, I think, a few things in stock, which if they don't go in the live show, they're going to go on repeat or on demand a bit later on. Over 60% of the opal pad has gone. You're going to get 3 punches, a circular punch, you're going to get a heart punch, and you're going to get the star punch as well as a freebie. Really useful. Shaker cards, little hearts, obviously the aperture that's left behind is useful. The actual heart and the star that gets cut out is really handy as well.
And then ink through the waste pieces as well.
Yeah, but look at this 12 by 12. I mean, it's not only amazing coloured printing, but it's the foiling, the veining on that. It's like you've sliced through a gemstone or something.
Yeah, you've got that marbled effect that looks as though when you've been having a play with your alcohol inks, but maybe you don't like doing that, maybe you don't like getting messy, but you like the look of it. Well, this is exactly what the papers are doing. Plus, you've got that gold foiling in there.
Now, nearly every one of these is in baskets now. It's a case of how quickly you check that basket out. The rule of thumb with us, if you are new to Hobby Maker, is don't build a basket because you're not going to save any more on the P&P anyway, because it's 1 P&P per day, no matter how many things you've ordered. But it's the checking out that confirms your order. If it's in your basket, you can miss out and go to checkout later and it says, sorry, item no longer available.
Yeah, and you know, don't get me wrong, certainly for myself, it took me a wee while to get into that mindset, because you look at any other channels, you don't have that option. Whereas to get in that mindset, no, it's fine, just check it out. Check it out.
The phone call's not costing you anything. Going online on our website and on the app is free as well. If you want to download the app, by the way, way. If you haven't got it yet, it's free from either your Apple or your Android provider. Just search Hobby Maker, you'll find it, and you can watch us there, send us messages there, order that way, of course, as well. Or you can scan that down there, and that will take you to our Hobby Maker Facebook fans page as well. And there's all sorts of ways you can send and share your makes, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's good. I love seeing what you guys at home make. You know, and not just with Crafter's Companion products, but just whatever you buy from Hobby Maker. It's lovely to see what you make with your purchases.
And every single last Saturday of the month, we give away £100 account credit to someone who shared their makes on our Facebook page. So absolutely. So that deal is still available at $19.99, but it's going to go any minute now. Now the paper pleating, 50% of that has now gone as well. Remember, this is going to give you the pad.
Which is the pad in there.
That's in there.
So wait, what have I done with it? It's in there.
Pad's in there. But you're also going to get the embossing folders that give you the score lines for your pleating. And you can make love hearts, you can make flowers. You get 3 different score line embossing folders. There you go. And then you've also got, of course, all your templates, which give you the basic shapes you need to either do the flowers, to do the hearts, or to do the birds, or whatever, or the butterflies down there. But yeah, if you love paper, love the feel of it, then this is a perfect paper pleating collection to go for. You can be making things like this. And it doesn't have to be the paper in the pad. You can use vellum, you can use parchment.
Use the opal. It would
use
look
the opal,
nice.
yeah.
What I do is I separate the templates. So all the templates for the heart, I've got in one pocket. All the ones for the butterflies, I've got in another pocket. So I store them and build them that way.
Cheers, buddy.
Thank you very much.
When are you back?
I am back on Thursday, Friday. So yes,
Okay.
I've got about 6 shows across the 2 days. Plus, I'm also on another craft o'clock on one of the days as well. So
coming up next, though, I'm really looking forward to the next show as well, because we've got a 2-hour treat. It is a treat to have 2 hours with Pete. We've got the return of the stenciling and stamping platform and the stamp and turn, or what do they call it? The stamp and spin. That's right, stamp and spin tool. So that is coming up as well. We've got the bundle of them both together at a special price, and we've got them individually available as well. And any questions about how to use any of the tools, then feel free to get in touch via our app and via our website as well. Cheers, Craigie.
thank you so much, Dave.
I'll see you with Pete after a short break.
Kickstart 2025 with Hobby Maker, your home for creativity and inspiration. This January, we're here to help you discover new skills, new techniques, and new demonstrations to fuel your crafting passion. From papercraft to mixed media, join us for exciting projects, fresh ideas, and special guest experts throughout the month. Whether you're trying something new or rediscovering an old favourite, let Hobby Maker inspire your creativity this year. New year, new hobby, only on Hobby Maker.
At Hobby Maker, we're very proud of our postage and packaging offer, but it might not be completely clear how it works. The good news is that you only pay $4.95 no matter how many times you order or check out within 1 day. To ensure this happens, all you have to do is combine your orders. So I could order morning, noon or night, and all I would pay is $4.95 until midnight that day, as long as I remember to combine my order each time. And that's it. Another example of shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Hobby Maker app. Head over to the App Store now and search Hobby Maker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all the products that are featured throughout the day. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see our bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back to watch and shop. And you can see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send us a message to the studio. You can also keep up with the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with the Hobby Maker app.
Let's get it.
Hi everyone, welcome back. Now, if you're anything like me, sometimes a show comes along that really kind of gets you and it makes you really excited. I think the reason that that is the case tonight with me for this is that I've loved both of the tools that we're featuring in this show in equal measure. And tonight we have them as a duo. You can buy them individually. If there's one or both of the machines that you haven't seen yet, you can get them together, you can get them individually. But it's an opportunity to get award-winning products from one of the best brands out there, Sizzix. And they're just such good quality. That's why I'm so excited. And Pete's here, the main man, with a 2-hour special.
For a 2-hour special, yes indeed, yes indeed. And it will go like that because it's one of those things, we have so much fun, the time flies by, Dave.
It does, absolutely. If you've got any questions for Pete, how do I do this, how do I do that, then please do take advantage of the free message service that we have. You can either do it on the website, you can do it on our app, where you can send a message directly into the studio and we can answer any questions. So you just want to say hi to Pete or whatever, love to hear from you. Now then, the details coming up on the screen. I've got to let you know, we did sell out of this offer this afternoon. Upstairs, they've been working feverishly with Sizzix to make sure we've got more stock of the two machines together, the two tools together. Because basically, you've got what I consider to be the ultimate stamping and stenciling platform, which you can see just here. You've also got the Stamp and Spin, which is an award-winning tool that works with the actual main tool. So the Stamp and Spin fits on top of this. That's why they go together so well. Now, the main stamping platform came first, the Stamp and Spin came later. So many of you may have the stamping platform already, but you just want the Stamp and Spin on its own. We've got that in the show. But if you want both, they work together well, and I know there are more tools to come in the future that will go on this as well. So we have it in stock. It did sell out this afternoon. We've got a limited quantity available for tonight's 2-hour show. We're worried about it may not last until the end of the show at 9 o'clock tonight. If you want it, you've been waiting for it, it's $89.98, but is it? BJXC06, already 3 of you are in, we haven't even dropped the price yet. It should be $89.98, and we'll go into what all the tools do. If you missed out earlier on, you can get it today. Not $89.98, let's get that price down. If you want it, it will be on split pay, and it's $59.99, a whopping £30 saving by buying them both together. And basically you take the lid off the stamping platform to attach the Stamp and Spin, and you can do rotary stamping designs with it. All will be explained and demonstrated with Pete in just a minute. But if you've missed it earlier, this is all the stock we can get. $59.99, you're watching us live at 7:05, you can have one. If you're watching us on demand a bit later, I just apologise if it's out of stock again. I think this is going to go very fast. It's on 2 interest-free split pays, so you can get award-winning products here tonight on one split pay of $29.99 and the next one in 4 weeks' time. It will be dispatched straight away, BJXC06. How much is in baskets? A third of the stock of the Duo in baskets already, Pete.
We better get cracking, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely. Before we get onto the demos though and how it works, let me just give you the option if you want to have the Stamp and Spin on its own, because I know lots of you bought the stamping platform when it came out. At that point, the stamping and spinning wasn't a thing. It is available on its own if you want it. We haven't got masses of this. It's not going to be $34.99. If you know you've seen it before, you know you want it, just order it now and then come back for the demos. But you basically put a stamp on there and it allows you to rotate it to get a perfect wreath effect or perfect circular stamp effect. $34.99. This is just for the Stamp and Spin. SG1S47. Today that tool is for you $27.99. That's for those of you that have already got the stamping platform, okay? SG1S47, £27.99, full demo on the way. And then the last thing to show you quickly, if you want the stamping platform on its own, which is a stenciling as well as a stamping platform, brilliantly made. You've got the tacky sheet in there as well, which means you don't need to use magnets. More on that with Pete in a second. If you want that on its own, it's SG1S60. Should be $54.99, but today we can do a deal on that for you as well. So if you're not interested in doing the circular stamping, you just want this, $39.99 SG1S60 for that on its own. But the best deal obviously to go for both of them, which is the one that everybody's putting in their basket right now, and it's going very, very fast. And we'll bring that back on screen for you. There it goes, you get both, Stamp and Spin and the platform, $89.98. We dropped it down by £30 to $59.99 for both. And there'll be more attachments to come going forward in weeks and months to come. BJXC06. One thing quickly before we go on to our demo, the Wildflower Botanical stamps, these were produced as the perfect stamps to go alongside the Stamp and Spin. You can use any stamps you've got at home with the Stamp and Spin, but these are perfect. And we've got Lisa Jones, who's the designer of these. These are the ones?
Oh, sorry, apologies. I was looking at the lovely pictures on screen, Dev. I wasn't listening. Yes, Lisa Jones, the lovely Lisa Jones. Fantastic. Good.
Wildflower Botanicals, is that right? Have I got the right ones here?
Are there two sets or the four?
Hang on a sec. I think I've got all four of them here. Is it those two?
Yes. Is it? No. Do you want me to come over? Hi, everybody.
I'm confused. Is that the one?
That's okay.
On the screen?
Yeah, I don't think we've... oh, they're actually here.
On the screen, there they are.
Yeah.
So those two. Sorry for the confusion. Apologies. So those two, okay, those two there, BUXC45, they're brand new, aren't they?
They are absolutely brand new. And this is an exclusive. This is the first time anybody will have seen these, actually.
Right, okay. First time you've seen them. So you get the lovely verses and you get those fantastic individual flowers, which of course will stamp beautifully in the round and just conventionally too. But you can see how that wreath has been done beautifully well with those stamps. $27.98? Not today. If you're going for the Stamp and Spin and you want these stamps, this makes sense. $19.99 today, brand new today. They are BUXC45. BUXC45 is the product code, and that will get you all of those. And of course, you can actually do the circular stamping with the verses as well, can't you?
You can indeed, yes. Yep, so you can do it. They are sized specifically to work on these concentric circles, which are marked on your Stamp and Spin. So you can have the large ones in the center and do the circles. And you can combine it with any stamp sets that we have on the show today, or indeed any sets that you have at home already. So no problem there.
Superb. Right, now, this is going to be fun because it's a whole 2 hours where we can explore both of these tools.
Yes.
I mean, this is the award-winning tool, isn't it? The Stamp and
Yes,
Spin.
the Stamp and Spin won the award at both the Frankfurt show, which is arguably the biggest craft show in the world today, and also the US show. So this one won Tool of the Year at both, which is quite something, and something we're very proud of. But before we get to that, we need to talk about our stencil and stamp tool. This is the base for the Stamp and Spin. So if you're primarily interested in the Stamp and Spin, you will need this tool to work with it. And I'll show you this on the overhead, and we'll talk about it. Now, this is mine. This is mine, so it's a bit tatty, but that's fine. I don't mind showing that because I use this every day practically. it's an A4 stamping platform for a start. So this lovely, so this lid, it protects, now this is a sticky grid sheet. Dave talked about this earlier. We don't use magnets. This is a low-tech sheet that keeps your projects in place, but there are no size on this machine, so it allows you to use 12 by 12 or larger, and use it wherever you wish. So it gives you that level of versatility. Now, obviously, stamp platforms, we know they have been an absolute game changer in the world of stamping. Those of you who've messed up a project by badly stamping will know exactly what I mean by that. But it's not just that. We have this adapter. Now, the one that we have on today, it's going to be grey. This is mint green. It's a different model. But what is important are these two pegs here. Now, that holds your stencil in place. And I just want to show you the kind of things that you can create using some of our wonderful layering stencils. And if you shop by brand, if you go on the Hobby Maker website, I dare say you will see a lot of these stencil sets. And the way that it works is because the layering stencils, you put it on the pegs and you get perfect registration. You can lift it up, you can put it back down. It's never going to slip out of registration.
Do you know what a game changer for me was the sticky sheet? Because magnets, although they're okay, can sometimes jump and things can move. The sticky sheets last you such a long time, but it holds everything firmly in place.
It absolutely does, but of course it's a consumable, but there again, so are magnets, because I had a stamp platform with magnets, which I loved, but every time I put my steel ruler near it, I lost a magnet.
Yeah.
And then I'm looking for, but you know, but the sticky grid sheets, they're a very low cost item, and you can get replacements. You can buy them in packs of 5. They will be on the website, and you know, they really are something else, and it changes the way that you use a stamping platform and indeed a stencil tool. Second half of the year, Dave, we've got the most incredible stencils coming out which only work on this system. I can't say too much about it at the moment.
Right. But there'll be lots of things coming.
Because I don't know too much about it. But no, we've got some really cool stuff. So it is one of those tools that we have invested in our time and our energy, and we're looking. So if you were to buy this and think, well, I don't know if it's, there are going to be things coming out all the time to use with this tool.
Just so you know as well, your stamping platform is identical to what Pete's showing you, except your one will have the grey adapter for the stencils. Okay, we ran out of the green one earlier on, but it's exactly the same tool. It will come with the grey stencil adapter, not the green. And the first thing you'll notice about both of these tools, as I did when I first saw them for the first time, going back maybe a year or so ago now, the build quality. The quality of the materials, the way everything fits together, it's just superior in every way.
It's great, and do you know what? It's a combination. When we come up with an idea for a tool, it's the designers, we have our engineers, and we all get together, and we all, you know, because it's important to the engineers to understand what you guys at home are doing. So we feed that back to them, and that's how we come up with the best tools. And of course, we try to bring it in at the best price for you. So we work long and hard to get something like this. But yeah, the fit and everything is spot on.
Spot on. There's no wiggle or anything like that at all. Everything's spot on, very accurate, very precisely manufactured. Now, just for those of you that have just switched over, just got in, this is a restock of both tools. This afternoon, in the earlier show, we sold out completely of the duo tools together. The platform with the stencil adapter and the stamp and spin. We've got that restocked. So thank you, Sizzix. Thank you to the guys upstairs as well. It's $59.99 for both, and you'll be so glad that you've gone for both of them. But remember, we do have the stamp and spin individually available if you want that, if you've already got the platform, okay? So that's on the website as well. Now, question coming through. Feel free to message any questions you may have got. Caroline in the West Midlands says, with the bundle and the stencil adapter, could I ask if there's an adapter so you can use other stencils? Thank you.
Yes, Caroline, there is the answer. We do have these strips which have the peg holes on them, which have an adhesive sheet which you can attach to your other stencils, so you can use it on this tool. They come in packs of 10, and you can reuse those as well. So you can either leave it on your stencil.
Do you remember what they're called, Pete? Do you remember what we call them?
I should do.
I think the stencil tabs.
Stencil adapters, I think. I think they're called stencil adapters.
They should be on the Sizzix brand page on our website. Yeah. We're actually trying to find them for you and put them on our show so you can just easily add them into your basket. But they are available. They come in packs of 10, I think. We'll find them in a minute for you, but yeah.
Yes, indeed. So we want to talk about the Stamp and Spin and show folks what it's all about.
Yeah, please.
I think that's a
Far
great
away.
idea. Right, so this is it, in situ. So as Dave said, you simply take the stamp platform off your tool, you pop that into the hinge, and you're ready to go.
Okay.
Now, this the tool itself has various guidelines on it, and I'll bring you something which I printed off. It's a bit clearer on camera. So it's split into 8. It's also split into quarters. So to create a circle, you make 8 clicks of this. We also have these concentric circles, which gives you a kind of a guide as to how big or how small your wreath is going to be. So bearing that in mind, I'll take one of these lovely flowers. This is the flower set that Dave was showing earlier, and we're going to create a lovely wreath. So let's pop that one on there. Now, you don't really know how it's going to turn up. You have a general idea, and the more you use it, the more the ideas come. So I'm just going to pop it there and ink that. Right? Now, it is a stamping platform as well, so remember you have all the benefits of a stamping platform in that if your impression is imperfect, and let's put this down lightly, right? Oh dear, that's no good, is it?
Right.
But then I reapply it, now that's perfect. And because the registration is perfect, you can reapply that. Now, watch this, stamp and spin. So that's taken it to the next bit.
And that is such a definite click. There's no trial and error. It's such a definite mechanism that wheel is on. It's so well manufactured, it's superb.
Do you know what? I think it's one of the reasons, Dave, why we won those awards, because it is, when I was demonstrating this at the show, irrespective of people's first language, and there were people from all over the world, straight away you can see exactly what's going on here. It's so self-evident and people get it straight off the bat. Now, look, I've got gaps in this wreath. So I'm going to place another stamp. I always like to say that's going to join the party. So let's make we'll ink again. And then when I press that down, it picks up the other stamp. So now I'm inking the 2. Now you can add as many stamps as you want to this, right? But look how that's filled that gap perfectly.
Brilliant.
There you go. So I make my next spin. I add the ink here.
It's so much fun. So much fun.
So that is filling that gap every single time. And now, obviously, we saw the words earlier as well, you know, so you can put a sentiment in the center. But don't just think about these stamps. These were specifically made for the Stamp and Spin. Think about how many stamp sets you have got in your stash at home. This is going to breathe new life into all your existing stamps. It really is.
Every stamp you now own at home can become a circular display, which you couldn't have done before. This makes it possible.
Yeah, whether it's seasonal, festive, whatever it might be, you can attach it to this lovely tool. But there we are. How about that?
That's what it's all about.
And that's kind of just making it up as we go along. There's, you know, I didn't have any idea how that was going to turn out. I really didn't.
And you can turn the flower around a little bit and then stamp again, and it will look totally different, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but do you know what? It doesn't look random. It looks, but it has a wonderful, because of the tool is circular, it has a wonderful harmony to it. And I'm going to show you actually a few that we've done using the tool. Now this one, you can see what I did here. I stamped that individually, and then I cut out a mask. So I was able to go over the top with these. Right. Or you can leave a gap in between them and drop that in. There's one of my daughter which hasn't found a frame yet, but you can see I've chosen 2 of the stamps, and again, masked them off and gone round with one of those lovely text stamps which Dave was looking at earlier. Now, this, you'll notice, this underneath is not a wreath, it's a pattern. And that is something, because we've only talked about the wreath so far, but there is so much more. Look at that lovely pattern. That's incredible. But I'm going to put those to one side, and I'll show you some more in a second.
Okay.
But I want to talk about those patterns because that's quite important. So I'll flip this over, and I think we'll take the same stamp. Now, if you want to create a repeating pattern, for example, we know this is the center. That screw is the center of this. So I'm going to place this something like that. Okay, it doesn't really matter. I know it's going to turn out great, whatever I do. So, and that's the thing. It's one of those tools, no matter what level of maker you consider yourself to be, whether it be beginner, intermediate, or advanced. Now watch, 1, 2. So this time, I do a double click.
Okay.
I took this home, my daughter, she adored this. She absolutely loved it. She had so much fun with it.
All of you at home are going to have so much fun playing with this.
Yeah, and it is one of those things. You can play with it and have a lot of fun, but you can do the most wonderful, wonderful stuff as well. Now, you see that gap in the center?
Yeah.
We could fill that with a sentiment, or we could put a flower in there like that, which is what I'm going to do. There we are. So that's that. Now we're going to continue to build this pattern, and I'm going to use that flower, and I'm going to pop it there.
Because to use smaller stamps to make random backgrounds is not easy unless you've got a system like this.
Well, it's not easy. And do you know the hard thing about it is it's maintaining the space between the stamps. And it's getting it to look random but doing it in a very deliberate way. But look at that's between those flowers, that space is exactly the same.
Yeah.
So it does give you that sense of visual harmony.
If you tried to do it freehand, it would go horribly wrong because you wouldn't get the spaces even. It would look a mess. Whereas the Stamp and Spin achieves perfection every time.
Yeah, it takes all of that guesswork out. It really does. Now, double click again. So it's always a double click. When we're building these patterns, it's always a double click. And again, double click. And you can see I'm not taking much care, but look how even the stamping is. Normally, I would place this down slowly. I would make sure I had even pressure, like that, and then I would take it away. But I'm just flying through this because I have confidence that the tool is going to pretty much do exactly what I want it to do. And let's put that one in because we've got a gap here. And we're going to build out all the way as far as we can. And then I'm going to bring one of those cards back in and we can see exactly what we did with this. So again, building, you can use now, you can mix and match your stamps. If you want to bring a butterfly in and fill that gap, you absolutely can. If you want to bring an insect, whatever it might be. So that can build out and out and out until we have something like that. So you can see how I've cut this down, I've colored it in, whether you use alcohol markers or distress inks or paints, whatever you want to use. But it creates these most spectacular patterns, even using something like one of the word stamps to build a background. So it's not about the words anymore, it's about the background it creates. It happens to say, hello friend, it features my daughter and myself. Here's another one with a nice wreath, again, building. So we started off with one, and then we filled the gaps in between. We've got the Oh Happy Day on the outside. I just want to show you as well.
Oh, just to let everyone know, Pete, if you want both tools together, in 24 minutes, half of our entire restock stock has gone. The details on the screen are for both the platform and the Stamp and Spin. You'll get both together at a crazy knockdown price of $59.99. The award-winning Stamp and Spin will be in there on 2 split pays. You only have to give us, what, $29.99 today, and it'll be on its way, plus your P&P, and then the next payment in 4 weeks' time. But if you don't want to pay in 2 split payments, you can pay in full. $59.99 gets you both. If you just want the Stamp and Spin, though, we can give you that, because I know lots of you bought the platform when it first came out. Just the Stamp and Spin, you do need the platform for it to work, obviously, because it fits into the platform. But if you just want the Stamp and Spin on its own, that's down to £27.99 if that's all you need. Loads of 5-star reviews, quite rightly so. SG1S47. So we've got stock of all of the components at the moment for tonight's show. But it's a 2-hour show. A lot can change between now and 9 o'clock. But if you just want the Stamp and Spin, there it is. And of course, we do have other stamps in the show and a few other bits and pieces. Now, for that lady that asked about the adapters for the stencils, we found them. So here they are. If you want stencils that will attach to your existing stencils so you could use them with the platform with the little holes, how many did you get in a pack? You get 10 in a pack, I thought it was. So you get 10 of these adapters for £8.99. They're YM1S10. Actually, we're going to give you another £1 off that. So £7.99 for 10 of them. And you can just attach them to your other stencils and they'll fit onto the nodules of the platform. The picture's a little bit strange, it's a bit boring, but basically they're just little strips that you put over your stencil. And the two holes marry up with the nodules on the converter. Okay, so that's if you want those. We found those for you, which is good. And also we found a hinge height adapter as well. So if you're wanting to use the platform and stamp into journals and books, things that have got height, for example, we do have that. That will just give the platform another 1.5 inch height, something like that?
Yeah, about that, yeah.
Yeah. So that's £12.99 and that just fits over the edge of it. Perfect, so it gets you the height. Here it comes. So there it is, £12.99. There it is. And that then the stamping lid goes in there, but it's a bit higher. So of course you can do things that are a bit higher, like books and journals and so on. So GT1S87, that's available in the show for you as well. Before we carry on with the demo, do you want to do a few more stamps? Okay, which ones do you want to do first of all? I've shown you details, obviously, of the wildflower botanicals. They're there. So if you want those, they're £19.99 and they're brand new today. Perfect to use with the Stamp and Spin. We've got the botanical fruit. We've got garden botanicals. Okay, what about the botanical fruit that I started to show you earlier on? Okay, so this is going to come with your daily sentiments, and you've got your fruit by lovely artist Lisa Jones. So imagine the pear, and imagine all these other fruit that you've got here, stamping those in the round, making backgrounds with your lemons and all that sort of thing as well. And you're also going to get these lovely verses too. On your big day, send in birthday wishes, celebrate your day, and so on, and thank you. And again, you can use the Stamp and Spin with these verses as well. They work. The printed words look wonderful when they're done in the round. £13.99 is not going to be the price today. We've got a very special sale on these. Oh, just the fruit, is it? Just the fruit is £9.99. So fruit on its own, £9.99. Okay, so they're all individual, these stamp sets, are they? Right, okay. They're in twos, I thought they were pairs, beg your pardon. RV1S18, £9.99 if you want the fruit. If you want Lisa Jones and the sentiments, this is the Daily Sentiments number 2. There we go, so that's got the love you, celebrate your day. I love the fonts on these, Pete, as well. They're really lovely.
Really nice fonts. Yeah, really, really nice. I mean, and these were designed, actually, they were part of the original when we launched the Stamp and Spin, so they were there to complement everything, because it's all the same weight, you see. Sometimes when you're mixing stamp sets and the different weights of line, they look a bit hinky when they're put them next to each other. But I've got some samples of the fruit if you wanted to have a look at them, done as a wreath. So this one here, you can see, again, I've used that masking technique. I'm going to show you that later in case any of you are wondering about that. But they do make the most wonderful patterns. And see what I mean about that lovely harmony when you're working in a wreath like that. Then we've got some lemons here. And as you can see, I start off bigger and then I cut it down to size. So those sentiments you can actually see in the center of those. Then that one there, again, I stamped that first, I masked it off, and then I went round with these other bits. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 different stamps that go to build up that simple wreath. And of course, pattern building. It makes the most delightful background patterns. There's another one with just a simple leaf, and I know that down here I've got some lovely ones which I did. And if you're not an experienced watercolorist, or you can have a lot of fun just by splashing the colour on, which is what I did. I am not a watercolourist by any stretch of the imagination, but you can make the most delightful backgrounds. And these are the sort of papers that you would see, expensive papers for backgrounds, for your cards, for your scrapbooking, and so on and so forth. You can create your own. You can create your own using not only these stamps, but any stamps, as I say, that you happen to have in your stash. But that's a lovely set. I love those fruits.
If you want the fruits, remember, they're available as a separate stamp set. I've got a couple of duo stamp sets at the special sale price coming up in a second. But £9.99 buys you all of these for your backgrounds, for your wreath making, all of that. So under £10, RV1S18. RV1S18, your item number. Now let me quickly show you one of the duos that we've got for you. This is the Painted Florals bundle. And this is going to come with Born to Bloom as well. So you're going to get both the sentiments and you're also going to get your layered stamps here as well. Basically, they're numbered, so you look like a 1, 2, 3 stamping process. So here we go, 1, 2, and 3. So this is item 13, Born to Bloom and Painted Florals. There we go. So if you want both of those stamp sets, they should be $25.98, YLXC84. Today, over half the stock's already gone. I can see why. Look at the price. $9.99 for both. That's crazy, Pete, but good.
That's crazy. Do you know what's crazy about it? I love this set. I was ready to demo it. 3 o'clock show. We just stopped talking about it. It was gone. That was it. All the stuff was gone. So you're lucky if you can get on top of this one.
Well, you're saving £16 by buying it today. And remember, layering stamps is another technique, but I love it. So you can use, of course, your stamping platform with it. But because it's in 3 processes, 3 stages, it's easy to use different colours to create that lovely 3-dimensional flower. And you get those wonderful verses as well. So that's YLXC84. The other duo bundle, which I'll quickly want to show you, is Ocean Elements and Seize the Day. So here we are, Ocean Elements and Seize the Day. And again, these are individual elements which you can use with your Stamp and Spin. You've got the shells, you've got the seahorse, you've got the coral there as well. And then you've got your verses there as well in those lovely fonts. Have a fantastic or fantastic day. Sending best fishes. Do you do this?
I didn't write them. Don't like me.
Shell, yeah. You're quite the catch. So these two together, we'll do a similar price. We'll do a similar price to what we've just done with those others. SVXC24, $9.99 for both bundles.
Not bad, is it?
Really good.
Not bad.
Really,
You can see why they didn't hang around at 3 o'clock, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
I've got some lovely samples if you'd like to see them, Dave.
Perfect, yeah, let's do it.
I've got samples both used on the Stamp and Spin and independent of it. But take a look at these lovely shells. Now, this has been a really hot trend of late. You're probably starting to see it come into fabric design and home decor and so on and so forth. That is that lovely seashell in the bubbles, just creating a very, very simple, with a sentiment in the middle, a very simple wreath. Now, how about using it as a background pattern, as we saw before? Just very light grey in the background. This one is over a distressing background. That is spectacular. This one, what I did, I stamped these individually and I used embossing powder. So I used clear embossing powder and then inked over the top, so they act as a resist. Then the next step, again, a very simple background. This one, again, just torn a strip of it, stamped over the top. We've got a bookmark. And you can see how beautifully you can use these as patterns as well, just background patterns. Now, here's my 2 boys many, many moons ago. They're both taller than me now, actually. But we created the wreath using the Stamp and Spin. So just adding in those bubbles, they fill the gaps beautifully. And then this one here, this one was done, well, it hasn't found a home yet. And I do have one more, which is this. Now, I used distress inks here. And I used a bit of green and a bit of blue, put them all together, but look at that lovely background, a bit of ink splattered on top of that. But not only is this a great set, it's a set that is very on trend right now. It's a phrase I hate, but it works. It's the only way to describe it. It's
very convincingly.
Yes, thank you very much. With a slight French accent?
Yeah, a slight one.
Wasn't bad, was it?
Ocean Elements and Seize the Day. We're down now to teens availability. Not many of those left at all. Both of those stamp sets for £9.99. I've got one little extra, couple of surprises up my sleeve that were reserved for this show and the next show at 8 o'clock tonight. Can I just drop one of them in now? Okay, now this has nothing to do with the platform or the Stamp and Spin. These are dies, but they are from... who's done these?
Catherine Pooler.
Catherine Pooler, that's right, it says on the side. Catherine Pooler has designed these. This is called Go Bananas, and they are the cutest little monkey dies. Now, they would be and should be $19.99. So these are dies, not stamps, but look at all the dies you've got. They are just the most cute little characters, which you could, of course, obviously with your Sizzix dies and your Sizzix die cutting machines and so on, layer up, use your coloured cardstock to get that look of fur and all that sort of thing. You've got the foliage there, of course, as well, and the flowers. You can make your own jungle scenes. So this should be $19.99. this is an extra special throw-in treat for this show. I know it has nothing to do with the Stamp and Spin and the stamping platform, but if you've got a die cutting machine and you love these little characters, who wouldn't love to make cards with these little funny fellas on? $19.99, WI1S23, WI1S23. Special show price tonight. You can get all of those dies for £9.99. £9.99 for all of those dies. There are how many? 22 dies in that pack for £9.99. What a deal. What a deal. Yep. There you go, from Sizzix, a special little treat. Let's go back to our tools though, but for those of you that want the dies, they're in the show for £9.99, half the price, okay? And that's WI1S23. Now the stamping platform on its own, then that's absolutely fine, we can do that. This is the one that's got the grey adapter for your stencils, okay? It's not the mint green one, we sold out of that earlier on, but it's exactly the same tool, it does exactly the same job. And I love the grey anyway, hopefully you do too. So that's going to come with one of your sticky sheets, it's going to come with your stencil adapter, and it's going to come with your really beautifully manufactured top to your platform, okay? So that is available today at $39.99, and it's on two-way split pay. It shouldn't be because it's under £50, but we've done that for you. SG1S60, $39.99. And we also have, remember, the Stamp and Spin available on its own as well, because I know lots of you have got the platform when it first came out. We sold hundreds, if not thousands of these when it first came out. Stamp and Spin, today you can get that one for just $27.99. If you love stamping in circles, this is the lowest price we have ever done the Stamp and Spin for. And it is, remember, the award-winning Stamp and Spin, 2 awards for Tool of the Year. SG1S47, but it will need to go onto your stamping platform. Without that, you won't be able to use it. So if you've already got the platform, there it is on its own. But the best deal tonight is the fact that we can give you both of them together, perfect marriage with more tools to come, more adapters to come for this system in the future. But at the moment, the Stamp and Spin and the platform together, $59.99, and we've even got that on split pay for you as well. So just give us $29.99 today and you'll get all of it, both the machines, both the tools, and you pay the final payment in 4 weeks' time if you want split pay. If you don't have to have it. It's a free phone number to phone the call centre. I always say if you're a new customer, call them, say hi. They'll set the account up for you, free to do that. You can do it yourself on the website and on the app as well, dead easy, and it's always with us, 1 P&P per day of just £4.95, no matter how many things you order from midnight last night to midnight tonight, and every day midnight to midnight, it's just 1 P&P. Right, Pete, that's all the housekeeping done.
Right, done our housekeeping. I just want to circle back. Do you remember those lovely flowers, the layered flowers? I've got some lovely samples which we didn't get to see. Can I go through those again?
Please do.
Right,
yeah.
Because I think it's important to show not only how beautiful they are, but how well they work on the Stamp and Spin. And again, I've got some lovely samples to show you here. You can see the layering elements of these, and I've used them very much in a watercolor way, and you can see that there. So what I do is I apply my distress inks to the stamp. Now, distress inks are not really meant for stamping, but they do work, and you can spritz them before bringing the Stamp and Spin down, and it gives you this beautiful mottled look as if they've been created using a watercolor brush.
Love it.
And your friends are going to think you are so clever, but you know the tricks of the trade, don't you?
These are the painted florals and Born to Bloom stamps, yeah?
That's correct. So it's the painted florals, Born to Bloom. So it's not only is it the stamps, the layering stamps, but it's also these lovely sentiments as well. You can see that's the layering rose, but we've used this to create a pattern, because remember the Stamp and Spin is not just about the circles, it's also about pattern building. And there's another one there. So we've used the daisy one, but we've made it now look like a poppy. My daughter's called Poppy, so poppies are everywhere when I start making stuff. Then this gorgeous fern. And again, look at the detail here. So I used 2 colors of blue to get that sort of variegation there. And I spritzed it to make sure it looks mottled, and it looks like you have taken a brush and hand painted that. And there's just a couple. Now, I created this pattern in the yellow ones, and I simply cut it into 2 different sections to create 2 different cards. But it's a lovely, lovely set. And there is one more. There's my daughter Poppy again. So we made, now look at the colors in here. And that is by using, so I used Pick Raspberry, I used Kitsch Flamingo, and then I used carved pumpkin. And by blending and I might have brought in a red as well, by blending those on the stamp before stamping, before spritzing, you get this lovely, lovely look. Anybody can do that, but it looks like you're a real hot artist with a watercolour brush, but you're not, of course.
Let me just give you again details if you want that stamp set. The botanical flowers, painted florals, sorry, and born to bloom, because these are reduced to $9.99 for both, okay? And like Pete quite rightly said, and I didn't think about that earlier on, because these are layering stamps, you can use the individual elements on the Stamp and Spin perfectly as well, or you can of course carry out the layering process as indicated down the bottom there, but they are really, really lovely, and you're going to get both of those for £9.99. YLXC84 is your item number. Really great stamps. You'll find lots and lots of ways of using these. You really, really will for that price as well. And what else was I going to tell you? Oh yeah, the stock of the duo together, both of the tools together, we're now double figure stock. And this is all the stock we've got. We've got every one of these that we could get our hands on after the sellout this afternoon. And when that duo has completely gone, that will be it for now. You can still buy individuals, so you'll still be able to buy the stamping platform on its own. You'll still be able to buy the Stamp and Spin on its own. But to get the two together, we're down now to the last double figure stock. We don't have many left at all. £59.99, BJXC06. If you just want the Stamp and Spin, we have that on its own. This is going to sell out this hour. We're here till 9, so we'll have the option of being able to buy individuals, but we won't have the option of the duo together. So if you want the Stamp and Spin on its own, remember that's at the all-time low price. We've never had it as low as it is tonight, and that is £27.99. For those of you that already have the brilliant platform, you know how fantastic it is. If you just want the Stamp and Spin, £27.99 individually, SG1S47, and we're down to double figure stock for that as well. Okay, that's where we are. Okay, back to Pete. More inspiration, more ideas.
Well, let's hope so.
Yes, please.
No pressure. And you know what? I am not affiliated in any way, shape, or form with Hobbymaker. Right? I work for Sizzix. But here's the amazing thing: we don't need to reduce the price of this Stamp and Spin. It's award-winning. We can't keep it in stock at the best of times. But kudos to Hobbymaker for giving you these fantastic deals and thinking of you first, because you don't need to reduce it, because it's one of those tools. It's going to sell anyway. But yeah.
People wait for it to come back in stock.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So there you go. Now let's look. Now I'm going to take one of those leaves, and I've taken one of the lovely ferns, and I'm applying distressing, and you'll see this one is crushed olive, which is a lovely, vibrant green. But I'm also applying evergreen boughs. So look, we got the two colours going on there. But I'm just going to go just a little bit around the edges. Now let's see what happens. I'm going to do it. I'm going to spritz with water. And you know, this is, and you just need clean water. I actually just spritzed some of this in my mouth because my mouth was getting a bit dry to be. So while I was off camera, rather than have a drink, it's, you know, you get very nervous when you're working with a legend like Dave. So that's what I did. Yeah, cheeky off camera. So again, I'm coming in, but you can see those colours blending together. You can see them mottling slightly. So let's get a bit more of this green in as well. And you just keep going round. So I spritz, and that makes the colours blend, and it makes the colours pool. So I'll move that around to there, and you can see it.
You can see the moisture when you press down, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. So that's all you need to do, and it's going to be different every single time. It's a lovely way of building a wreath. Now, I'm going to show you a slightly different way of doing that now.
And is that distress oxides or distressing?
This is distressing. Distress oxides you will get similar results with. Now this time, I haven't spritzed it, okay? And this gives me sort of greater definition. It depends what look you're going for. So I didn't spritz it. You can see the difference, but now I am going to spritz it and put it back down. So whichever way you want to do that, it's entirely up to you.
I prefer it with the water. I prefer the effect with the water.
I prefer the effect with the water. But you know, you can take this technique wherever you want. Now, remember what I said before about adding something else to the party. So I am now going to pick up that little flower, and this time I think I'll take it off so we can show you in the overhead exactly what's going on. So,
and like you said, Pete, think about how many stamps you've had in your craft room for years, maybe decades, and you've never thought of using them in a circular configuration. This tool is going to breathe new life, like you said, into your existing stamps that you've used in a conventional way for years.
Yep, totally. Whatever you have, you might be thinking of a stash of a set that you haven't used in absolutely eons, but this is a perfect way to revitalize that. Now look at that pink flower. So we've added that there. Now I'm going to add the ink again. So any sort of botanicals like this that have solid shapes, or indeed line art, by using distress inks or any water reactive ink, you can get similar results as you go along. And look, I'm going to take one more. And it's a flower center. And I'm going to pop that on there because you've got the registration. You've got perfect registration every time. And we've gone pink, so I'm going to come in with a darker pink this time. But first I will spritz. Let's deal with the ones that we've actually got on the platform. So you know that even if you take this off and you put it back in, it's going to stay. The registration is going to stay perfect. Now let's get my darker one.
Pete, we've got more people want this than we actually have stock now.
Oh, okay. Well, I could go around
because we've still got them individually. But if you want that duo, it's going to be a sellout probably in the next 3 or 4 minutes.
But I think we've got the idea there, and I think you can see this lovely. I wish you could see it really close up. If you've got HD TV, you're going to be fine. It's quite incredible the effects you can get, and it does look like you've painted this yourself. There's another great example. There's the wreath. So I was trying to get a similar effect here. Don't forget, because they're layering stamps, you do get the center part as well. So you can add that to this later on because the registration is going to remain because you're using this wonderful tool. So this is that set. If you do have it in your basket, if you're lucky enough to get this, then I'm so pleased because I hadn't used this on the Stamp and Spin before last week.
Right.
And when I started using it, I thought, oh my goodness, why have we never done this before? It's absolutely great. Now, I could finish that at this point and put a sentiment across there.
Yep.
I could trim this down to just use half of it on it. In fact, I could trim it down the middle and use each half on a different card.
It's just fun experimenting with it, knowing that every stamped image is so accurately placed, evenly spaced. So you're not ended up with blank spots or overlapping or anything like that. Sometimes you can overlap the stamps and they can look great if you wanted to do that, but that's not the effect that you're after. Just getting everything evenly spaced is fantastic. Can I just drop in another set of stamps that you may well want to use in conjunction with the Stamp and Spin, because this is Garden Botanicals. And they're all individual wildflowers. They are absolutely gorgeous. So imagine those in the round. And not just one of them, maybe 2, 3, 4 of them being stamped evenly all the way around a wreath or whatever. Should be $13.99. We can do you a cheeky little deal on this today. He's back on the spray again. I'm sure there's vodka in there. RB1S21, $9.99, and you've got 17 stamps. 17 stamps there. So you've got the foliage, you've got your buds and your petals as well. But again, where you put them on the Stamp and Spin is entirely up to you, but they're perfect to use with that at less than £10. I mean, if you've made the considered purchase, you've consciously purchased those fantastic Stamp and Spin platforms, then think about other stamps that you can add to your collection to use in that way. RB1S21. RB1S21 will get you those, basically, which I think are rather gorgeous for the price, definitely. Yeah, you've got some fish.
Do we want to look at some samples?
Yeah, please.
Okay, because this is actually, I think this was the first set that Lisa designed to work with the Stamp and Spin, so it was the first one I used, and I really adore it, and you can see why here. Some of the, so this was wreath building, but building from the center outwards. This was slightly different. So we built a pattern, but using a wreath kind of thing going on. How about using your embossing ink pads to work with some white? So you can work light on dark. So this is white embossing powder. Then this wreath was created using one single stamp, and then obviously coloured, and then I fussy cut around it, which is what I also did with that one. And you can see just a single stamp there, all joined up. Then pattern building. We talked about how we can build patterns using these lovely flowers, using the foliage, using something just simple like a single leaf. There's the lovely wheat. There's another one. So, you know, this is a save the date. So if you wanted to create multiples of this, if you were making invitations for weddings or for christenings or for whatever the occasion might be, because it keeps it in the same place, you can do this. You can take that away, put down the next piece of paper, and again, repeat it. So it's exactly the same. And then this one finally, it introduces a few butterflies, which we also have on the show, which I guess we'll be seeing at some point. But again, it's another one of those, you can go on and on and on. It's pretty endless.
As you're showing the butterflies, let me show you the butterfly stamps we've got. These are nature's butterflies. They're all individual. It's not one big stamp. It's all individual butterflies. But again, for them to be going round in an even circle to make a wreath, a butterfly, what do they call a collection of butterflies? A flotilla, is it, of butterflies? A fluttery of butterflies? Kaleidoscope. Kaleidoscope of butterflies.
Is it?
Yeah, a whole load of them.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I did not know.
So look at these. All butterflies in all different shapes and sizes, all individual stamps, and we're going to do a deal on those for you today as well. Perfect to use with the Stamp and Spin, but you can use them with the conventional stamping platform in a conventional way. You don't have to just use them on the Stamp and Spin, of course. $9.99 for how many? There's 13. 13 butterfly stamps there. UJ1 S08. UJ1 S08. Now the stand that we showed you earlier on, let's go back and remind you of these because these are brand new today. And this is, basically I've got boards here for these. So here you go. These are new to the channel today. They should be $27.98 for both of them. They're brand new today and they will go with the Stamp and Spin brilliantly. This is what they stamp out. Look at these. And of course, your first demo was using these as well.
It was indeed, yeah.
So you've got Hello Sunshine, sending a little love your way. Hello friend, have a fabulous day. Oh, happy day. It's a good day to be happy and so on. You've got some down there that are actually arched a little bit as well. So they're perfectly shaped to go round in a circle with the Stamp and Spin. But some people are actually asking, could we have a demo with some of the sentiments? How would you use the sentiments with the Stamp and Spin?
Let's do that, Dave.
Can we do that? Is that all right?
Yeah.
Fantastic. If you want these, they're $19.99, brand new today, okay? And that's BUXC45. So for those of you that wondered how to use sentiments with the Stamp and Spin, what will it look like? Pete's going to show us now. There's loads and loads of ways.
I am indeed. Yeah, so those lovely sentiments, obviously, some of them are just, so you can see there, the sentiment is in the center, but it's the ones that go around. And I'm going to bring back that that illustration of my Stamp and Spin tool. You can see we have these concentric circles which act as a guide. So when you're using your tool, if we've got a stamp like this which says Hello Sunshine, you use that circle as a guide. You get it in the center. Now you can see if I'm using this circle, there will be a sizable gap in between. Now you can always fill that with a flower, with a butterfly, whatever. If you bring it down to the next circle, you can see that goes edge to edge. Perfect. So that's going to join up perfectly because this size was designed to work with this circle. But if you want to work bigger, you can fill those gaps.
But that grid you've got there on the card, that's actually etched into the lid, isn't it?
It is. It's etched into the lid. The reason why I did it on the card is it's a lot easier to see. You can see this one isn't. So it's not great. It's not televisual, shall we say. When it's there in front of you, it's perfectly clear. But so let's show how to do that. But before I do, I want to take one of my flower stamps because I did something a little earlier. And we talked about masking, didn't we? So let's sort of demonstrate how that works. If I put this flower on my Stamp and Spin tool, like so, right? So I'm just stamping this just the once. So it's there. They're cling stamps, of course. It adheres to that tool. Let's see, where do I want it? So I click this until I get it in the place. Yeah, maybe there. No, maybe there. So I'll bring this down And that has made the stamp. Now, before we came to air, actually, I stamped this same one with grey ink on a piece of paper, and I'm going to use that as a mask, right? Yep. And that is going to go just down there, thus, because we're going to stamp over the top of it. Oh, okay. And this is a great little trick, a great little hack. So I'm working on. We looked at the circles before, didn't we? So let's get this in the right spot. So I'm using those circles as a guide. So I've got this just in the right place. There, that's down. Now, all I'm going to do is continue around. I'm going to make that circle. Let's bring this so it goes over the top of that flower. So you see that mask? There. So that's not going to go across my flower now. That's perfect. Okay. And here's the next one. So I think it's something that stampers have been doing for years, you know, stamping onto a piece of scrap paper, then fussy cutting around it to create a mask. And then we'll go all the way around, thus. Now, what do you want to do at the end of this, whether you want to cut into it, whether you want to put a different sentiment, whether you want to create another wreath, because we could, there we are, that goes there. We're not going over the top of our flowers. So there is our wreath using the words. Now, you can see where I masked off, doesn't go over the flower. Perfect. Let's take another little flower, and we're going to build up on the inside of that now. So, and you can just keep adding to this. You know, you really can. I could even take one of the smaller ones and go on the inside of that. You know, one of the smaller words.
There's infinite ways.
It is. It's a phrase I use too much, but it just seems to work. It is the gift that keeps on giving. It really is. And I could even fill that gap, because I'm at the stage where we're making it up as we go along now, Deb. So I'll pop that lovely rose petal in there, and we'll pick that one up. So that's another one that has joined the party. Yep. And this is the sort of thing you can do when you get this home, is you can play around with it. You can dig out, you know, that pile of junk mail you got sitting in the corner that you were about to put in the recycling. Don't. Open it up and work on the back. You know, use it to experiment, to play around. It is something else. Now, I should have left. Oh, I can put this back down, actually. I can put this back down in place so that I can come over the top of that. There you go. So I just keep going all the way around, all the way around.
You'll probably lose the odd afternoon here and there, just playing and experimenting with all the different shaped stamps you've got, all the different flowers you've got, the butterflies you've got, even the verses. Yeah, you can use the verses in the system too, as Pete's showing you now.
Yeah, so what I would do is I would email your boss, call in sick for a week. It's called stamp and spinitis. It's very contagious. It will keep you going forever. But you know, I'm just building. I didn't really have a plan or rhyme or reason behind that. But you can just keep going around and around. You could even use the smaller words on the inside. You can build on the outside of that with a larger flower, so we could have something like that going all the way around. And you just play it and play it and play it until you get it where you want it to be.
Absolutely. Well, what we've got on the screen at the moment are the brand new stamps that came out today. You get the verse stamps, and you also get, of course, the florals as well. $19.99 is your price for both of those. They're brand new today. They are just over there. So a perfect add-on together with the stamping platform and the stamp and spin, of course, as well. We do still have a bit, and I mean a little bit of stock of the actual platform and the stamp and spin, but the stock is going very quickly indeed. We'll take a short break at this point. Use the break to check out your baskets. You don't want to miss any of the demos from Pete. We'll be back with the last live hour of the day, and we'll run through the stock and give you an update after we take a look at these.
Let's get it.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Hobby Maker app. Head over to the App Store now and search Hobby Maker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all the products that are featured throughout the day. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see our bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back to watch and shop. And you can see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send us a message to the studio. You can also keep up with the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with the Hobby Maker app.
At Hobby Maker, we're very proud of our postage and packaging offer, but it might not be completely clear how it works. The good news is that you only pay $4.95 no matter how many times you order or check out within 1 day. To ensure this happens, all you have to do is combine your orders. So I could order morning, noon or night, and all I would pay is $4.95 until midnight that day, as long as I remembered to combine my order each time. And that's it. Another example of shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Shopping with Hobby Maker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobby Maker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobby Maker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
Let's get it.
Hey everyone, welcome back. It's our last live hour of the day through until 9 o'clock. We're Hobby Maker. I'm Dave and Pete's here for a double special, which is brilliant because if any tools warranted a 2-hour special, the stamping platform from Sizzix and the Stamp and Spin definitely warrant the 2 hours. If you've got any questions, any comments, just want to say hi, maybe you've got the tools and you want to tell us how fantastic they are. We know they are, but if you want to say, that would be lovely. Message in via the website or the app, and we'd love to hear from you. Now, I have got one other bundle of stamps that we've featured as individuals, but we have bundled them together at a special reduced price. Now, the ones that I'm referring to, you've got your butterflies, which we've already seen individually. You've also got your fruits as well, which we've seen individually as well. So all of these are going to work so well on the conventional stamping platform and the Stamp and Spin, because they're all individual stamps. So I've got those two. Also, we've put in these fantastic sentiments, which is the daily sentiments, number 2. That's going to be in there as well. So you've got congrats, big day, big hugs, love you, celebrate your day, sending birthday wishes. And then the final one is this one, which is that one's called from Lisa Jones. That's that's the Garden Botanicals. So there we are. 4 stamp sets, all that will work perfectly well with the Stamp and Spin and the stamping platform, but we're doing a deal on this bundle today as well. So rather than buying them individually, you can go for all 4 sets at a special price, which is not $55.96. That's what it should be. PRXC02. If you've treated yourself to the tools today, why not treat yourself to more stamps to use with the tools? $34.99. PRXC02 is your item number if you would like that bundle today. So way less than £10 a set. Really, really good value for money if you want all 4 of those sets today. £34.99 and it's yours. Now, Marie in Nottinghamshire says, my 2 favourites on the TV, very knowledgeable Pete and Dave. Oh, hello, Marie.
Does that mean very knowledgeable Pete and Dave, or the very knowledgeable Pete and Dave?
I'll take it. I don't know.
I don't know. It's all in the punctuation, you know. It's all in the punctuation. It's just. I'm glad you enjoy our company, because if anything like if the last show's anything to go by, we might be doing our song and dance routine for the last half of this one. So
don't think everyone will want that, would they?
You don't want that.
No, you don't want that.
You don't want that.
No. Okay, now we are down to the last few now, and I mean really the last few of the Stamp and Spin, and the set of the both together. We have a few of those still, do we? Okay, we've got literally double figure stock. So the good news is we start the second hour with available stock for everything, but it's not going to be long before the Duo sell out. So the Duo, just to give you a heads up, you're going to get the stamping platform with the sticky grip mat as well, and of course the stencil adapter in there too. The grey one you'll get this time, not the mint green one. That did sell out earlier on, but I love the grey. And then you've got then the Spin and Stamp, or Stamp and Spin, which is designed to fit where the lid of the platform fits. So it's interchangeable, and you can then do wonderful circular stamping projects and wreaths and wonderful backgrounds, as Pete's been showing you. So these 2 together, we're down to the last one. We've got double figure stock, so we've got less than 100. BJXC06, $89.98. This did sell out earlier today. This is the last live show of the day, and we're down to our last few. Let's get that price down for both of them. $89.98 tumbles to $59.99, and it's on 2-way split pay as well. You'll have the multi-award winning Stamp and Spin and that brilliant stamping platform, your new best tools in your craft room, to literally entertain you for hours and hours and hours. And as I said before, it's the build quality of it to me that really, I mean, the concept behind it is brilliant, but the way it's manufactured, it's a tool that's going to last you years, maybe even a lifetime. And it's on 2 split pays of $29.99. If you want to spread the cost interest-free, you can pay 1 payment today, 1 in 4 weeks. There's 1 P&P every day of just $4.95, no matter how many things you buy with us at Hobbymaker. Also, it's a free phone number to call the call centre if you want to call them, and you can order free on the web. You can order free on the app as well, which is free to download from your app provider. But honestly, 2 of the best tools of the last 12 months, 16 months, absolutely brilliant quality. You'll love them, and there are new adapters coming out for it in the future, new tools that will work with the platform that you can look forward to going forward as well. So a bit of a treat today that we've still got this Duo available. We have got the stamping platform on its own. We have also got the Stamp and Spin on its own as well on the website. But the 2 together, we've got basically everybody that wants one has now got it in their basket. So it's a case of who checks out first. What a day. What a busy old show.
What a day. It's been a great day. I've really enjoyed it. It's so nice that people are, so accepting of this wonderful tool, because when something's new, sometimes it's hard to get across what makes it so good. But when you see this, within 2 minutes, you see exactly, and you know exactly what you're going to get out of this, how you can breathe new life into old stamp sets. It's a game changer. I hate that. It's a phrase that, again, I use too much, but it is a game changer. It's completely different. Not only do you get those lovely wreaths, which you can create, circular stamp pattern, but you can create the most wonderful patterns with this, which is a different thing.
But also, Pete, I think another thing is, for people who aren't familiar with Sizzix, it will be the start of a great romance with Sizzix products, because all of their products, their tools, everything that they develop is top quality. So if you're impressed with these, which you will be, you'll probably then look at more Sizzix products and tools to invest in.
Well, I hope so, because we've always prided ourselves in the quality of our tools, and it's very important to us. So if we bring something to the market to you lovely people, we want you to love it, and we want you to know that it's made with care, because it's so important to us, our reputation. If we give you something that fell apart in the box on the way there, not so good. So we don't do that. But yes, yeah, the Stamp and Spin, as Dave said, multi-award winning. And the stencil and stamp tool by itself is an incredible tool because you're getting an A4 stamp platform.
Yeah.
And a stencil adapter which allows you to use not only the Sizzix layering stencils, but also any that you met with the special adapter strips which you can buy separately. You can use your existing stencils as well, and that by itself, even before the Stamp and Spin came out, that was so cool.
And also, you may have already got a stamping platform. You might think, well, why do I need another one? Not all stamping platforms are the same. This is a much larger platform, much larger working surface area. It gives you more versatility, and again, the build quality of it. When you put the lid on and you close it, there's no wiggle there whatsoever. You know that stamp is going to stamp exactly in the same place every time you use it. So it's just down to quality at the end of the day. $59.99 gets you both the tools, and it's on 2 split pays as well, with just the 1 P&P for the day. All right, Pete, do you want to go on with the demo, or?
Yeah, should we talk about it? Let's talk about the tool. Basically, this I've got here, this is my stamp and stencil tool. Now, this top bit, this is your stamp plate. This is where you would adhere your stamps. It's A4, so that gives you much more versatility. You may be working in 12 by 12. Let's take a look at an example of something that I did. Now, why do we have sticky grid sheets and not magnets? Well, the answer is very simple. There are no edges on this stamp platform. So if I want to create a wreath and I want to place my cardstock there, because there are no ridges, no edges, and there's nothing to impede me from creating. So this one, you can see, I would have placed that about there and done sort of a fraction of a wreath. That one I would have placed there, and it would have gone off the edge of that. So this one's a bit battered and bruised. I apologize to both my dog and my daughter for that. But yeah, it gives you that versatility to move it around.
The sticky sheets, though, Pete, are brilliant because you've got just the right amount of tack. It's not going to tear any cardstock when you lift it up, but it's not letting anything move at all either.
This isn't going anywhere, but look at that. Now it's away. So obviously, this one, now you might start thinking about the longevity of these. I think this is my 3rd one.
Right.
And can you imagine how much I've used this in the last 12 months? This is my 3rd one. Yeah, it's a bit, the edge is coming up. I've got ink on it. It doesn't matter. It's still going. It's still going. It still gives me enough tack. Now,
we do have the sticky sheets available in a pack of 3, I think. They're not much money at all. They're on the website, I'm sure they are. So if you want to get an extra set of 3, feel free.
Now, this is my stencil adapter. So the stencils, we've got these little lovely pegs here. I can move this anywhere around, anywhere that I want. And obviously, the Sizzix stencils, the layering stencils, it gives you perfect registration. And I'll just show you some of the things that you can do with this. Now, this is one set of stencils. This was a lovely background one, so it's intended that you put a sentiment in the center. That's stencil 1. That's 1 and 2. That's 1, 2, 3. And that is the 4. And these are the results that you can get. Now, this was a lovely daisy stencil. I love this one. I adore that one. But you can see it's layering stencils, so there are 4 colors there. This one here, that's a lovely wildflower garden, beautiful bird. And this one, so the stencils, you see, that's the daisies. But then if you flip it over, you can get the reverse, because you can flip those stencils over. But the point is, you're getting perfect registration. This is combining both the daisy and the butterfly together. So lots and lots and lots of permutations there.
You'll probably find those stencils on the Sizzix brand page on our website as well. We've got the sticky sheets for you. It's 5 A4 sticky sheets. You heard Pete say he's only on his 3rd one, and he's been using that for over a year, and he uses it every single day, multiple hours a day. $16.99 isn't the price that you'll pay. For 5, we can let you have them for $9.99. It will come with one, obviously, when you buy the actual platform. But if you want an extra 5 sheets, which should last you probably a couple of years, if not longer, $9.99 HZ1SO2 for the sticky sheets, which will get their game changers. They really will revolutionise the way you think about stamping. You don't have to have magnets holding things down, and sometimes they can jump, or sometimes you can lose them, or they can break, or whatever. This just holds everything down nice and neat. Even if you're using quite sticky ink, it's not going to move. It's not going to jump when you don't want it to. HZ1SO2 for your sticky sheets.
Right, so,
back to you.
Yep, we'll crack on. So I've just told you about the stencil and stamp tool, which by itself is fantastic.
Yeah.
If I take that away, this is my stamp and spin. So as Dave said, you just take the stamp lid off and you attach the stamp and spin. How does it work? Well, we're going to show you. And I've used one of the butterflies. Dave showed you that lovely set before. Let's start off with a red butterfly. Now, I'm using distress ink. We don't usually use distress inks for stamping, but I'm going to spritz this with water, right, and bring this down. Because this, can you see the colour mottling underneath? That is a red butterfly. And what I'm going to do, we're going to do the rainbow. I don't know if we're going to get to the end. I don't know if we're going to have time to get to the end. But that's the red one. This is the orange. And we're going to spritz. And now we've stamped. Okay. And then once we've stamped, we spin. Yeah. It's that simple. So notice how I put this down, designing so that those colors blend. So when the wingtip comes over that one, it goes into the red, and then after the orange. So I spin. It's time for yellow. I have to use that mnemonic, you know, Richard of York gave battle in vain, to remember the order of the colors. But of course, because the stamp and spin has 8 segments, I'm going to be one short. Now, I'm just going to put a pink to fill in the gap. But there you go. So we're going round. So we've got the red, we've got the orange, we've got the yellow. I'll come in with the green. I think we'll do one more. And I'm going to show you something else. So we're going to get really arty.
You said to me a long while ago, Pete, that you are developing extra attachments to go onto the platform.
Yeah, we've come up with some brand new ideas for the most unique stencils are coming out in the second half of the year that I've ever seen, to be honest with you. And we have got some great ideas for additions for this wonderful tool. And indeed, better stamps to get the best out of the tool as well. Yeah. So I could keep on going around there, but what I'm going to do, let's take my stamp lid, okay, and I'll take there's my green, my yellow rather. I'm going to put it there. There's my green. Here's my red, and finally there's my orange. So you can use it almost like an inking mat as well. I'm just going to spritz into there, and I'll pick up some red. Flick it around that butterfly.
Splatter technique.
Wipe it off. Take some orange. Flick into that fella there. Then some yellow. Flick it over there.
Picked up the crafty gene. Is she quite crafty, your daughter?
She's very curious. She's got a curiosity about everything that I bring home, and she likes to play around with it. Right. She doesn't consider herself arty at all, because she's not one like I spent my formative years just sitting down drawing. But she loves to dip in, and she comes up with the most incredible stuff but she doesn't consider herself arty. In fact, she's doing a project now. She was asked, the teacher said, choose an artist or a designer or maker who you admire. So naturally, who did she think of? Tim Holtz. Yeah. Thanks for that, Poppy. But yes, so, but the great thing is that I got in touch with Tim and I asked him, now have a look at this. This is how it ends up.
Oh wow.
That's how it ends up. All those butterflies in a row. Isn't that spectacular? And that is just one butterfly from a set of many butterflies, just using your distress inks. But yeah, so for her art project, she got in, I sent him an email and she did a mini interview.
Oh, brilliant.
And she sent him all the interview questions. He's so gracious and she was so made up when he answered and, you know, sent a message. Yeah, absolutely lovely. So yeah, Dad gets second billing as per usual. But there you go. I don't mind. It is Tim after all. But yeah, so that's a great way you can now, if you wanted to complete that with a sentiment, or if you wanted to add smaller butterflies in there, you don't have to stop at that. But it's just so simple, so intuitive. Absolutely. Anybody can do that. Anybody can get spectacular results. You don't need any skill. You just need a little bit of inspiration, you're off and running.
Okay, now just in case you're wondering, what we've done is put a bundle of stamps together that are perfect to go with the Stamp and Spin and the stamping platform. So this is a set of 4. We have got them on the website available individually, but the set of 4 gives you the best price. And of course, that butterfly demonstration that we just did with Pete a few minutes ago, perfect. to use with that, obviously. You've got, I think it's 9 butterflies in there, different shapes and sizes. You've then also got your pears. So maybe you want to do some art, maybe for the kitchen wall or something like that. You've got your oranges, your lemons, your pears and so on, and strawberries too. All individual stamps, so again, perfect to use with both the stamping platform and the Stamp and Spin. You've got your verses here from Lisa Jones. Again, you can use those with both platforms as well. Love the fonts. And then you've got finally this one, which is your garden botanicals. Again, all individual flowers, wildflowers that will work so well with the Stamp and Spin too. You've got all 4 sets there for $34.99, saving you over £20 off the price, which is pretty amazing. PRXC02, and you've got the cards there.
I have, yeah. I've got a few examples using all 4 sets, so combining the sentiments, the flowers, the fruit, and indeed the butterflies. They were designed by Lisa Jones, and she did it so that they would all work together. She really thought it through. Now, this is one combining the flowers and the butterflies that we've got here. And just a little bit, now I use distressing for painting. I tend to, in the way that I smooch the ink onto the plate and spritzed it, I can pick that colour up with a brush and I can add colour to that. So that's broken china all the way around. Then something like this. A couple of the different flower heads creating that wreath. How about that one from the flowers creating a background? Again, another background, one of the leaves from the fruit. There we are. Now, patterns. We haven't talked about patterns yet. It's not just about the wreaths. You can create the most gorgeous, gorgeous patterns. Fussy cutting around creating your wreath and then cutting around it with a craft knife or your scissors. Using embossing powder, so you can use an embossing stamp pad. Do that then on with the powder and boom. And then you can just cut a hole in the middle like that if you want to reveal the invitation underneath. Now, the fruit, that lovely fruit, do you know what? When I first saw the fruit, I thought, why are we doing? But I loved it. I fell in love with it. Yeah. The backgrounds, the papers that you can make and so on and so forth. The leaf, that comes from the fruit. Just making a simple background pattern like that. Again, we've done this one. We created a mask. We stamped that, and then all the way around there's 4 different elements which make up that wreath. There's a few more there using those gorgeous fruit. And as we saw before, we had that lovely 12 by 12 where we've just used it partially, creating these gorgeous effects all the way around. And I do have a few more using the butterflies. So firstly, we've got these 2, just using them for background patterns. How effective is that? Brilliant. You know, and matching the stamp, the sentiment also to the background, to be able to get your own background papers in your own colours. And then finally, keep calm and stamp and spin. And you can, I know, I can't help myself sometimes, but you can see we've used the, I think I did the flowers, or did I do the butterfly first? I can't remember, and then the flowers around the outside. But you can see they're all kind of touching, they're all linked up. And because you've got that tool, you've got that accuracy. So it does half the work for it. You take all the credit.
Absolutely, you do. Now, here's the update. Here's where we are live at 8:25 nearly. Okay, the 2 together, I warned you we were down to double figure stock. We have now sold out. We've sold out of the Stamp and Spin with the platform. Now, we can give you the platform on its own, and we can give you the Stamp and Spin on its own, so you can still get them, but the only problem is now the Stamp and Spin has sold out for immediate dispatch. We can do it on extended dispatch. So better that you still have the chance of ordering it, and you'll get it by the end of the month. That's when dispatch from the 28th of January, my dad's birthday. 28th of January, it should be on its way to you. So if you want it, it's still going to be honoured at that price that we went down to, the lowest price ever, £27.99. Remember, that is what you need to buy if you want to do the rotating stamps. You need to have the platform for the lid to actually fit on the platform, obviously. So if you've already got the platform, you bought it when it first came out, but you don't have the Stamp and Spin, you can get it. It should be with you shortly after the 28th of January, but the immediate dispatch stock has gone. If you want the platform on its own, you're thinking, well, I only need that. I don't want the stamp and spin. I don't want to do circular stamping. We can give you that. Remember, the one that we have now that's being dispatched has got the grey template for the stencils. It was the mint green one earlier today. That sold out completely. We've got it with the grey. You get one of the sticky sheets as well, which should last you months. We do have the pack of 5 extras if you need those in stock for $9.99. But that on its own is $39.99. Okay, SG1S60. So you can still get the two together, you just have to buy them separately. Go for SG1S60 and the Stamp and Spin. This will be dispatched straight away because it's in stock in our warehouse. The extended dispatch one obviously will be coming along after the 28th of January, but if you order them two together, that will be dispatched straight away. You'll get that first. You won't get them together in the post. They will come separately because that won't be dispatched until the 28th of January. Now, the brand new stamps that have gone out on display as well, these you're going to get 2 stamp sets. They're brand new today and they were developed very much with the Stamp and Spin in mind. You've got both of these here. So you're going to get Wildflower Botanicals and Sending Little Love. They're the new ones. They should be $13.98 each. They're $19.99 for both, okay? So you've got these individual beautiful botanical flowers and you've got those lovely verses there as well. And you can use the verses. I know it's not obvious when you think about verses, but you can use the verses with the Stamp and Spin to great effect as well. And you've got some of them that are slightly curved as well to go round in circles as well. So that's what you've got for $19.99, BUXC45. And there's also another stamp set in this show as a little bit of a Billy bonus. Now, these are vacay mode. So they're all about kind of holidays, and we're now kind of thinking, there's some holiday adverts are on the telly, aren't they? Thinking about maybe reserving something, booking something. So you've basically got stamps that you associate with vacation. You've got Just Keep Swimming. What does that say there? If you can't find the sunshine, be the sunshine. Oh, I like that.
I like that.
Yeah. I love lounging with you. Let's hit the beach. Oh, happy day. Sending sunny thoughts. Vacay mode. And you deserve this. 10 stamps. 10 stamps. And that price is nowhere near where we're taking this. This is almost like a thank you for making tonight so busy and having so many sellouts here, there and everywhere. VW1S71, £7.99 for a £13.99 stamp set. Virtually half price. And again, you could use those on the Stamp and Spin and the conventional stamping platform, of course, as well. But if you want those today for virtually half the price, nearly half price anyway, VW1S71, a little treat and a thank you from Sizzix. Fantastic. So we've got about half an hour left, Pete.
Yep.
Should we go back and put the Stamp and Spin through its paces again? Should we do that?
Let's do that, absolutely. Yeah. What stamps would you like? Would you like to use, you could use the seashell ones?
We can use the new ones.
We can absolutely use the brand new ones. I'll just throw away what I was about to do. That's quite all right. No, we can use the ones happily because I do love them. And those are the ones where we've got the lovely sentiments as well. So I'm going to start with a circular sentiment, and I'm going to work closer in. Now, it's quite important that you get this in the right spot, but it doesn't take much effort at all. You're
going to get 25 stamps in total in both sets for $19.99, less than £1 a stamp, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah, and I do love the big flowers as well because there's a variation in size, which means not only can you build great wreaths, but you can build the most gorgeous patterns. So, hello, sunshine. There's number one, and we just keep going sunshine. All the way around, like so. So quick, so easy, perfect every single time. There we are, we'll keep going around like that. And then I'm thinking about, right, I want to do some flowers on the outside. So I'm going to go to my flower stamps. And let's bring these in here. Now, you just look at what you've created and you start to put these, maybe, no, that one's a bit big. So you're making the choices as you go along. There is absolutely no rhyme or reason behind this. So there we are. I picked that one up now. Yep. And then we're just going to ink both of these. So what I'm trying to show you here is that you can build these as you go along. You can bring in other stamps to fill the gaps. So you don't have to do one and then the other.
And you're never going to get bored with this technique. It's Each result will be different depending on what stamps you use, what position you put the stamps on the platform. You could twist the flower a quarter turn and it'll look completely different to what you've just done. So,
yeah, and you can never you're never disappointed with the results, but you're often surprised.
Yeah,
you can surprise yourself, and oh, I didn't realize. And sometimes something hits you, and you think, you know, when we were using, I said about that lovely stamp set with the layered flowers. I never thought of using layered stamps with this before, you know, for the wreaths. But oh my word! Once I started to and again, the frustration with my job is that I didn't have enough time to play.
Yeah,
I didn't. We were on to the next thing. Next thing you know, I'm packing the car and I'm on my way here, which is lovely. But I just wanted to explore it further. But you lucky people, you're going to be able to do that. Now I'm going to. I think while I'm here, I'm going to come and create a smaller wreath on the inside. So, think about not just these stamps and the stamps that you have in your stash, but do you have alcohol markers? Do you have watercolor markers, for example? Do you have sets of watercolors? Or maybe pencil crayons, which you can use to color these in? Because once you start to add that color, and we'll show an example in a second, once you start to add the color, they really do come to life. But if you're creating a pattern, for example, you know, you can do it with a lovely gray, so it's kind of like a simple background pattern. Now, we've looked at those lovely circular sentiments, but now what we want is something slap bang in the middle. And I think Hello Friend is a nice way to go.
Brand new stamps released today to coincide with this fantastic show we're doing. So you're going to get Hello Friend, you're going to get lots of other verses as well.
There you go. And there's your Hello Friend in the middle. But do you know what? I'm going to keep that Hello Friend, Dave, because I'm going to flip this over for a second. I think, you know, that was completely random. I didn't plan it out in the least. We're just seeing what we can do with those stamps. But let's take that Hello Friend, right? And you can imagine the top of the Stamp and Spin looks like this. These are your guidelines. I'm now going to place it. You see where these dotted lines are in quarters? I'm going to place this kind of like that on my Stamp and Spin, right in that quarter. So we're just going to play around now and see what we can do. No, you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm changing my mind. This might work. It might not. I don't care, quite frankly, because
you don't know till you try.
Well, exactly. You know, and I mean, I've done something similar before, but now that's it. I'm not going to go round once, because that overlaps. I'm going to go around twice.
Right.
Now, because we're working in quarters, and this is roughly rectangular in nature, and see, we're going to create this lovely, lovely, lovely pattern using. Now, you wouldn't think to do it with text. Normally, you wouldn't think to do it. And to try and do this by hand and by eye is nigh on impossible.
But you just proved it works. Look.
Yeah.
Loads of you coming through for these stamps now. The more you're seeing them being demonstrated with Pete's expert hand. Moira, Robin, Kathy, John, Elizabeth, Kay in Devon's checked out. Denise in Lincolnshire's checked out as well. You get both stamp sets, brand new today, designed for the show specifically for $19.99 to work with both the platforms and the spin tool.
So, Dave, you said Pete's expert hand. And I dropped this before I actually...
Oh, did you?
I dropped it before I made the final click. So Pete's in expert hand. We can say that's a happy accident. I don't know. I'm not happy. Because Dave set me up for a fall by saying Pete's expert hand. But there you go. What are you going to do? But yeah, you can just keep going around. You can build this pattern up. But rather than putting it on the Stamp and Spin, I'm filling the gaps by placing it on the card. And I know that this is going to be perfect because it's in exactly the right place and it's going to end up in the right place when I make the next double click. So what I'm doing now is building a background pattern, and once this is done, once I've got it where I want it, I'm just going to cut it up into sections. I'm not going to use it like this on a piece of paper. I'm going to cut across there or across there. I might cut it into little squares. I might cut it into rectangles, even strips for a bookmark or something like that. And that's the point I'm trying to make. This can be whatever you want it to be. This is why this is one of those game-changing tools which makes you think about your stamps and stamping in a completely different way. It really is. It's and you know that other phrase, gift that keeps on giving. It keeps giving me fresh ideas every time I use it. Now let's have a look.
You will be working with an award-winning, a multi-award-winning product in your craft room, giving you amazing results, amazing projects that you'll love working with, and bringing your stamps that you've had maybe in your craft room for decades, for years, a whole new purpose, a whole new lease of life. So not just the stamps we've got in the show today, they'll go great obviously with the Stamp and Spin, but other stamps you've got and have had in your collection for years will go with that technology as well, with the Stamp and Spin. Now there's maybe one thing that we haven't shown you yet that you may well be in the market for, because getting the right card when you're stamping is obviously very important. So what Sizzix have done is they've done this fantastic stamping card. It's 270 GSM, so it's a really good quality and weight of card, but it's for stamping, predominantly for stamping, to get the best possible results. 60 sheets, and you know if it's Sizzix, it's going to be the best, and it's £16.99. And we're going to give you the best price we've ever done this cardstock for, evidently. So it's been £16.99 before, but it's never been to where we're about to take it. For 60 sheets of top premium quality stamping card to treat yourself, to go with your new platforms. Here we go. £12.99 for 60 sheets, and it is top quality. I can feel the quality.
It's great, and do you know what? It's great for construction as well. It not only does it give you perfect results with your stamps, but if you're making boxes, if you're making bags, if you are making your cards as well. Now these are boxes which we created. Another award-winning tool, Dave. Our I can't even remember. Scoring board and trimmer. I was trying to think of the name. My head's so full of names. But these boxes were made using that scoring board and trimmer, and indeed using this cardstock. And you can see these are butterflies from the set that Dave was talking about earlier. There's the butterfly set, the florals, the fruit, and the sentiments. But it's a great weight for construction pieces like these boxes, like the tags that you can make, and of course your card blanks. So really good, great quality, great value.
Loads of you are coming in for the cardstock, because if you think about it, if you today made the conscious decision to buy yourself a new platform and to get the Stamp and Spin as well, you've spent a little bit of money. What's the point in using a product like that if you haven't got the best quality card to go with it? And that's what Sizzix have done. They've sourced obviously the best stamps, they've sourced the best products, and now they're sourcing the best card for you to give the best possible results if you'd like it. So 60 sheets, best price we've ever done. It's £12.99, 270 GSM. And you know, if you've already paid your P&P today because you bought something earlier on, like the stamping platforms, that will be delivered without any more postage. £4.95 P&P for your whole day's orders, and this will be shipped from our warehouse direct to you. So if you would like it, it's B01S82. B01S82 will get the cardstock for you. And it's an essential. Without a good quality cardstock, you may as well not bother. So there's your cardstock if you want it. It's in stock right now, ready to go. Okay, 15 odd minutes. What do you reckon? What can we do next?
Anything, Dave. I'm taking requests at this point.
You're taking a what?
I'm taking requests at this point. Okay. What would you like to see? Which stamp set would you like me to work with?
Which stamp set? Alex, which stamp set do you want to see?
Isn't this exciting?
What about the seashells and the? We did that earlier on. Can we do that one?
Yeah, let's do that because
this is a sale. This one, to be honest with you, is bonkers. So you've got. Oh, is it sold out? Just sold out, that one.
Oh no!
It's gone.
We didn't demonstrate it. We didn't get round to it. It just sold out. So
have we still got the painted florals and the Born to Bloom? Okay, we've still got those. Now I know you did a demo with this in the last show.
I did. Yes.
Can you do one more?
Of course we can, naturally, of course, happily.
We've got less than 10 of these available, so if you want these, please check out your baskets as quickly as you can, because you're going to get your layering stamps, but you can use the individuals with the Stamp and Spin, because they're all individual foliage branches and petals and so on, but you can use them as a layering stamp as well. Both of those for £9.99, £15 saved. The next few of you will be lucky. But it shows the concept of how to use the Stamp and Spin brilliantly.
So if we're going to do, say, a wreath with the large one. Now this large one, okay, this creates a lovely layered rose, and you've got 3 layers, and you could even put a piece in the middle as well. But I'm not going to use it like that because I want to show you a great way of getting the most out of these lovely stamps.
Can I ask you to move it over? Just
of course. I might. Do you know what? With this overhead camera, I'm terrible with it. I keep getting my head in it as well, and apparently I'm bald on top. Did you know that, Dave? I didn't know till I came to work here. Nobody told me. Nobody told me. I mean, you know, Dave's got that lovely salt and pepper thing going on, but he's like Friar Tuck at the back. You wouldn't believe, honest to goodness. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, of course. That's me.
Tell you what, the overhead camera holds no prisoners.
There you go. There you go. The overhead camera never lies. So right now we've got that. I spritz it, and now very delicately with the water, which Dave is convinced is vodka because I keep squirting it in my mouth. Now look at this. Watch this. There's the pink. There's the orange.
I love this technique.
Isn't it? Now look, that will dry. It looks a bit dramatic there, but that is going to dry beautifully. So let's take it off again. This time, I think this time I'm going to come in with a bit more of the orange down the bottom here. Some of the red, but then this lovely, it's a colour called Pick Raspberry, which if you were a Distress Ink fan, you will be well familiar with. Now, again, I've spritzed with that water. We've done our click there. Okay, we're going to bring that, I'm going to press that down over the orange. Isn't it? But when that starts to sink in, it's not going to end up as strong as that. In truth, I'm going to bring something else in. I'm going to bring this lovely sort of little leaf design, which is going to sit between.
And this is the stamping card that I've just shown that you're using at the moment, isn't it?
Indeed it is. Yes, that's
so
quite
if you
correct.
want to achieve this effect with the spritz of the water, then the stamping card for $12.99 I showed you earlier is what you need to get.
So over the leaf, I'm going to come in with two greens. I'm going to come in with this lovely fresh green, and now I know I'm talking about it, and it's not going to make sense until you actually see it working in real time.
Just so you know, those stamps have sold out now for $9.99. They've now gone. I'll tell you what. Can we put the bundle up of the set of 4? We've still got that, where you get the butterflies, you get the fruit, you get the sentiments, and you get your garden botanicals, okay? So imagine we're using the garden botanicals on it now. There we go.
Yeah, wow. So, should we switch to garden botanicals?
Why not?
Let's go halfway through. Let's do something that we've never done before. We're going to blend 2 completely different sets. So this is going to be fun. And I'm going to bring in, I think I'm going to bring in a little butterfly.
Okay.
And we're going to
are included in this bundle.
Yeah, so we've got the garden this is the garden botanicals. This is the 4, is it?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Garden botanicals, daily sentiments to botanical fruit and nature butterflies.
So let's choose it. Let's choose a colour we haven't used previously, and let's bring this butterfly in. So this is what did I use? Evergreen bough. Well, we'll find out, won't we? We'll find out. There we go. Chaos reigns, folks. Oh, look at that. No, that is peacock feathers. That is absolutely peacock feathers all the way. It's gorgeous against that. And again, we're doing the spritzing. We're doing the stamping. We're bringing that down. Let's merge that with a much fresher green as well, shall we? Let's see how that works. Now, so we're doing 2 colours together here. Oh, look at that, the green and the blue together. And you know what? I can even go back and add some of that green to that blue. See how you get that lovely fresh look. And then if I get one of my garden botanicals, where was it? I've got them here somewhere. So I've got all my stamps laid out in front of me. Let's put one of those right in the middle there. And I'll bring in a much darker one. Let's do that as the center. Do that as a poppy. So I'm picking that up. See, it's sliding around all over the glass, so I didn't wash off the water. Now, let's try that again, shall we? So we've got the black. We'll pop it down there. This time, I'm using a completely different ink pad. This time, I am using an oil-based ink pad over the top of there. Now, if that is not quite, if I need more, I just apply more ink It doesn't really matter. We can make that deeper. We can make that darker. You can bring in any of your stamps to add to this to create that lovely wreath. You could even pop a sentiment in there somewhere. It really is, it can be anything you want it to be. And this is what we mean about experimenting and playing with this and taking it to whatever place you want. Now, look at how these are starting to dry now, and those colours are really starting to merge. And you can do that. You can do that with any of your stamps, of course. And I'm going to bring in this Garden Botanicals Day, or actually, you know what? I'm going to bring the fruit because this is amongst that set.
I'm the same as you. When I saw the fruit first, I thought, really? But it's actually become one of my favourites, I think, in the collection.
I was the same. I was the same. I wasn't sure, but I didn't really understand it, and then. But Lisa, she's a great designer, but she's like got her eye on what is going on and what is really popular out there. And she said, "Oh, you see it on everything. This fruit. You see it on, we're seeing it on fabric designs. We're seeing it on packaging, on like notebooks and things like that." And she said, "Trust me, it's going to be huge." And she was right. Absolutely. She was absolutely right.
Well, just to let you know, if you're wondering where we are stock-wise, you can still buy the original platform. That's still available. And you can still buy the Stamp and Spin, which is the accessory to go with the platform. But the Stamp and Spin is now on extended dispatch, so it will be dispatched from the 28th of January, which is only about a week away. And the platform is available for immediate dispatch from our warehouse. So you'll get that if you buy both of them together. You'll get the platform first, and then you'll get the Stamp and Spin about a week later from the 28th of January. Okay, but you can still buy them. They are still both available, not as a duo, but individually in the show with the one P&P of £4.95. Now we've got a question from Sharon, I believe. Hello, Sharon, from the West Midlands. Hi, Dave and Pete. Loving the show. Really tempted to try the system. What's the difference between the grey and the mint stamping platform, please? No difference.
No difference. Completely interchangeable. They're exactly the same. The one thing, the one with the grey, we have a well, it's not a sub brand. It's a parallel brand. It's called Sizzix Studio, which is for mixed media and journaling and stuff like that. So that was designed to work with the Sizzix Studio brand, but it's exactly the same. It's just the colour of the stencil adapter.
Yeah.
Stencil adapter.
It's grey and not mint. That's the only difference. They're exactly identical in every way. So yeah, order away, enjoy it, because the stock's going quite quickly. So thank you for your message from Sharon in the West Midlands. Extended dispatch on the Stamp and Spin, 28th of January. It should be received shortly after that, but you will get the platform first and then the Stamp and Spin separately. Okay, a bit later.
There we are. So remember, I stamped that pair and the split pair. Now, I stamped this with grey ink onto paper earlier, and I cut around that. That is going to act as my mask. And I'm going to make a wreath now. Now, we're using, that's the fruit, and now these lovely florals, which is the same, it's from the same collection, also designed by Lisa. And I'm going to choose, let's choose this one. Now, it's kind of wheat. This one is, so it's a, do you call it sheath? They are sheath.
Yeah, sheaths of wheat. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Wheat sheaths. Yeah,
I thought it was. So let's pop that there. Now I'm deliberately leaving space in between because we are going to fill that gap as we go along. So let's bring that into place. So we're going to make a lovely, and you'll see the reason why I masked off that fruit, because I'm going over the top of it like that. And then, so we'll keep it going around there. And I'll show you a lovely example of how we've used this on a different project. So now at this point, I want to fill that gap. Let's take a look at what I've got. I could use a butterfly, because obviously we haven't. This is part of the same set as well. So the fruit, the butterfly, the flowers, and the sentiments. We're going to get one of each in here. Mm-hmm. So to show you how well they work, not just individually, but together. So there we are. We'll apply the ink to those two, bring it down, And you see the butterfly has joined and look at how it fits in between those two perfectly. Now, I can take this off the hinge if you prefer to do it this way. And it's actually better for the camera because obviously we're coming from top down now. So there we are. We'll keep that going. We'll take that, remove the hinge. It doesn't matter. It's such, as Dave said before, the quality of these, the fit of this hinge.
That is the first thing that really struck me when I first saw the product, when I first saw the stamping platform itself, and then I saw the Stamp and Spin. I just thought, what you make these products from is such high end. The plastics are such good quality, and the mechanism, the click mechanism, is so definite. You know, there's no play there whatsoever.
And you know, I think that's why that's something which is behind the success of this. It's the quality, but the spectacular results that you can get from something so painfully simple. I mean, you know, there's nothing to it really.
But the best idea.
But it has to be top quality, as you said. If it was lesser quality, then you wouldn't get the accuracy. Then it would come loose over time. But it simply doesn't. It's quite incredible. As I say, it is something that our team, our engineers, they spend a lot of time making sure that you guys get the best bang for your buck. I think that's the phrase that we can use. I'm going to put one more.
Obviously, Sizzix and we want you to look forward to using the products, not dread using them, hoping things are going to work out all right. Just look forward to using them because the quality is so good. And hopefully, you know, if you look after these things, they're going to last you years and years and years.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can safely say that. There's a screw in the middle. We tried to think of the best system for this. So there's a little screw in the middle, a Phillips screw. And, you know, maybe over time, I think I have the original. We do longevity testing. That's something that in product development is very important. So we get people spinning it hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. And when they've finished, when they're bored to tears, when they need to go and sit down and have a cup of tea and maybe a little cry, we give it to somebody else to do the same. And for thousands and thousands and thousands of spins to see how the materials hold up, to see if it's still accurate and still tight. And it will become wobbly after thousands of spins. Then you just tighten up the screw.
Tighten the screw.
That's it.
Wow.
End of story. And that's why we kept the screw in there, so that people, if they do experience that, they can just tighten up the screw themselves.
Let's just look how you can be experimental with different shapes of stamps, different curvature of stamps. No two circles or wreaths need ever be the same. You don't have to do wreaths all the time. You can do quarter circles, half circles if you want to. It's absolutely brilliant. Dan's asking our director if he can see the screw.
The which, sorry?
The screw you're talking about.
Oh, yes, apologies. There we are. That's it. That's right in the middle of the mechanism. So, obviously, over time...
Can you face it towards camera 2, is that right?
The what, sorry?
The camera 2.
Oh, apologies.
There you go.
I do. I'm so sorry. But there we are. We can get him much closer there. So there's a screw. You can see it's got a Phillips head on it. And you just tighten that up with any old standard screwdriver.
Okay.
That's it. But it might be years before you even need to do that. I haven't had to with this as yet. So there we are. Now, one last thing. Let's take a look, because remember our pair. We did cut this mask, and we simply stamped it, and I cut it with a pair of scissors just before we came on air. So let's peel that away so you can see where we stamped over the top of it. It's left it perfectly clean. I think we need a little sentiment for the center, because, of course, we're not doing this. We're not making a circle with this. We're not making a pattern. This is where it comes in as a stamp platform.
So whether you're doing backgrounds, whether you're using it as a conventional stamping platform, which you can do as Pete is now, or whether you're doing those fantastic wreaths and circles. Love it.
There you go. So we did that, making it up as we go along. We didn't know where we were going with this. We've used 4 different stamp sets. Everything. So think of the stamp sets you've got at home. Bring those in, by all means. You can add a little flower there if you want. You can build this out even further. You can get spectacular results. And look at that pair. There it is. That's the same
Perfect.
one. But we've used masks on all of these and we've overlaid them to get that effect. It just keeps on going and going,
So,
pretty much like me.
Some of the favourite images that we've used in the show today are in this set of 4 stamps. You've got celebrate your day, sending birthday wishes, sending a smile, sorry it's late, hope it was great, on your big day, congrats, big hug. All of those lovely verses with those fonts. They too can be used on the Stamp and Spin as well. You could do like a complete wreath of big day or sending a smile or whatever you want to do. But then all of these have been used in the demonstrations today from Pete. This one is your garden botanicals, all individual flowers. This one, always popular, the butterflies. Aren't they amazing? You can do large and smaller butterflies, some that are just coming into land, as you can see. And then the one that Pete just did with the fruit is just there. All individual fruits, which you can make again into wreaths and circles and garlands and backgrounds as well. £34.99 for all 4 sets. Perfect complement if you're going for the Stamp and Spin or the stamping platform today. A message in from Claire, I believe. Hi, Claire in Staffordshire. Loving it. I've ordered the platform, and the Spin and Stamp, hoping to get my mojo back, and I'm sure I will with this fabulous tool. Claire, congratulations. We're excited for you. Remember, the score, as we are at the moment, is you can buy the platform on its own for immediate dispatch, and you can buy the Stamp and Spin, but that will be on extended dispatch. It will be sent to you shortly after the 28th of January. Okay, you don't have to pay twice for the P&P, it's just covered by the P&P, but you will get them at different times. So the stamping platform will arrive direct from our warehouse in the next few days, and then the Stamp and Spin will be with you shortly after the 28th of January. Thank you, Pete, brilliant as ever.
It's a pleasure. I just want to say quickly to Claire and all the people out there, if you go to the Sizzix website, there will be oodles of videos on this wonderful tool as well, so you can catch up on there. Thank you.
I'll be back tomorrow afternoon at 5 on the evening shift. Lots to look forward to tomorrow. Thank you to Pete. Brilliant, brilliant shows. Thank you for your company today. Enjoy the Stamp and Spin in the stamping platform. I'm sure you will. Thank you to the team tonight. Have a lovely evening, and join us live on the socials at 11 and live at 1.